Hello. Hi. How are we doing? IGT, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Why is gooning even brought up? That's clearly a you issue. Anyways, thank you, Croc. Appreciate it. Let me pin that. Croc has been pinned. Nice. All right. It has been a decent, regular Saturday, though I'm having a headache, which isn't cool. That isn't cool at all. A headache ain't cool. Honestly, that's not fun. Oh my god, he lives! Yeah, the boy who lived. So yeah, that sucks. Aside from that, otherwise pretty normal. Life's pretty normal. Regardless, we'll obviously start with the one that the Croc sent in, obviously. Makes sense. Methinks, of course. Oh, like, wait. Let me do this. Okay, fine. Alright, that seems truly fine. Okay. Regardless, seems nice. Pokey, eat a headache pill. Most of those don't work on me anyways, so it doesn't really matter. It's not gonna solve it immediately anyways. So like, who cares? Happens. Wait a minute, I don't like... That's better. That's better, okay. I don't like how that looked. I also don't even have any right now, so there's that. Let's just plenty of water and nothing else. That's all I got. So yeah, we'll see. Let me see, do I have everything from Discord? Seems like it. Seems very much like it, from what I can tell. Yep. That should be it. That should be it. I'm pretty sure that should be it. Did I put the Atozy video even in here? Doesn't look like it. Hold up. Huh. Wait a minute. Yeah, I need to add that one very quick. Hold up. Wait a minute. Eat deer. I don't think you can eat deer. Hi, Julian. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hold up. I didn't add GT's video. I need to add that. I haven't added that yet. Well, I'd love to, but like, YouTube is being a dick. Dick. Okay, now it's at it. Okay, works. I'm good. What about you, man? I'm alright. Headache. Headache is not nice. That is not nice. That is very much not nice. Anyways, I think we'll just stop yapping and get into the good stuff. We have a lot of things I want to get through first, so here we go. Hold up. Audio. Audio is important. We need nice audio. We need the audio to be up. Okay, works. Into it we go. Yoink. Now we're over here. Surprise. Surprise. Huh? Alright. Am I now needing to check real quick? Do I even have enough space? Because I never know. I think I do. Because like, right, reaction videos, they take up a lot of space. Unironically. Yeah, they should actually be fine. Yeah, they should actually be fine. Okay, we good. I think we good. I think we're good. I think we are in fact good. All right. Then this one will be the first one. The first one is a little longer already, so like 20 minutes. Get ready. That's what we're gonna look at. The Man Who Laughs, the Forgotten Universal Classic by Dark Corners Reviews. Very interesting. So, this is not obviously... This gives me Joker vibes. It's not the Joker, but it gives me Joker vibes. Also, like, reminds me of the Batman Who Laughs, which is, you know, Very fun. And also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. You edit some I sent. Not yet, actually, but I could. But yeah, first I gotta get through all the other stuff that I want to actually get through. So yeah, we'll jump in. We'll jump in. I don't know what to expect, but I think I might be expecting something.
Today, 1928's The Man Who Laughs is best known as the inspiration for one of popular culture's most famous faces. Created by Bill Finger, Jerry Robinson and Bob Kane.
So it is the inspiration for the Joker came from this movie. Interesting. Some clown horror vibe. Technically, yeah.
And a screen favourite from Cesar Romero to Joaquin Phoenix, the origin of Batman's The Joker was a picture of Conrad Veidt as Gwynplaine in the silent melodrama. But this is only the tip of the iceberg. Though not a horror film itself, The Man Who Laughs was a converging point of horror talent of the past and future. A legacy that has sometimes overshadowed the brilliant.
Yeah, it does look very close. Yeah, it does definitely resemble the Joker, or reverse. The Joker resembles him. Yeah, I get it. I see it. I see it. Yeah.
Of one of the most unusual films of its time. There are conflicting versions of the cinematic origins of The Man Who Laughs, but it began with The Hunchback of Notre Dame. The success of that film set Universal Studios hunting for another vehicle for star Lon Chaney. Like Hunchback, The Man Who Laughs had a disfigured protagonist and was based on a novel by Victor Hugo. It seemed perfect, but the studio didn't have the...
Victor Hugo, okay. 1928, okay. Hi GT, how you doing? Hope you're doing well.
...rights, so attention switched to The Phantom of the Opera. By the time Universal returned to The Man Who Laughs, Chaney was signed to MGM, leaving Universal with a major problem. Chaney was a one-off, the only actor who specialised in this sort of role. At least in America. German actor Conrad Veidt had first come to the attention of Hollywood playing Cesare the Somnambulist in Robert Wiener's expressionist horror The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. He was brought to the US by star John Barrymore to play the villain in 1927's The Beloved Rogue, and seemed an ideal Chaney substitute for the dual role of Lord Clancharlie, tortured...
Dollar Store Chaney. I'm doing good. Is my video in the list? Yeah, it will be the first one, the next one after this one. Interesting. So he's basically it was a dollar store Chaney because they didn't have Chaney anymore, so they needed a replacement. Interesting.
To death by the corrupt James II and his son, Gwynplaine, who is handed over to a group of gypsies called comprachicos, who surgically mutilate children into sideshow attractions, slicing the young Gwynplaine's face into a permanent grin. Better yet, Veidt already knew Universal's chosen director. Paul Lenny had first directed Veidt in 1918's The Mystery of Bangalore, and most notably in Waxworks, the film that got him noticed in the US. Here...
Interesting. John Barrymore, the father of that little girl from E.T. Ah, interesting. Hi, Shine Duck. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. Interesting. I gotta say, some of these costumes are very interesting. I have to say, some of these costumes are very interesting. But crazy. Like this one, for example. Looks interesting.
Ivan the Terrible, played by Veidt, goes to visit his torture chamber, a scene mirrored in The Man Who Laughs when King James goes to visit his. Incidentally, Laney's film influenced Russian director Sergei Eisenstein when he came to make his own Ivan the Terrible in the 40s, and starred William Dieterle, who would go on to direct the 1939 Hunchback of Notre Dame. Laney had started as an art director, working with directors like Ernst Lubitsch and Michael Curtiz, and as a director, he carried over...
Why is it so blue? Why is it so blue? Who put this one into blue? Why is it so blue? No, it's Paul. Is it Lenay? Lenai? Lenny? I have no idea, bro. Even the guy can say the name right. I can't either. Also, I mean, these are old movies, so obviously that have an old school style. That just makes sense. Sadik is playing tag with Chadot. Great. Wonderful.
Over that visual sensibility. But, crucially, he was also highly adaptable, working comfortably within the studio system that crushed so many of his contemporaries, marrying elements of expressionist style to the more commercial Hollywood product. His US debut, The Cat and the Canary, was a comedy horror, the prototype for the Old Dark House film, and in fact a major influence on James Whale's The Old Dark House, made just 5 years later. The film introduced Laney to cinematographer Gilbert Warrenton and art director Charles D. Hall, both of whom would stay with him for The Man Who Laughs, making a huge contribution to the atmosphere of both films, with Hall repurposing sets from The Hunchback of Notre Dame. A section of cathedral, for example, seems to have become King James's bedroom. Fantastic.
Yeah, so I recognize this. Interesting. I mean, see, I guess it's just to save money, right? Which is a smart use, right? Why just see, the problem is like you make props for like a movie, right? And then like, or scenes and sets and shit, and then you just like discard it, and it's just like the money's just like now wasted because like you did just like a one-time thing and that's it. Smart use. I guess smart use. Poke is a German. Then it would be Leni. Or Lenny. One of the two. Depends on how you say it. Old movies like this give such cool vibe. Most of horror was so goofy. That's true. The horror was a little goofy.
Mystical bedrooms clearly appealed to Laney, but while in Waxworks he occasionally uses art direction for its own sake, in The Man Who Laughs it is an integral part of the storytelling. The Cat and the Canary was a hit, as was Laney's next film, The Chinese Parrot, originally set to star Conrad Veidt and now sadly lost. So Universal felt confident in trusting the director with one of their super jewel productions, boasting $1 million budget, big for any studio at the time and huge for the cut price Universal.
Isn't it insane? Right back then, like you needed $1 million, right? $1 million to make like a top of the top movie, and now it's like 200 million, 300 million, and it's like, oh, won't even break even. Yay! Wonderful waste of money. It's just like very interesting. I wonder if they burned money like that back then as well, because now they're certainly doing it.
If the stress told on Laney, then he did not show it, and everyone involved seems to have had fond memories of the shoot. Veidt saying, "I have rarely had such a satisfying experience," despite the director's idiosyncrasies. Interviewed by Kevin Brownlow, Gilbert Warrenton recalled that during a take, Laney would signal his actors using a 3-foot Chinese symbol that he banged to get a reaction out of them. Although Veidt was the most crucial piece of casting, top billed was Mary Philbin, playing heroine Dia. Discovered by the young Gwynplaine in one of the film's most memorable scenes, the blind girl grows up devoted to her saviour. Philbin had played Christine Daae in The Phantom of the Opera and may have been...
Okay, that makes sense, yeah. The movie came out in 1928, just at the end of the silent era. Yeah. Interesting. Well, then this one certainly had to lock in. Hi, Toasty, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. I'm alright.
In top bills to reinforce the connection between the films. Gwynplaine and Dia are cared for by Ursus, played by Cesare Gravina, who had small roles in both Hunchback and Phantom, as well as appearing with Lon Chaney in The Penalty. And he is excellent as the showman philosopher, who turns the pair into a carnival act. A setting that recalls Laney's waxworks, which had in turn been inspired by Caligari. The villain of the piece is courtier Barkilphedro, played by Brandon Hurst, who, once again, had been in The Hunchback of Notre Dame, playing the equally villainous Jahan. In Hugo's novel, Barkilphedro is a servant who has risen to be an influential courtier. In the film, though he has the same...
They took a lot of actors from The Hunchback. I guess that movie was successful, so I guess it made sense to just use actors from that movie also because, like, recognizable. Right? These people are recognizable, so it makes sense. It was very hard to make movies back then, based on how editing was and cutting. Yeah, literally, like, cutting the film and then, like, gluing it together and, like, crazy shit and stuff. Like, it's interesting how far we've come. Now any moron can edit and cut videos and shit. Are these movies terrifying because of how different that time was? Yeah, kinda. Nah.
rise to power, he is introduced as James II's jester, making him a dark mirror of the innocent Gwynplaine. Neither man's smile is real. For all the talent involved, The Man Who Laughs presented serious problems as a Hollywood blockbuster. Hugo's novel is a long, searing attack on aristocratic privilege. Condensing it into a romantic melodrama required surgery comparable to what the gypsies did to Gwynplaine, and if you look, you can see the scars.
Why do you always draw away from when Ursa speaks of marriage? Ah yes, marriage, a fun concept. Disney reused the same actors and actress in their old movies. Yeah, makes sense though. To be fair, again, it makes sense that you would reuse the same people. I mean, sometimes you have just to hire. Like, I mean, Hollywood now does it well, right? As well, right? There's the same people over and over again, right? It's like, oh, we need an action hero. Well, like, we need somebody for like an action hero. Hey, The Rock. How about that guy? Or like Chris Hemsworth, or like Chris Pratt, or like who else is still there who else is like a younger guy that's still in business? The guy that plays the new Spider-Man, Peter Parker. The new one. Since like after Andrew Garfield, right? It's just like, oh, we need this guy.
Unlike the heroines in Phantom or Hunchback, Deer always loves Gwynplaine, so he has nothing to win. Deer is never in physical danger as Esmeralda is in Hunchback, so Gwynplaine also has nothing to save her from. Eric, the Phantom of the Opera, is a killer, but still sympathetic because he is rejected by the woman he loves, owing to his accursed ugliness. Gwynplaine rejects the woman he loves, and who loves him despite his ugliness, to actively pursue another woman. On paper, Gwynplaine is unsympathetic, Deer is uninteresting, and the story follows two people who have no obstacles to overcome except those they create for themselves. On paper, the story has none of the potential of The Hunchback of Notre Dame or The Phantom of the Opera. But on screen, the quality of the filmmaking raises it above both. Partly,
I love a good romance. I love a good romance, right? Giggly cute ones. I don't know if this one is giggling cute, but like he doesn't seem to be much of like a special person in this movie. So like, maybe it is. I know a movie named 1974 that's in style but it's extremely weird and some stuff. If you want, can see in DM, can't show you on you because it's so disturbing. Okay, interesting. Interesting, very interesting. Yeah, the clown loving The closey. Anyways, yesterday I did a stream, real my PNG, and now I do PNG tube for stream. Okay, not bad.
This is due to Veidt's performance. Gwynplaine's ugliness is not about shock value, it has determined who he is. He has been stared at, pointed at and laughed at every day of his life, leaving him with no sense of self-worth. His posture seems shrunken, as if he wishes the world would swallow him. So we understand why he does not consider himself worthy of Dia. Most effective is Veidt's habit of hiding his mouth, principally from Dia, but also as a nervous gesture, something he does when he is anxious, underscoring the idea that his behaviour is defined by his deformity. The makeup was created by Jack Pierce and consisted of a set of dentures with metal hooks that pulled back the corners of the actor's mouth.
That must have been hell uncomfortable, right? That must have been also like really straining to the face. Like I think bro was happy at the end of after like each shooting when he would like got the shit removed, right? I think he was probably very happy. I'm assuming my man was very happy. But yeah, that must have been very uncomfortable to have that on the entire time.
Not dissimilar to the technique used by Lon Chaney for London After Midnight. To differentiate their star from Chaney and get some easy publicity, Universal claimed that Veidt did not use makeup, but simply had a very expressive face. In reality, the makeup was extremely uncomfortable, and using it day
Yeah, I can imagine. I expected this to be a horror movie when I watched it, but it's more of a romance with a scary-looking man. Yeah. It is very apparent. It is very apparent. But yikes, that must have been... Yeah, that is interesting. Of course, uncomfortable makeup. I'm not surprised, right? Like, the constant smiling, that must be uncomfortable. Just like, when... Probably not, still not as uncomfortable as having your legs tied back, right? So it looks like some stumps and it's like really tightly squeezed to the point where blood flow has to be massaged in again.
after day left Veidt's skin stretched and aching. But, despite being held in a permanent grin, Veidt's Gwynplaine is still expressive. He is wistful, torn between his love for Dia and shame in his ugliness. And, occasionally, genuinely happy. By contrast, Mary Philbin was a somewhat limited actor, but, fortunately, the part of Dia required little more than blind devotion. Recognising that this
It's like always like the ugly dude and the pretty woman. Where is the ugly woman and the pretty dude? When does that happen? Ah, yes, right. That does happen. Anyways, that does happen IRL. This one only happens in movies. Huh. Anyways, send on Discord. Yeah, I've seen it. Kind of horrendous, honestly. Yeah, you could not show this. You could definitely not show this.
This was dramatically uninteresting. Laney and screenwriter J. Grubb Alexander gave more screen time to the sensational Duchess Josiana, who gets this censor-baiting introduction, and the suggestion of dominant sexuality does not stop there. Played by Olga Baklanova, Josiana is a vital shot of energy into the first half of the film, picking her dreary fiancé's pocket, getting changed in her carriage like a teenager sneaking out to a club.
Yeah, bro's like, she's like, yeah, get away, you stinky man. Ew, stop sniffing my feet. The feet bros were happy with this one. I'm getting comfortable. See y'all later. Take care, Toasty. Bye-bye. Take care.
And playing hooky from court. Making a powerful enemy in the shape of Josephine Crowell's magnificent Queen Anne. To some degree, Josiana also represents a modern 1920s audience. At Southwark Fair, she sees Gwynplaine's performance, and her ghoulish fascination mirrors our own. Here, Veidt gives us Gwynplaine at his ugliest, playing up for the crowd, grinning while we know he is dying inside. This encounter is the film's inciting incident, as Josiana sends a note to Gwynplaine asking to meet him. To keep on the right...
Wait, let me read that. Hold up. Hold up. Let me read that. I am she who did not laugh. I think. Was it pity or was it love? My page will meet you at midnight. Interesting.
To keep on the right side of Hollywood morality, the film makes it clear that, while Gwynplaine loves Dia, he does not feel he can inflict himself on her, as she does not know how ugly he is. But if a woman like Josiana can love him, then he can marry Dia.
If such a thing is possible, then I have the right to marry... The right? I mean, you can, but like, I have the right to marry Dia. Interesting, poker, think about it. Without this movie, Joker 2 wouldn't exist, but yet then all the other Joker wouldn't exist, so like, it's a small price to pay. All the other variations of Joker, it's a small price to pay for salvation. But yeah, I wish Joker 2 wouldn't exist.
So he's doing it all for her. It's a flimsy justification, and while the titles say one thing, the direction and performances at least hint that Gwynplaine has a less noble motivation. This is the crux of the film, tugging the audience in different directions. Gwynplaine is doing the wrong thing and knows it, but he's never been in this situation with a woman before. Doesn't he deserve it?
A woman has seen my face, yet may love me. Adorable. Yeah, it's fine. It's not that deep. I'll be real. I don't care. I've seen worse.
Although to this point, Baclanova has grabbed our attention more than Philbin, to Josiana, this is just another seduction. Gwynplaine's ugliness and arousing novelty for a bored woman. While to Dia...
Boys. Never stick your dick in crazy. This one's crazy. Don't do it. Where's Dia? Go back to her. She has a dog. The other one is just a woman.
He is everything. How can we not sympathise? What resolves this is perhaps the film's masterstroke. The use of laughter as a scourge again takes us back to Lon Chaney and MGM's masterful "He Who Gets Slapped."
The man who laughs, he who gets slapped. I still think this is crazy, right? Man gets slapped, turns into a clown immediately. What a crazy trauma response. You get slapped and the first thing you do is hit up a circus and become a clown.
Of all the cinematic sleights of hand used to make the unbalanced plot dramatic, Gwynplaine's horror of being laughed at is the best. For a silent film, it's perfect because it's visual, but it's also very believable of a character who has been laughed at his entire life. As the plot moves into court politics, Gwynplaine remains the tool of others' amusement, the most ridiculous husband the Queen can inflict on Josiana. So, the worst thing that can happen to Gwynplaine is that he ends up rich, powerful, and married to a woman he was attracted to. Doesn't seem like a major threat. But this outcome dooms him to be laughed at. And the film has done such a good job of building that psychological...
I mean... See... the worst thing is actually, in this situation, is actually being married to a woman that he doesn't love, right? Attraction does not mean love, right? He loves Dia, not the other chicks, so, like, it doesn't really make sense here to say that, like, the worst thing is, like, getting married to a woman he's attracted to. So that's not really... That's not really the problem here. Hi Zoom, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi Lumpy, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. Just got done playing Maneater. It's a really good shark game. Yeah, I know. I've not played it, but I've seen a lot of people play it. It's like really fun. Looks really fun. Looks really fun. You eat, you grow. Makes sense.
Threat that by this point it seems a terrible fate, as well as separating him from Dia. In the wrong hands, silent melodrama can be heavy and plodding, but Laney presents inner torment via striking visual action. When Ursus is led to believe that Gwynplaine is dead, he tries to keep the news from Dia, faking the nightly performance. So a moment of romantic tragedy plays like an action set piece, bolstered for contemporary audiences by the novelty of sound effects. When the illusion is shattered, it comes like a death. The hunchbacked Quasimodo and Eric the Phantom may have had more physical obstacles to overcome, but Gwynplaine triumphs over himself as well as his circumstances. It's notable that when he berates the
He protests. Interesting. Very interesting. I played the mobile version. I'm impressed. My tablet managed to run the game. I'm surprised that there is a mobile version. Huh. Interesting. Why did Deer never tell us he was in his movie as a woman, mind you? That's interesting. The Deerusi. What film is this? My great-grandparents only remember this if they are still alive. I never met them before since they passed before I was born a year later. Interesting. This movie is called The Man Who Laughs.
House of Lords, he no longer feels the need to hide his mouth. And again, Laney makes this a visually heroic victory, leading into the big finale that audiences had come to expect from Universal's period epics. Needless to say, the chase scene through
Dad! So, first of all, yeah, interesting chase scene, he runs away, but that is not how glass behaves. That is not how glass behaves. Bro ran through that glass like it was paper. So that's interesting. Tomb Raider recently released on mobile and Red Dead last year, I think. That's so interesting. Huh. You met your grandparents before when you were a baby. I have not met the grandparents on my mother's side.
the streets of London, pursued by the Royal Guard, was not drawn from Hugo, but it feels earned. While Quasimodo and Eric fought against the mob, the people come to Gwynplaine's aid, now seeing themselves embodied in him, the little man against the might of the establishment. The energy of the sequence is fueled by Gwynplaine's desperate search for Dia, now realising that love has been there all along. But is he too late? The Man Who Laughs was released as a silent, but was then pulled and re-released with sound effects and a synchronised score, including the one element of the film that has aged badly.
Her singing? Interesting. Yeah, I forgot the Subnautica two Subnautica games. That's crazy. The singing has apparently not aged that well, it appears. That's Poker when a woman asks him to marry her. That is only the case if the woman doesn't wait until marriage. Then I will run, then glass will bend, and then glass will absolutely bend it to my will. That's the thing. Then glass will react the exact same way, just like paper. I mean, your great-grandparents, then why do you... oh yeah, I did skip that. You know, your grandparents' parents. I have not met those.
Songs don't work in silent films. Reviews were mixed. Hunchback and Phantom both had handsome love interests for their heroines, and even today, some people do cringe from Gwynplaine as a romantic lead.
God closed my eyes so I could see only the real Gwynplaine. Interesting.
But that ability to confront is part of the film's power, and part of the reason its themes and images echo through film history.
You can call me Joker.
While the Joker has been the Man Who Laughs' most recognisable contribution to pop culture, it is far from the only one. William Castle's Mr. Sardonicus is an obvious descendant, and
Now that is a face not even a mother could love.
film writer Richard Coombs has pointed out the similarity to David Lynch's The Elephant Man, another human drama shot like a horror film, whose protagonist makes a memorable speech.
I am not an animal! I am a human being!
Crime novelist James Elroy incorporated the film into his book, The Black Dahlia, turned into a film by Brian De Palma in 2006. And the spirit of Gwynplaine can be identified in films from Fellini's La Strada to Tim Burton's Edward Scissorhands. As the films seem to bring together the best of horror talent, past and present, its influence
The man who cuts. The man who cuts.
would also spread into the future. Olga Baklanova is now best known as the malicious Cleopatra in Todd Browning's Freaks. Art director Charles D. Hall would go on to shape the visual aesthetic of Universal's golden age of horror, as would supervising editor Maurice Pivar. And, of course, the man responsible for Veidt's iconic appearance. The Man Who Laughs was the film that got Jack Pierce the job as head of Universal Makeup, a role that would secure his legend. More than
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, yeah. I'm gonna watch a video talk about Johnny Somali found guilty jail time. I haven't found a good one yet, so I need to keep on the lookout for that until tomorrow, hopefully.
Phantom or Hunchback, more even than the grotesqueries of Todd Browning, The Man Who Laughs is the progenitor of the Hollywood.
Like, bro, smoking with your feet. We see this clip before, but like, goodness gracious, smoking with your feet is crazy work.
Gothic, the first film to really exploit that blend of American entertainment and German artistry. It is here, in a film that is decidedly not horror, that Universal horror really begins. And if things had been different, its star and director might have gone on to play an even larger role in that story. Even before they had secured the rights, Universal wanted Conrad Veidt for their planned film of Dracula, with Laney as potential director. But shortly after the release of his next film, The Last Warning, shot on sets left over from the Phantom of the Opera, Laney died unexpectedly of sepsis caused by an untreated tooth infection, aged just 44. Veidt
44. Death by teeth. Kids, please take your your dental health serious. Oh my goodness.
and Philbin worked together again in Paul Feyho's theatrical horror The Last Performance, before the actor returned to Germany, concerned how his accent would be received in talking pictures.
Be what your fathers were, then bathe the moon.
A few years later, he would relocate to England, this time fleeing Hitler, and would play another memorable Hollywood role in Casablanca, shortly before his death in 1943. From Chaney and Caligari through to Universal horror and beyond, The Man Who Laughs is a family tree of horror connections, unmatched by any non-horror film. But this does mean that it is most often talked about in reference to that influence rather than its own quality. Which is a shame, because in its acting, its atmosphere, its deft storytelling, and sheer entertainment value, The Man Who Laughs is nothing short of a masterpiece. and deserves to be recognised as one. Thanks for watching, and as always, our special thanks goes out to our Patreon supporters who make these longer videos.
Anyways, interesting. So that's the end of the video. In other words, see poker, that's why you should go to the doctor when your teeth hurt. Yeah, exactly. I get that. I get that. Rip the guy from Dark Knight 2007. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. So this is essentially the movie the Joker was inspired by. Practically. Isn't it crazy Lon Chaney was meant to play Dracula as well, but died the year after Paul Laney? That's very interesting. Huh. Somebody really did not want anybody to make, maybe somebody really didn't want to have this movie out there, but maybe the one who created the story initially, who knows. Very interesting though. The movie was cursed, probably. Regardless, this is interesting. That means this movie basically inspired the Joker the way we know it. Of course, ignoring Joker 2. We don't talk about Joker 2. Joker 2 does not exist. We ignore it. That movie never got a sequel. It doesn't exist, right? That movie never got a sequel. That's all we need to know. But yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. Anyways, and from now we shall switch the topic from movies to a different website. No, we're not gonna do the Mugen video yet. I will make fun of Mugen, but not now. We're switching the topic.
Currently,
We shall be switching the topic now from adult movies to adult movies, if you know what I mean. Huh. Guys, I have wonderful news. The OnlyFans empire is collapsing, but Tozy, we're gonna look at this. I've been waiting for this day. You have no idea. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. But yeah, I have been waiting for this day. It is truly a time of all times. I have been waiting for this. Oh yeah, can we add, by the way, Fansly to this as well? And maybe kick Patreon into its nuts, because they have the same issue to a degree. Anyways, we're going in. I'm curious how it's collapsing, right? I remember that some US state wanted a sin tax as well, right? Like a tax for like sin, the sin of making corn, whatever, right? You get the idea? We're going in. I'm curious.
currently the media space has been dominated by how much some top earners are making on. But what hasn't really been discussed is.
Oh yeah, by the way, you cannot say the OF thing, because if you say the name technically, right, after a certain size of a channel, your video just gets bonked. It's very interesting. Have you tackled the Pragmata PDF bait drama? I haven't found the video yet. I need to look at for a video yet. But yeah, it's very interesting, right? Because Capcom releases game. Wholesome, cute father-daughter relationship, right? Women on Twitter! Oh yes, PDFs will play this game. I have a question. What is weirder? Seeing a father-daughter relationship? It's like calling somebody a PDF for playing this game, or seeing this game as PDF bait. Because, like, I think the other one makes you a PDF, right? Thinking that it is bait. It's, like, so weird. Yeah, you know what this shows me? Years of anti-family propaganda, anti-parent propaganda, in combination with hating children, in combination with fatherlessness behavior. That's all I'm gonna say. This is peak fatherless behavior. It's crazy.
Is how the company has lost billions of dollars in valuation in a very short amount of time. And things just got even more messy because this is now in a very bad situation.
Good. Well, not that the guy died, right? He is responsible also for one of the worst things. He's not the creator of OnlyFans, by the way. He is only the owner, right? And like, sad he died. I'm not definitely not celebrating. Right, makes sense. But he did do a lot of damage to society with this thing. But he didn't create it the way it was already, right? He didn't create it the way it was already that before that, right? It was already a corn website before that, right? But like, the interesting thing is, right, when they started to investigate OF, right, and they realized that there might be underage stuff going on there, right? When they said that's not the case, but I'm like, am I surprised? I'm not, because there is stuff definitely on there. Anyways, horrible
situation after the CEO passed away. So essentially, you have one of the biggest platforms in the world, especially when it comes to that profitability per employee metric that you've probably seen online. And they just lost the one person running it, and almost nobody knew who he really was and that he existed. So the dude never gave interviews. There's really no real footage of him online. And one of the only pictures of him online was the one from his LinkedIn that had no ties to the platform whatsoever. So that's a little bit interesting. But for years, he was quietly making billions running one of the most controversial platforms on the internet. But then, in just the last month, he passed away and left the entire business in limbo. So, I mean, to catch everyone up to speed here, OF was created in 2016 by a guy named Tim Stokely. He was the youngest kid in a family from Essex, England, and he spent years trying to launch internet business after internet business and had a whole lot of failures. And the guy burned through a whole bunch of his own money and goodwill from friends and family, to put it lightly. But his dad, Guy, real name by the way, he watched multiple projects go essentially nowhere and had funded more than a few of them. So when Tim came back with yet another idea, he went, okay, here's £10,000 and that's the last one I'm funding. Little did he know though, that money became the seed funds. And the original structure was simple. Creators set a monthly price, subscribers paid it, and the platform keeps 20%. And I guess the creator walks away with 80%. Tim's original pitch wasn't necessarily focused on adult content, but the idea had been open to anyone who could build a paying audience, including adult creators, since 2017. And from the start, it was a family operation in the early days, with Tim's brother, Tom, running the operations, and their father, Guy, handling the finances. Guy, I guess, was just their guy and father. And that one group, I guess they figured out the model faster than anyone else. And that showed up in some serious numbers, because in 2018,
family business, huh? Yeah, others with their family business, like, yeah, we had a restaurant who's like in family is like family owned for 50 years. Yeah, I own a corn website for like 50 in my family for 50 years. Well, now no longer, but like, that's crazy, right? It stays in the family, at least the beginning.
the platform was getting traction, but running headfirst into some structural problems. The payment processors that made it possible to, actually collect the money from the subscribers weren't a big fan of the adult side of their business. And obviously, no payment processing means no business, full stop. So Tim sold it. And the buyer was someone that almost nobody had heard of, and nobody would really hear of him for many years to come. His name was Leonid Ravinsky, who was born in Odessa, Ukraine in 1982. His family relocated to Chicago while he was still a kid, and he studied economics at Northwestern University and graduated in 2002. And from that point forward, he essentially built an entire career at, scaling internet companies while keeping his name almost completely out of circulation. And even after he became the owner of one of the most talked about platforms on the planet, a single photo of him made the rounds, the same one over and over, which was attached to a LinkedIn profile that described him as the president at Leo.com, and, completely left OF out of the picture. So essentially what we know about this guy is he lived in a $19 million waterfront property in Miami, but he gave...
I mean, that makes sense, right? A certain reputation comes with that. Like, who wants to be known as the guy that essentially owns one of the most damaging platforms on the internet? Who wants to be known as such? Even the OF girls don't want to be known as whores, but here we are. Here we are.
Zero interviews. He made no public statements. He was...
Right, even those girls want to have the money, but not the reputation.
I guess for every practical purpose, someone who did not want to be found. What he was always doing, however, was running his own things, and he'd been building internet businesses since he was a teenager. And by his mid-20s, he'd built and operated more than 10 websites, developing a deep understanding in, I guess, the mechanics of adult content or entertainment, and how that whole payment structure works and how he can get that to work without getting banned. And since he understood how this industry worked, when he was presented with the chance to buy, he did so in 2018 for $30 million. And it's safe to say that was a phenomenal investment for him, because in 2019, the platform processed around $300 million in total payments and cleared around $7 million in profit. Then a year later, that gross payment volume hit $2.2 billion. Then by 2021, it was approaching $5 billion. And none of these numbers were being announced, but the company files with the UK as required. But Leonid had no interest in turning any of these numbers into some massive press release like many other entrepreneurs would. But then came that moment that probably told you more about OF than
Crazy. Crazy. All financed by men. Isn't this fun? I don't know what to think of it. I want the platform going, but here we are.
anything else, because in August of 2021, the platform announced that it was going to ban explicit content. Now, that was confusing to a lot of people, because that kind of sounds like if Burger King announced it was going to stop selling burgers. So why would they ever do that? Well, it makes sense a little bit later on when you get the full picture. But obviously, the response from the creators on their platform was immediate and very clear. So 6 days later, the ban was reversed, and I guess that just showed the creators that they're the product. They actually have the power here of this platform. Because at the end of the day, the platform cannot exist without the creators and the consumers paying for it. So the reason all this actually matters becomes a whole lot more clear once you look at the numbers, though. Because in 2024, they processed $7.2 billion in total transactions between the fans and the creators. OF's cut of that was about 20%, and that came out to $1.41 billion in net revenue. That is a behemoth of a company. But after expenses, pre-tax profit landed at $684 million, with the entire operation.
Oh, we're banning explicit content on OF. But hey, manga, anime, demonic. Get out of here. On video games, get out of here. No more MasterCard and Visa. No more. No more. Right? I remember that. I remember that. 7.22 billion. Yeah. That's rather depressing. That is pretty that's actually depressing.
Operation ran by only 46 full-time employees. That is insane. And then Leonid's personal payouts track the platform's growth, as you would pretty much expect, because in 2021, he collected around $284 million. In 2022, he collected $338 million. In 2020,
UK, by the way. Yes, the country that banned step sibling stuff in adult movies, but cousin marriage is legal. Remember that, by the way. Remember that.
2023, he collected $472 million. And then in 2024, he collected $701 million, which works out to about $2 million per day, every day for the entire year, which means the total earnings pulled between 2021 and 2024 were just under $1.8 billion from a company that he paid roughly $30 million for. That might be one of the best investments of all time. But at the same time, the distribution between the creators is wildly uneven because, you have this whole notion where a bunch of people would start an OF and make a whole bunch of money. But for the most part, that's not true. It's very similar to how Twitch is in a way. I don't really like drawing comparisons between Twitch and but you have a handful of top streamers on Twitch that make a crazy amount of money, and then the average streamer,
the rest is nothing, right? That's like I think the top 1% make the most on OF, and then everyone else is just like worse. I think the average earning on that platform is like 180 bucks. And you essentially ruin your reputation for a hamburger. Not even like a hamburger. You ruin your reputation for a hamburger. Let that sink in.
makes way below minimum wage. And that's the case with as well. But I mean, that's just a whole nother topic for its own. But the thing is, by 2025, Leonid was looking for a buyer. And it didn't take long for him to realize, selling this platform is going to be a challenge. Because on paper, I mean, the investment is insane. Over $1.4 billion in annual net revenue, profit margins that most businesses would consider borderline unbelievable, roughly 380 million registered users, and fewer than 50 people on payroll. If you strip the context and handed someone the financial statements, they would assume they were looking at some sort of tech unicorn that had figured out everything. However, the context is the biggest problem here, because a large portion of the institutional investors, the ones with the actual capital to do a deal.
You gotta realize, right? 300 million registered users. That is essentially the United States. There's almost as many people registered on this website as there's people in the United States. And remember, the most amount of creators come also from the United States. You are more likely, statistically, to run into a woman that has an OF than you are likely to run into a teacher. Right? You are more likely to run into an OF girl than a teacher. It's crazy. On Twitch, I know it was full on hot tub stuff, and top one was a hamster eating a Chad based hamster. It's just interesting. It's very interesting.
At this scale, they operate under something called vice clauses, which are restrictions embedded in their agreements with their own backers that prevent them from putting money into certain categories. Because often, I mean, these firms don't only use their own money, they have liquidity providers or people who invest money into them, and they operate as a hedge fund, and then they deploy other people's money with the end goal of, beating the S&P 500 in an annual return. And a lot of people just don't want their funds to go into, investing in these vice businesses, which considers adult content.
I love the little ducky on his mic. I also love this looks like a, right? That it's not a pic. It looks like one of those carpets, right? You had as a child, right? Like there's childhood carpets with the roads on there and the buildings and everything, and you could use that as roads for toy cars. That's what it looks like. Maybe that is actually literally a carpet just hung up in that room at the wall. No one noticed that. Interesting.
Tobacco, gambling, and weapons. So regardless of the numbers, a lot of the most obvious buyers are essentially blocked from even writing the check. Then you have the operational risks, which are, Visa and MasterCard. They've already shown that they could, threaten to cut off payment processing for adult platforms. And this is exactly what pushed OF towards its failed 2021 ban. And since the platform is almost entirely reliant on subscription revenue, it has to go through payment processors that take somewhere between 5 to 10% in fees on top of the 2 to 3% fees from the most regular, Visa and Master, which is far above the usual 2 to 3% that most regular businesses are charged from payment processors. So obviously that is a tax on their margins, and now they're dependent to payment processors. And not only that, but there's also a regulatory pressure. So the UK communications regulator, they hit with a £1.4 million fine in early 2025 for a weak age verification practice, which, might not be the biggest deal for them financially, but it's a pretty clear sign of where this enforcement is going. And then you have that exit problem, because even if someone bought it, how do they eventually sell it? Taking it public through a stock market listing, that's essentially impossible under the current conditions. And there's also no obvious second buyer standing by, and the insane financials don't resolve the fact that this is an asset most people in finance don't really want to be publicly associated with. And I mean, if I was to guess, that might be one of the reasons why they tried to stop allowing adult content on their platform back in 2021, plus the whole payment processors problem. So the asking price of the platform started at about $8 billion, and no one was interested, despite their insane.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I mean, why would you want the reputation? You have to deal with all the shit with the payment processors. You have governments going after you, right? All that stuff. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. It does make sense, right? The hub doesn't operate on this, so it makes sense.
High valuation. But the firm that eventually emerged as, I guess, the most serious buyer was Architect Capital, a San Francisco-based investment fund that got its start in 2020, providing credit to Latin American startups. And they had more recently become known for its tendency towards complicated situations, because its founder, James Sagan, was one of the larger investors in Juul, a, vaping and nicotine product that you guys are probably familiar with at this point. And honestly, that's just a whole nother video, because Juul completely took over the world like right before the pandemic, and it definitely did extremely well during the pandemic. And then it seems like it kind of got like banned, at least most of their flavors got banned. And then suddenly you had like Geek Bars and all these other like off-brand versions of Juul, which arguably are worse, that kind of took over everything. But yeah, long story, but essentially Juul had its product.
Wouldn't know. I don't vape. I don't smoke. Don't smoke. Yeah, you drop that cigarette. Don't smoke. Smoking bad. Don't smoke.
Products pulled by the shelves by the FDA, and they later settled more than $1 billion in lawsuits over allegations that it was being marketed towards teenagers. So, I mean, it's safe to say that Architect's brand has some tolerance.
No, vapes are definitely marketed towards younger people and teenagers. I mean, the flavor is the literal reason why, right? The flavor is literally the reason why. Like, they are definitely marketed towards teenagers and young adults.
For risky investments. And the pitch Sagan made to the potential backers had two core ideas. First, diversify the platform, push it towards mainstream creator niches, and try to make it competitive with something like Patreon, rather than positioning it as purely an adult content site. Obviously, OF is primarily an adult content platform, and the majority of the traffic and subscriptions and the money all comes from that. And without that core, it would just be a minor player when it comes to, like, competing in the space with YouTube, Patreon, and Spotify. And now that Spotify also added long-form content and subscription models. But I feel like it might even be smaller than Rumble if they tried to play in the non-adult space. Also, fun fact, since I'm mentioning Spotify, I was kind of forced to make a Spotify because some dude kept stealing my content and re-uploading it to Spotify. So if you want to enjoy my content on Spotify, you can do that as well. I'll leave a link down below. So
Interesting. So somebody was just stealing it and then re-uploading it, and now there's like two Atozy. the woman not on OF is Samax. Orange apple. It is real. Anyways, interesting. So they're trying to diversify the platform. Bro, you can't. Nobody is doing their uploading regular content or doing regular. I mean, listen. Okay, listen. Bro, imagine you say you do this, right? And like you do normal stuff, but everyone, right, knows the name. They're gonna immediately associate it with adult stuff, right? You can't just pull that off, right? You can't move away from that, right? Just like Patreon is like just like something you upload additional stuff, like, right, give like additional paid content, but you can even still have adult stuff on there, which is very interesting. But like, come on, we're not that stupid. Like, you're not that stupid. Like, it's like the same somebody would say Fansly, right? And then like you do normal stuff on there, but everyone just immediately would assume you would do adult stuff there. Sorry, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make, unless you make like a completely new platform, you're kind of cooked.
you guys know that it's actually me and not the dude impersonating me. So if you want to leave a review there, that would also help me not get impersonated. But continuing the video, over the years, OF has genuinely been trying to build a safe for work community on the platform, including chefs, athletes, musicians, comedians, and fitness coaches. And they also launched their own safe for work streaming service called OFTV back in 2021. And they've actively been trying to pursue other partnerships since. But I don't really think any of it really took off, though that is, again, still such a tiny portion of what actually is. Then you have, the real competitors here, YouTube, Spotify, and Patreon. They don't allow any 18+ content. And I don't see a world where OF is actually able to compete with any of these platforms in the safer work space because, the stigma that comes with the name. It's just like,
it's also like not only that, right? I mean, Twitch has been trying to compete with YouTube all the time, right? They are trying to compete with, and while they are still better for streaming, right? They still are. They're not profitable. They're not profitable. And if they tried to do the same here, they wouldn't be profitable either. Right? You're not winning against YouTube because of Google behind them, right? And you're not competing with Google here. So it just makes sense, right?
I don't know. I just can't see most creators being very inclined to be like, hey guys, follow my unless they're paid like a massive bag. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me. But that problem will be something the new owner will have to inherit. And another step that they might need to do is acquire a banking license, because even if they acquire OF, what happens if the payment processors shut them off? That would be really bad. So a potential solution for that would be if the platform could become its own financial institution. I mean, in theory, it could. That would definitely be a massive uphill battle for them though. But that would at least help them reduce the 5 to 10% fee burden. Currently, the valuation on the table is $3.5 billion, with Architect taking 60% of the equity in the deal. So in just a few years, this is...
Yeah, that's just not happening. I feel like that's just not happening. That's just not happening. I feel like you are not really competing with anything here, right? You're not. The only thing you can't compete with is the adult industry. But like aside from that, you're not competing with anything, right? The guy came back, just sent the video at the request channel. Yeah, it works. That's fine.
Essentially lost $4.5 billion in valuation because no one wants to buy it. And the Wall Street Journal had originally reported a total deal value, including debt, at $5.5 billion, compared to an earlier $8 billion valuation just 1 year before, with slower growth and tougher sale process dragging.
That is so much money. That is so much money, and I'm so disappointed. It's crazy.
The number down. And this number was apparently dragged down due to slower growth and just a tough sales process. But Sagan's $500 million fund wasn't nearly large enough to cover a deal of this size on its own. So he spent months going door to door trying to assemble the capital. And the family offices turned out to be the most receptive audience, largely because they don't really face the same restrictions that prevent more of the, mainstream funds from joining. And the deal was supposed to close by the end of March of this year. But then Leonid passed away, and everything just got way more complicated. Obviously, I don't want to sound disrespectful here, but terrible time. Just when everything seemed to align, he passed away. And this happened on March 20th, 2026 in Florida. And the platform made an announcement with a brief statement saying that he had passed away peacefully after a long battle with cancer, but his family asked for privacy and no details were shared. But what came out in the following days were how few people actually knew about how serious his condition was. And sources told the media that Leonid himself had driven the urgency behind the sale because of his health. Because the guy was apparently trying to get a deal closed specifically because he was concerned about leaving his family in a complicated...
Yeah, so it was essentially already dying and tried to get rid of this platform. Well, who gets the platform now is the question, right? They're not going to sell it, right? So who will be the new CEO of the platform? Who will own the platform, right? That's now the question. And it might be somebody from his family, unless they can find somebody else to do it. It's going to be very interesting.
Situation without clear ownership. And as a part of that, in 2024, he transferred his stake of the company into a private trust, with his family being the expected beneficiaries. So obviously, if the deal with Architect Capital was already messy, it just got so much worse, because the firm was still in the process of raising the equity it needed when Leonid passed. So it seems like the money simply just wasn't fully there. And suddenly now, investors who've been on the fence were dealing with a whole new layer of issues. Now you have estate laws, a different person now effectively in control of the asset, and deal terms that would now have to be renegotiated with a trust rather than the original seller. So the timeline that was already extended was pushed back once again. And as of this video, the deal remains open, and the future of right now is genuine uncertain, which is why it seems like the empire is collapsing. And the company has a current CEO. His name is Kelly Blair, who has been running the day-to-day operations, but What's clear is there's a lot of money at stake, a lot of different interests, and a company that, despite everything working against it, keeps printing cash at a rate that makes it very hard to ignore. So, I mean, it's safe to say whatever happens next will probably not be any more bizarre than the story of this company. I mean, the company's story is how a $10,000 loan from a dad with way too much patience suddenly turned into a $7 billion a year empire ran by some secret Ukrainian billionaire no one has ever heard of. I mean, come on, this is such a crazy story. And I feel like this is just a situation that no one's been talking about, because every time I hear OF in the news, it's about one of their stars making like $1 bazillion a year. So I just wanted to come here and talk about it for a bit. So hey, if you're new here, my name's Atozy, or A to Z, and we talk about the laughably stupid stuff and the bizarre things that happen here on the internet. So if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like if you enjoyed the video.
So in other words, I was clickbaited. We were clickbaited. It's not collapsing. It's not collapsing. So the problem is the CEO died. They don't know who to sell it to, because they were trying to sell it to, but like to somebody, but like they don't know how, due to payment issues, regulations, other stuff, right? They don't know who has even owns the company really, and who like does anything. But it's not really like in the sense that like it's financially collapsing. It is a financial banger, sadly, and I don't think that will change. Essentially yeah, this company is not going anywhere. There's not really anything collapsing, right? There's not anything collapsing. It's not going anywhere. It's just under new management with a little more difficulty. Sad. I was already excited. I was already excited. Sag. Well, happens. Got him. I will throw you. Well, anyways, only the website is not dying anytime soon. Let's not hope anything happens soon. Sag. Rather disappointing. Guys. Alright. One more, then I'm gonna actually do the other one that's very interesting that Julian sent in, because that interests me more, the fact that Janelfa can't read. But now I gotta do this one real quick, because we obviously gotta make fun of him. It's obvious we have to make fun of him first. The legend. We gotta target him first. The cuck! Some water. And then we're gonna talk about the internet's favorite drama boy. Well, maybe not anymore. I don't know how much of the current stuff is even in this video, so I might need to add some new context. I don't know if the apology's in there. He made like it's gonna be interesting. Anyways, Mujin just got massively exposed by ref. We're gonna look at this. Yeah. If you haven't seen yet, if you aren't aware yet, also please consider liking, subscribing. I appreciate it. If you aren't aware yet, Mujin made a little oopsie-whoopsie, and this isn't the first time, right? He made a oopsie-whoopsie during the Cinder stuff. He made another oopsie-whoopsie during the Psychuno stuff. Because yes, it was all confirmed. It was targeted. It was the video, the docs. He received the information before everything was exposed. Not only that, nobody asked the girlfriend actually if she wanted this public or not. Nobody asked the actual victim. Yeah, we're gonna look at this. The people here are very interesting, I must say. Yes, Mujin Boo from Cucking Ball Z. Yeah, it's fun. It's so fun. Yeah, this guy is unreliable as fuck at this point. I wouldn't take anything he says that seriously anymore, because now you got to double check everything he does, right? Every single time. It's sad. It truly is. We'll go in
here. So in this video, I'm gonna be going over the latest and greatest crash out from the popular YouTuber Mujin, who has been facing.
Bro, that powder tweet. Bro, that powder tweet. That powder tweet was crazy schizoing. That powder tweet was insane. Like, the tweet against powder was insanely schizoing. That was maximum schizo. You can't be more schizophrenic than that, right? It is crazy. Bro was listening to the voices, and they won.
a lot of criticism over the past couple of days due to his coverage of the Saikuno situation and the crash outs.
By the way, Mujin and the women involved are essentially the reason that this man won. I'm gonna say it the way this man won. Yes, he tarnished his reputation with the cheating. He's an absolute scumbag for cheating. I think nobody disagrees with that. But it is insane. One of the major women in question, right? One of the major women in question, you need to realize this, dropped the doc, right? And then later dropped a link to an adult platform. I'm not kidding you. I also think like this man should get a little bit of the whore pussy taste out of his mouth, but that's besides it. Anyways, it's very interesting, right? And we got Bao involved, right? Who also didn't even acknowledge her mistakes, right? She's just like ignoring it. It's nuh-uh. It's called engagement farming. Well, maybe you should farm some more XP so that brain levels up.
Mujin has been having on social media when his reliability as a commentator has been questioned. Well, yesterday he had yet another crash out, and it is perhaps his greatest one yet. And he is simply doubling down on the situation and saying a whole host of things, and he's getting hit with multiple community notes that are proving he is outright lying.
Oh yeah, by the way, I might as well say this right now before we go too deep into this drama. Always remember, women have I know this may sound crazy, but women have agency. You can't just say no. I know it's insane, right? Right? Women have agency. They can make their own decisions. It's like funny, right? This entire thing would like not happen if we as a society wouldn't coddle women to like being like these innocent, pure creatures that can do no wrong. And right? We have created a culture where like women are always victims. Even if they are the perpetrators, they're always victims. Let aside the cheating stuff, right? Again, I don't understand, right? I've been cheated on 2 times. I don't understand how his girlfriend can stay with him. I don't understand. This bro has a roster of VTubers he can just that just bounce up and down on him. I don't understand. Honestly, this man is scum. But the thing is like, right? Big content creator, a lot of money. The D must probably be made of gold. What do I know? But like, come on, girl. Really? Really? You stick with this man? Really? I don't know. Interesting. Regardless, but these women are also very interesting because that means you can't really take them seriously at all. Because it's one thing to be involved in cheating on it's one thing being involved with a cheating partner. It's another thing if it's targeted in a way where you try to use it as a life ruination campaign. It's also another thing if you lie about not knowing that a girlfriend exists and not even telling her anything about it. You made some bad stuff. It's basically need to fix some rules and stuff, not make women most peaceful human beings. They're not. They're just they can be just as evil. Shocking, I know.
In his cope session, that was this tweet that he made yesterday, where not only did he have this care for victims out there and try to masquerade this whole thing as a way to protect all of the victims of Saikuno's predatory behavior, but he also did so while flexing his view counts. Yeah, very strange strategy from him.
Chat, I may introduce to you the male feminist. Because that's what he is. He also will never apologize to anybody that doesn't agree with him, by the way. Just saying. He hasn't apologized to Powder either. Hi, Screaming Eye. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Good morning, Poker. Are you today? By the way, I'm Diagonal, but you could probably tell by my greeting I'm using my friend's phone. Hi, Diagonal. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Interesting? What happened to your phone? Oh, interesting. Oh, you see the funny? I've not seen the funny.
him. So let's go over the basics of the situation. We have this popular streamer by the name of Sykkuno, who has been proven to be a serial cheater.
By the way, I did not know who this was, by the way, right? Before this, I did not know who this was. This man at one point, during the Among Us big high, right? This man, for God knows how, put 50k viewers for streaming. It's crazy. I did not know that this man existed until now. But yeah, his highs are over. He has like somewhere between like 1 to 3k. That's that. By the way, what the fuck is going on? We're talking about cheaters. Yay. I had a girlfriend, by the way. I thought she was nice, loved my life and that stuff, you know, until I found out she cheated on me with 3 guys. What the fuck? Yeah, burn the witch. She can't level up because she's max level, so the intelligence stat will never go up. Oh, level 1 is max. I thought he was like a nice. No, he cheated on his girlfriend with. Bro had the entire roster of female VTubers, just every single one of them. Bro was collecting them like the Infinity Stones. It's crazy. Bro was collecting women like it was And let's not be delusional. He will cheat again, right? He will cheat again, right? And he'll get away again with it, right? It's gonna be like Asmongold said, right? It's gonna be like 6 months of pause, right? Maybe, and then he's gonna use his like how do I say this? He's gonna use his like situations like, I'm such a victim, right? And like make women feel sorry for him, and then he's just back in business again. Bro is gonna continue collecting VTubers. He was collecting them like Pokemon, essentially. Yeah, you want to call it that? Pretty much. I'm waiting for a new SIM card because someone in New York stole my service for the 2nd time. Damn, that sucks. That sucks again. That's crazy. That actually sucks.
And this all stems from a Google Doc dropped by this VTuber named Himomo. The tweet sharing this Google Doc has nearly 40 million views. Now, in this Google Doc and the accompanying Discord call, it is proven he is a serial cheater. Okay, Sykkuno is a cheater, absolutely. But this label added here that calls him a dangerous predator is one that people were...
Yeah, that's the problem, right? That's the issue, right? Nobody has an issue with the cheating, right? Everybody has like, right? Cheater, 100%. Absolutely true, right? The pred part is the problem. Because everyone, and we notice everyone, will make the connection with like children, SA, that kind of stuff, right? And he's not a pred, he's a cheater. Those two are not, right? Those two can be... Those two are not mutually exclusive, like, right? You can be a cheater, not a pred. You can also be both. You can also be not a cheater. I don't know. This is a weird way of using this word. I saw me in the Among Us videos, Ping0 video, and Ping0 said he probably donated a homeless man while he was AFK. Funny. That is what happened, essentially.
Questioning, and Mugen in his coverage where he used the Google Doc as his primary source, he also used the term predator to describe this individual. A lot of people thought that was completely out of bounds.
Made in advance. Should I say more? Made in advance. It was made in advance without any proper real knowledge, right? This man just glued together a video in advance, right off, like essentially almost after the docs dropped, without any more additional information. Just the information he had. Crazy.
And possibly defamatory as well. And also, people started questioning the closeness of Mugen to the situation because he came out with the video within the same hour the Google Doc was released. Now, in the aftermath of this, people have looked through the Google Doc and Mugen's coverage, and the two VTubers involved...
Yeah, Ephilia, is that how you say it? Privated twice. She privated herself twice, which is hilarious, right? That is insane. That is insane, right? Because she was called out on her bullshit too, right? Just like this Himomo woman. It's crazy. He cheated on his girlfriend. No, he cheated on his girlfriend with adult women. Right? With adult women. There was also another woman that, I don't know if he's going to mention it, right? I don't know if Ref's going to mention it. There was also another woman who came out and said that he, like, did something, right? Something bad, but it was like, she removed her consent afterwards. Right? They did the deed, right? They did the bedtime sparring, right? And she removed her in the video. Then she made it like that she could remove the consent afterwards. That's not how it works. You can't say yes, make my eyes water, and then be like, yeah, actually, after that, I didn't like it. Moving on. You can call it a pred, because people misuse the word, right? People misuse the word. Others, you need to realize people misuse words, right? People misuse words, and that's how you get the situation. That's why the misuse of a single word made this guy get away with it. Also, prove it's me. I explained my name to you. There was 2 reasons. If you want me to name them off, I can tell it to you by the way you spell. Don't you worry. I'm aware.
With it, the 2 VTubers came forward with their story and their experience. They've been exposed as massive hypocrites and liars. Yes, they proved he was a serial cheater, that Sykkuno was using a lot of women, but these 2 have a lot of skeletons in their closets as well. And of course, that Discord call that was provided in Mugen's video was supposed to be a slam dunk. However, that backfired and basically presented a lot of contradicting claims that made the Google Doc look like it was filled with lies, and it made the 2 VTubers in question, the supposed victims, look even worse. And a lot of people looked at this situation and they asked,
there's only one victim in the situation. Only one victim, okay? Only one. The girlfriend. That's the only victim in this situation. Nobody else.
how did Mugen end up making such a stinker of a video? For some people out there, and a good number of people, they consider him the gold standard of drama coverage on the internet. Well, people started looking at his response to criticism because he is not taking it well. I guess years of not being questioned has given him an ego, so when he's finally getting pushback, he's not responding well. He did not respond well to XQC's comment, where XQC brought up a point made in the video talking about how it's predatory that such a big creator would talk to smaller creators, and of course Mugen would blame all of the criticism he's facing on people calling Sykkuno based, but that ignores a lot of the other things going on. The repeated use of the term predator in Mugen's video and in the Google Doc that many considered completely out of bounds and basically a way to sensationalize the Google Doc and the video. And also people question the closeness of Mugen to the situation because the author of the Google Doc considered Mugen a close friend. And some people like Powder.
Oh, here we go. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm going to go right now. Good night. Take care. Searing eye. Bye-bye. So, that this he's gonna show the crash out, right? He's gonna show the crash out, the insane crash out, okay? The most schizo post I've ever seen this man pull, okay? Okay. So Powder was criticizing him. It's getting here begins the good stuff, the tasty stuff, the juice.
A VTuber pointed these very 2 simple points out, saying that the word predator was misused, it was unreasonable, and that Mugen...
Also, manipulation doesn't work, by the way. He lied, but there's no manipulation, because here's a neat little spoiler alert. He didn't hit up these women. These women hit up him. It gets even more interesting. These ladies hit up him. Interesting, huh?
is not a reliable narrator. Now, I can tell you this, Mugen did not like that one bit. He would proceed with an absolute crash out, not only throwing all kinds of pot shots at that VTuber, but also making a weird fantasy scenario where he's going to eventually make a video on this VTuber where she's not only getting exposed for being this bad content creator, but also for dating black guys. Yeah, weird stuff coming from Mugen that was completely unprompted.
Yeah, he made like an entire how do you say it, race fetish fantasy up, which is interesting to say the least. It's like, huh? Why would you do that? And like threaten them with a video? Oh no, you're gonna expose powder. Wait for the truth? Oh no. Like there's nothing she like really hides. The only sneaky thing she did back then is because her model was so basic that she was essentially crying that somebody supposedly copied her, but that was about it. Gonna be pretty difficult otherwise. What's wrong with dating black guys? They consider this guy considers Powder a racist when that's not really the case. That's the problem. So like dating black guys as a racist is weird, technically, right? I think you get the idea. But like, I don't know. It's just like a weird He just creates a weird fetish. It's just odd.
But people started to ask because after that tweet, he went silent for a few days, and people were asking, where's Mugen? He's been awfully quiet. He got humiliated after posting that recent response, and then he went radio silent. What's going on? Well, this post was asked yesterday, mid-afternoon, and, well, we would get a very quick answer because just a few hours later, Mugen would make his next tweet. And this one, ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute stinker. This is a terrible, terrible statement. It is filled with narcissism. This guy's ego is completely out of check. And I'll get into my full thoughts here, but let's just break this down part by part. So he begins by saying, some members of my community have reached out regarding a few concerns, and I want to make sure I properly address them before we fully move on from this topic.
He made it, by the way. I don't think this video is too early, right? This released too early. This video, I think. He made another non-apology, by the way. He didn't apologize. It was a non-apology. Just saying, he apologized, but it was a non-apology. Like he did apologize for essentially nothing that he did, but like regardless, anyways, it's very interesting. Also, this man got ratioed from here to the moon and back. He was ratioed. It is crazy how ratioed this man was, right? He was ratioed. So Twitter introduced this like new translation feature where like everything is just translated automatically, and like in your target language, right? And it's like this man got ratioed in different languages. They were beating his ass in the quote tweets.
Look, I'm flattered that Momo tweeted that she considers me a close friend. It was on April 7th. So this narrative that the video made as a favor to anyone is simply false.
Which is a lie, because he admitted that the video was made before the Google Docs were released. He received the information first, so that is a lie.
Which is a very, very odd thing to say, because if you actually start going through and looking at the public tweets made by Momo, she stated here that they have been friends, and he's been one of the confidants for her in this entire situation. How long that situation is, your guess is really as good as mine, but clearly it contains some period of time. And then we have this one where she straight up says she and Mugen are close friends. So yeah, whether that's the truth or not, it doesn't look good. Because either, on the one hand, Mugen is very close to this Momo person and he's kind of too close to the situation, he's biased, or, as he says in his statement, he barely knows this person and just met her a few days ago, but still trusted her to use her Google Doc as a primary source for his entire video, despite the fact it's filled with countless contradictions.
Yeah, nobody's buying that. I don't think anybody's buying that. He probably did that just to damage control. Nobody's buying that.
And flaws. And I just want to show this. The Himomo VTuber reposted his statement. Like, is this some kind of a humiliation fetish or something? Like, Muujin just threw you under the bus entirely. He basically said, "Be gone. I don't even know this person, and she's unreliable," despite the fact that he relied on her. But he's saying, like, oh, this is some...
Oh yeah, unreliable, but the video... Is the video still up? But he didn't take down the video, especially since she's unreliable. I'm curious... No! So he made the... Ha! He deleted it. He deleted the video. He deleted the video. Hilarious. Truly hilarious. He deleted the video. But he didn't delete it fast enough, I would assume. Funny. That's interesting you mentioned that, Poke, because the person got banned on RuneScape for using a language translator, and this person was from Russia. Why would you ban somebody for a language translator? Wouldn't that be helpful? Huh, weird.
Rando, who I was talking about. And the fact that she reposted that in support is crazy work. But anyways, he continues on by saying, the truth is, Sykkuno's serial cheating and manipulation was only the tip of the iceberg, and I was hoping the video would encourage the many others who have stayed quiet for years to finally find the courage to talk about their experiences. Unfortunately, with the current state of affairs, that doesn't seem like it'll happen anymore, even if they were somehow able to fit the image of a perfect victim. I don't blame them whatsoever. Instead, I can only wish them the best and hope that his ex, who was cheated on for 5 years, can find the peace that she deserves.
I wonder how this woman feels. I wonder how this woman feels, knowing that the girlfriend is staying with him. I wonder how she feels about that. I'm curious. How does she feel about that? It was because it got confused with the cheating bot? That's hilarious. Huh, that's hilarious. That's interesting.
Now, number one, when it comes to people stepping forward, yes, there were some people sharing experiences that proved this guy was a serial cheater, but nothing proved he was some sort of dangerous predator like Muujin and the Google Doc was trying to claim him as. In fact, the whole thing became a spectacle where a bunch of VTubers came out wanting attention, and if they ever had an interaction with this Sykkuno individual, they were sharing it. In fact, here were posts demonstrating the very weird power imbalance between the two, where Sykkuno simply DM'd them the word crab. It became an absolute spectacle, ladies and gentlemen. And then the video itself, right? Absolute joke. And really based on his own...
Then there was also another situation where another lady tried to frame it as like he trying to do something with her when she was 16, and the problem was that everything she posted was when she was already of legal age. So like she lied straight up because people looked at the date and were like, something's off here. That can't be true. The stuff you posted cannot be true. You are a grown adult in this situation. So either there's two options. Either she doesn't have anything left of that earlier, which honestly I don't believe, or she just tried to take this man down because she got played and tried to frame him that way, which is interesting. There was also another one that tried to frame him that way when she was already also 18. Again, all these women failed because they were stupid to take this guy down. It's crazy. It is crazy.
Words, was this like the appetizer? Was this like part one, where he was essentially coming out with this story from Himomo and then he was hoping he would kind of fish for more victims who would have, you know, a better story, like more juicy content for him to farm. Because let me make this clear, I'm not going to mince words. He was farming content here. Okay, let's be honest with ourselves here. Okay, he wanted to farm a part 2. Okay, this was part 1. He was hoping it would encourage people to come forward and speak, and then he would make another follow-up video, hopefully with the, as he says, perfect victims. Well, guess what? This video that is, quite frankly, garbage has achieved the exact opposite. If there are people who had any sort of negative experience with Sykkuno that are maybe beyond just cheating, even like more serious stuff, they're not talking now. They're absolutely not talking now. And you know who's to blame for that? Mugen. Mugen and Himomo for making this entire situation. He didn't want to check on anything. He just dove into this head first, and he trusted everything she said. And now he's trying to play like he's sorry for the victim. Well, guess what? You put their experience. When I say the victim, let me back up. I mean the girlfriend who did nothing wrong. The actual girlfriend who was cheated on for 4 years by this guy. By the carousel of women this guy was juggling. Okay? He says he feels so sorry for her. Well, guess what? You made a public spectacle of this whole thing. Where, yes, you did prove.
Yeah, without her knowledge, by the way. Again, I don't know if the Sykkuno girlfriend statement is in here too, right? Because considering how we're halfway through the video, right? We don't know that, but the thing is that this, right? The thing is this. We don't right? The girlfriend did not know that this was going on, right? The girlfriend did not know that, like, they were just, like, combining their power together to take down Sykkuno. Right? The one who was actually the victim here was not involved in any way, shape, or form. You feel sorry for her, but you turned it into a spectacle. Content to consume. And that was all there is. Huh.
He was cheating on her. She already knew that. And you're exposing that to the public. But everything beyond that context is an absolute mess. And you've made a public spectacle out of it. You've made this messy. And now everyone's focusing on everything else. The unreliability of the Google Doc. The unreliability of all the people who are speaking out against him and contradicting themselves, or being outed as hypocrites and things like that. So to sit there and try to pretend like this is all about feeling some sense of justice for the girlfriend and wanting to do right by her, well, you did a pretty bad job of that. But this is the part that absolutely left me speechless when I first saw it. This is the last part. As for me, I'll continue making videos that millions of people enjoy, and when prompted, I'll still strive to do the right thing, even if it's not trendy, because that's just how I was raised, and it's simply who I am. That'll never change, no matter how many vultures try to desperately farm my name. Thank you.
Ironic. That's very... Also, holy narcissist. I'll continue making videos that millions of people enjoy. Holy narcissist. That's crazy. Also, nobody was farming you. You were farming somebody else's pain. Then again, you sit in the chair, so you wouldn't understand how it feels to be cheated on.
For being the best community I could ever ask for, and I'll see you in the next video, whenever it is. Signing off, Mugen. Yeah, this is how bro felt writing that last part. Absolutely embarrassing, diabolical levels of narcissism. Yeah, as for me, I'll continue making videos that millions of people enjoy. This guy put on some...
It's also like somebody AI generated a picture of him sitting in the chair watching, and also having like a crayon in his mouth, like biting into a crayon, something like that.
Heart-wrenching soliloquy about, oh, I just want to help out all these victims. and then ends it by flexing his view count. Like, total narcissist. Like, again, this guy's ego, I guess, went unchecked for years, right? Like, nobody was really ever questioning his narratives. And the second he gets pushed back on anything.
No. People have questioned his the validity of what he's saying, during the Cinder stuff. But nobody paid attention to that because, like, everybody crawls to the heel of Shy Lily. But no. That is not the reason. That is not the reason. People have absolutely looked into him and, like, checked the validity. People have also looked in. I know Straub is very much a friend of Rima, but Rima has sometimes the same exact issues, right? Again, during the Cinder drama. But nobody likes to talk about that because it's kind of taboo, but, like, that's the exact same issue. There needs to be something to be said that this man has pulled the same stunt before. It's just that nobody cared enough. And there's, like, a few people, like Mama Oko, even though I don't like Oko that much, but, like, Mama Oko, Mizu also looked into it, right? There were a couple of other people that looked into it, right? So that does, people have questioned what he's been putting out there.
He flips out and tries to flex his views. Like, that's more important than anything else. Totally embarrassing. Totally embarrassing stuff. And he's talking about his values and how he wants to do right. Seems interesting for a post.
Very interesting, because, replies are locked. But here's something funny. Every time somebody locks the replies, the actual thing gets bigger because now you get to quote tweet it, which means it exposes it even. In my opinion, quote tweets expose it even more to your audience than replies. That's very interesting. I guess the only thing that I'm assuming is that he didn't want his audience to see this, right? The responses. So, like, he just, like, nuked the thing, but that's about it.
Where he locked the replies. You can't even reply to this. I mean, how many times have we seen this happen? Replies are locked and you have to quote it to even respond. And I bet you if he could restrict who could quote it, he would have done that as well. Now, this statement is an absolute stinker, ladies and gentlemen. It is bad for so many reasons. And there's a very good reason why. There's multiple community notes, okay? I have seen multiple variations of community notes successfully applied to his tweet because he is lying about so many things. And if you go back to what he actually said, let me give you the translation. Let me translate what he's saying here and what's really going on. Let's not mince words, okay? So basically, he comes out with this hit piece, right, that gets 2 million views where he uses this Google Doc as the primary source for everything, right? Where the goal is to not only prove Saikuno is a cheater, but to also show that he is a dangerous predator, right? And when he's questioned for promoting that label, the Google Doc, and also having a weird crash out on, he writes this and pretends like all the backlash, all the noise is just concern coming from his community that is a bit confused about what's going on. And then he immediately moves into a pity party where he's feeling like so sorry for himself because he's the hero. He was just trying to help out these victims. He was doing everything he could.
So I'm assuming the apology is not in there, right? The apology is not in there. Regardless, right? I'm assuming. And the Saikuno and girlfriend apology or, like, statement is also not in here. So yeah, to simplify, Saikuno just apologized, right? Just straight up. You get the idea. The usual PR apology, right? The, like, I did a horrible thing. I'm gonna work on myself, etc., etc., etc. You get it, right? You get it. The girlfriend posts a statement and says that she knew nothing of this, right? She wasn't involved in anything. She was not told that anything was going on, which means that the women involved didn't even tell her, didn't even have the guts to tell her what was going on, right? And that she's going to continue to work on the relationships and see if they can fix things. That's pretty much essentially this guy won, right? The cheater won. It is unfortunate, but he won. That's the whole aftermath of the statements of both of those. And it is very interesting because that means all of this essentially just tarnished these people's reputation more than it did Psychonos, which is catastrophic to begin with. But smart people are there are not many that smart people involved, it appears.
Good, and it just didn't pan out. He just wanted to give a voice to all these silent people out there who are hurting. But then he says the video was just the tip of the iceberg, and that bothers me. Okay, he knows exactly what he was doing here. He wanted to make this like a series, like, right? He's coming out with this one, and then he's sitting there hoping, man, maybe this will make more people speak out. The perfect victims, as he describes them, which, you know, is a very interesting phrase he used, but he was fishing for more people to farm for content.
Well, he was hoping for mujillions, right? He was hoping for mujillions. And that's that. Didn't go that well though.
That is what he's doing. I mean, you can disagree. Feel free. But I think his intentions are very clear here. And if his goal was to make more people to come out and share their experiences, well, guess what, buddy? You ruined it. You absolutely ruined it. You ruined it by using that Google Doc as a primary source. You ruined it by not checking it. You ruined it by going forward and making a spectacle out of all this. You ruined it by crashing out on Twitter. Anyone who has any real grievance with this Sykkuno person is going to be a lot more hesitant to come out now than they were before your video ever came out. And then there's the sort of blame game where he's blaming the current state of affairs for ruining all of this again. The current state of affairs is because of you, and that's why people are not going to come forward and speak out, or at least they're going to be a lot more hesitant. And he also says he wants to do the right thing while locking replies and trying to limit any chance for people to criticize him within his power, of course.
And then obviously you can't forget, right? You can't forget he took down the video. And that he got the information before everyone else. So there's that. I wouldn't be surprised if Mugen actually turns out. I don't think he's would ever. I don't think that's the case, right? I don't think everybody that fucks up like this ends up being a pred, right? But the problem is that I have is now how many of the dramas he has covered don't have holes in them. How many of the dramas he has covered are 100% or like close to 100% valid? Now the question comes up. Every single video he posts after this. How true is it actually? That's the thing. Because you can't be like this big drama creator, right? And then post such slop. And everyone's now going to question the validity of everything he does now. Because, like, how much of that is actually true? Now you got to double and triple check everything that he posts.
Of course, he's ignoring the criticism overall. He's blaming everyone else. He's mocking the vultures. You know, he's trying to basically paint anyone who's daring to...
Yet, he is a vulture. Isn't that funny? See, I find the funny thing that he's, like, says, like, vultures. But, I'm not against drama creators, right? I don't care. Like, I enjoy it. I don't care. To me, it's content, right? I don't care. But it is, regardless of what you do, in a way, vulture behavior, quote unquote. Because you are in, like, drama is your bread and butter, so you are essentially waiting for something to happen so you can cover it, because if you didn't, then you would have no career, right? The question is just how do you package the vulture stuff, right? What kind of vulture are you? Are you a greedy vulture? or are you doing what is necessary for survival? Is what I'm trying to say, right? Because like that's the thing. And in this case, he is definitely a greedy vulture because he tried to farm this for money. Actually, I think.
Criticize him as a vulture, you know.
Or for a whore VTuber puss? What do I know?
They're just farming him for content, and well, he ends it by flexing his view count. I mean, I cannot imagine a more disingenuous and ridiculous way to end it, right? He does all of this virtue signaling, all this misdirection, and he still feels the need to end by flexing his view count and then just leaving, just dipping. Like, ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, people can quote this, and people were, and they had a lot to say. This person saying, I'll be real. Let's just say Saikuno has actual skeletons in his closet. You'd be largely responsible for why that closet will likely remain closed. You misjudged.
Yep, pretty much. Hi, loud boys. How you doing? Everything? How you doing? Are we doing well? Cat. Wait, whatting? To expect for neverness to everness. Yeah, I probably won't be able to play it because I don't have a way to play it on anything. But neverness to everness, it looks fun. NT looks fun. It does. We'll see how it turns out.
Judged how people would react to this. You can't judge the well that you poisoned. I also want to point out here that there's an interesting lack of phrases. There's no
interesting. Evil legal mindset got involved. Evil legal mindset got involved. Now that's rather funny.
phrase like predator used in this description anymore. And as pointed out by Legal Mindset in his breakdown of the situation, this use of predator, take this out of your lexicon, okay? Take this out of your vocabulary.
Judgment, cheating, and dishonesty are bad and can be condemned. Yeah, which is what we're doing, right? Which is what we're doing. Like, right, he's still a scumbag regardless, right? I'm not trying to defend what he did. Let's just not abuse the word that it isn't, because then the word either uses meaning or we're gonna incriminate people for something that they didn't do. Use of the word predator is potentially defamatory and dilutes criminal meaning similar to BDF or abuser. No police reports or lawsuits filed. No business using criminal language. Makes sense.
Vocabulary. This is not something you should just be throwing around willy-nilly. This is a defamatory statement, possibly, right? When you're using this term predator, I don't care what the actually sort of definition people are pulling out here. We know that this was used to sensationalize everything going on, and you're putting yourself in some legal hot water. And of course, well, as pointed out here, bro's about
Bro about to get sued and he got friend-zoned. And the chick put her cheeks out there on for everyone to see for a hamburger, right? The woman that he did this for was, okay? Right? The woman that he did this for friend-zoned him and then started posting butt cheeks for $4.99 a month. That's all you gotta say. That's all you gotta say. Just get out the chair. Hello. Welcome back, iDups.
to get sued. Of course, that's a possibility. And he got friend zoned. And that's interesting to point out here because the memes are coming out.
There is no... Okay, bro. Well... It proves again what correct... Home math is back at it again. Home math is back at it again. He proves reality right. He proves society right once again. Rule of Simon is a scary place for children under 18. It truly is. It truly is. Hilarious, truly.
This user saying, sum up of the drama this week. Where Mugen's down below. He's not making his way there. No matter what route he's going, I guess. Here's another quote saying, he says he made a 1 hour video within 3 days of knowing her, so either he knew nothing about her and still made it, or he's lying. Tough choice. like I said earlier, that is the only two routes this could go. He's either trusting someone he just met and completely messed it up, or he's lying. That's it. There's only two routes. He was better off saying nothing. And again, people are pointing out he locked the replies to stop himself from getting owned and ratioed again, because his last crash out a few days ago, he got ratioed into oblivion in the replies. So this time, he made sure to lock the replies to prevent that, but yeah, people are still quoting. Here's another quote that says, are we not addressing the powder post? We're just leaving that out there? Say what you want on YouTube, I don't care, but this will...
Yeah, Kendrillion. I see her occasionally, right? Homath, did I hear that correctly? Yeah, there's an entire channel called Homath on YouTube, dedicated to modern dating and how fucked up it is. So, yeah. BBC should hire this guy. Well, that depends on now what you mean. Do you mean like the channel, or do you mean for him to watch while the women get to have fun in front of him with black dudes? That is the question I must ask. The reality of the thing is he just tried to make mujillions and it failed. It just failed.
Bite your butt in the future if you don't course correct properly. Yeah, just gonna say those very weird things about powder. Not only the pot shots and the low blows.
Yeah, the powder thing was so weird. Okay, bye. Going to watch Resident Evil 1 movie. Take care, GT. Bye-bye.
About kind of like, you know, her ability and her success as a content creator, but adding in the weird comments as well. We're just gonna like move past that without addressing it. Seems very odd. But Banana Juju here makes a very good point.
I love this woman. She is based. I love the monkey. She is truly based. She is great. By the way, she is great. Wonderful, wonderful VTuber out there. Really based.
Muujin farms names for his videos. Gets mad for being farmed for bad takes. It's the circle of life. It's the wheel of fortune. Yeah, if you're going to be someone who covers internet drama and talks about other people and criticizes them, it's going to happen to you. It happens to me. It happens to a lot of other people who do what we do. And like, this is the first time Muujin's faced like a real set of backlash, and he's handled it absolutely horribly. It seems like Twitter might be his greatest enemy. Like, this guy might want to reconsider ever responding publicly to backlash, because he's completely shot himself in the foot. It is not a good situation. His coverage here was not good, no matter what you believe in his statement. Even if you
I need a shower, man. Accurate, because you stink.
Believe everything he's saying, it's still a terrible look. But I think people are smarter than what he's trying to sell, and they're not buying it, and they know that this was a mess for him and has caused a lot of issues. But that's going to do it for this video. If you enjoyed this video, please like, comment, and subscribe. I'm uploading daily over here, also streaming on YouTube. I'm sure I'll be streaming the day this video is going live and in the coming days as well.
So that's pretty much the end of the video. All right, so to summarize, Muujin received the information early, made this horrible, atrocious video, right? Just diabolical, right? Atrocious. Based on a single doc. Then got mad about it when people clowned him for it because he got stuff wrong and he was using terms wrong. Had multiple crash outs on Twitter, made a non-apology, made another non-apology, and then turns out the girlfriend did not know of anything. Psychuno apologizes. Psychuno officially gets away with it because his girlfriend does not break up with him. And now we're here with a guy whose reputation is essentially tarnished. See, with drama, I believe there is a simple solution, depending on the seriousness. You wait. I know that technically, right, you can't really farm it if you don't wait. But, like, the moral thing to do technically would be to wait. Let everyone speak, let everyone, come out with their statements, right? Collect the stuff, right? Collect the stuff. So you don't end up spreading misinformation, lies, and you use terms just like falsely. That would have all prevented this problem. Or you correct, if you take down the video, you correct everything you've said and move on. Which he didn't do either because, you know, crash out and like he wants to be right. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We got him good. We got him good. And it's hilarious because now everyone's going to double check what this man posts. Wonderful. Wonderful. Guys, I need a quick bathroom break. My headache is getting more annoying. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. But yeah, I need a quick break. I will be right back. I also need to feed the kitties, and then we'll continue with some more videos. I'll be right back. We're back again. Hello. So cats are fed. Even our little chunker's eating. So that's nice. How long did you experience the headache? It started 3 hours ago. It started like 3 hours ago, maybe. Like somewhere before stream, that's for sure. 3-4 hours, maybe. For your headache, I recommend some green tea. It helps me with my hangovers. My problem's weather. So the moment the weather changes, it gets like warmer or colder. Like not a little bit, but like for a significant amount, I get headaches. And that's the case right now because it is really warm. So yesterday we had like what, 5 degrees, 8 degrees throughout the day, and now we have 20. And yeah, headache. Hello, Duck. Hello, Samax. Hi, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. How was your big nap? Another big nap. How was your big nap, girly? How was it? How was it? Also, you're mean. You are so mean. Anyways. Alright, so. We're gonna next do the Julian, the video Julian recommended because, he doesn't do it often, so we might as well. He does a lot, but like at one point, but like he doesn't do it often. So here we go. And then we'll just slowly work our way through all the videos that I have. 20 sounds very warm, Duck, I'm sure. I hate you. I know I like you, but I hate you. You are rude. Stop teasing. It's like it's not like it's warm, right? The fact that it's like is a jump, right? It's a jump. It's like a huge jump between like temperatures, right? And that's a problem. No, it's not like that it's warm, right? If it's like consistently 20 degrees, I won't develop a headache. But if it's like 20 degrees for like 3 days straight, right? And then it drops down to like 5 or 8 degrees, then I get a headache. Was amazing headache, I see. Yeah, a little bit. I don't know where it came from. It's not so long ago, after Miss Universe 2025, the president of Miss Universe was getting arrested, warned in Mexico in drug trafficking, but no news since then. Interesting. Anyways, we're going to look at children not being able to read, which is going to be very fun, because as a future teacher, I have a few things to say. So, oh my god, that's a horrible stop. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I'll respond to that later. Anyways. I thought the headache was a couple of days, otherwise you need to get that checked out. Yeah, it's just like when the weather changes. It can also be really disgusting, but I think today it's okay. And tomorrow it'll be gone again. Okay, let me up the audio again. Perfect. And now we're going to look at that. Here we go. Interesting. Gen Alpha still can't read. Yeah, so Generation Alpha can't read, which is true. Honestly, I think the same applies to late Zoomers. So, right. By Damon Cassidy. Right, I had my voluntary social year in a primary school, and well, that's the best place you can experience children learning to read and to write. And overall, I'd argue it has gotten worse. The writing has gotten worse. The reading has gotten worse. I see so many students who have they're just like really bad at reading. I had multiple students in 4th grade who could not understand how do I say this? First grade texts you would read to like for first like at the end of like 1st grade, they could not comprehend these. I had multiple students from like 1st grade to 4th grade. I had students who could not read. I had my for like my studying, right, because I'm studying to be a teacher. I had my lit experience, right, in for like middle schoolers. Same issue. Dozens of middle schoolers that can already not read. And those are Zoomers, right? What are late Zoomers again? Which again, I think everyone before 2000, like somewhere around 2011, 2012 is still a Zoomer. But those have already problems. It gets even better when we look at what's apparently Sweden is slowly removing tablets from classrooms again. Reason being, while they can read text, they have forgotten the ability to understand. They've lost the ability to understand them, which is why they're removing, tablets now. That's the problem that we are currently facing. I think this is due to more screen time. I do think that's the case. I also think that it has to do something with dropping attention spans. I can read. Yeah, but not everyone is the same, right? Just because you can do it doesn't mean everyone else can't. And I think it is due to more screen time. And it is also due to children being able to less focus because short attention spans. And you need to be able to have a long attention span to actually read and understand the text. So that's interesting. Why? Shouldn't the reason be so that they can spell better? Sadly, I don't know. The tablets have just made it so that they struggle to understand text now, which is interesting. And headache, you can take some anti-headache. Yeah, but I don't want to throw in every time I get a headache, some pills in. That sucks cheeks, and I'm not interested in that. we don't do that. Anyways, we'll go in. We'll go in. Let's hear some numbers. Actually, let's hear some numbers.
According to the nation's report card, 40% of Gen Alpha do not have basic reading skills, the highest level in over 2
40%, by the way. This is fun. 40%. Kids rarely read whole books anymore, even in English class. So, funnily enough, I have to read a novel for college. That's gonna be fun. I haven't read a novel in a while, like a proper novel. I read other things, but I don't really read novels. So that's gonna be very interesting. Apparently, the novel I decided for is a fantasy novel. I wanted something like, I wanted a real hero story, so I just picked that. Was interesting. I know you want to be a teacher. Yeah, I do want to be a teacher, even though studying isn't go the way I want to because of multiple complications. I'm afraid Gen Beta might not be. Well, this is going to be a trend that will also continue into Generation Beta, right?
decades, and as nearly half of all new teachers are already leaving the field, 4th grade reading scores are now falling back towards levels seen in the 1980s, raising the question, why is Gen Alpha facing a full-blown education crisis? Despite decades of technological
Because that entire thing needs to be a Google Docs the other thing in question. Not really. I just like to read other things. I just like to read like scientific stuff. I enjoy that a lot. Reading through, for example, scientific papers is very interesting, depending on certain topics, such as this, for example. For me, my constant screen time on my TV got me learning English. See, I learned English because I wanted to understand video games at the time that did not have a German translation. Otherwise, I wouldn't. See, if I hadn't played Legaia 2 on the PlayStation 2, I probably wouldn't be speaking English right now, and you all guys wouldn't even met me. So thank Legaia 2, which I do want to stream, by the way, eventually, because I never really got to finish it, because after I did well enough to understand what was going on, I couldn't finish it because I was too incompetent as a child. Here's the thing, right? The entire system needs a restart. That's the harsh truth. That is like aside from like the fact that the way we are handling reading, right? We are preparing students for current jobs that won't exist anymore or not exist as much anymore when they graduate. I can tell you, in 20 years, a lot of the jobs we have right now, they're just gone. Because robots will be doing this. They can 3D print houses. Yeah, crazy. They can 3D print houses. In fact, I have 3D printed houses standing right down there if you walk down the street. Interesting, isn't it? They can 3D print houses at this point. You're never preparing. You need to. So a question that really got me is when I was asked, or when somebody else asked the question, what are you teaching your students for the future? And the thing I've seen and the thing I've experienced during all the semesters is that nothing. Nothing. I can quite literally tell you, I'm preparing my students for nothing in the future. All the literature that I consume regarding my studies is old. It's material from the 70s, the 60s, the 80s, the 90s. I have not had a book yet that was written in the 2010s. I've not had a book that was written after 2010. The most newest book I've had is 2007. We're facing backwards, not forwards. And that's what's fucking over our children. Because they live in a time where they need to run in order to not be left behind. And we're not even giving them the tools to run. They need to do that on their own, which sucks ass. I learned English because, well, they taught it in media, I guess. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, actually inspired one person to learn new languages because of the story I told about you with the game thing with English. That's cool. That's cool. That's awesome.
Advancement, you would expect Gen Alpha to be excelling in what should be the greatest time to live in human history. Yet, they're not only struggling to read, but 61% are considered below proficient in math, meaning there are now more 4th graders who know the viral 6-7 trend than can actually explain the difference between even and odd numbers, reflecting a system not shaped by accident, but by decades of decisions that prioritize short-term outcomes over the long-term development of the nation's youth. By the early 1970s, when the country began formally tracking educational progress, the system was beginning to improve, because for the first time, meaningful investment was actually being directed.
And let's not forget that we're running out of teachers, which is just the hard truth. We have a huge lack of teachers, and nobody really actually wants to do it. Learn English and Filipino language in the class. Yes, Philippines also have English teaching in most classes. Yeah, we have it as well. I got the lucky privilege that I got English taught in school already as early as 1st grade because I was in a different school, which focused on a different way of learning. Honestly helped me. Here's the thing. We're running out of teachers. A lot of the people that I started out with in my first semester are gone. They are gone. They are no longer studying this. They are gone. Isn't that crazy? I'm like a survivor at this point. 6 semesters, survivor.
Towards emerging generations. Students were staying in school longer, reading and math scores were stable or rising, graduation rates were climbing, and millions of students who had been previously excluded were now receiving a formal education. Even per pupil spending was increasing as states invested in expanding schools, hiring staff, and building a more inclusive system. However, this early sign of progress was severely disrupted in the early 1980s as President Ronald Reagan entered office with a platform that included eliminating the Department of Education. In response, Secretary Terrell Bell helped assemble the National Commission on Excellence in Education, not to evaluate the system, but to justify the department's existence. The resulting 1983 report, A Nation at Risk, deliberately manufactured a narrative of crisis. Commission insiders, including staffer James Harvey, later admitted that the group began with a predetermined conclusion of widespread mediocrity and then cooked the books, highlighting declining averages and international comparisons.
There's also another problem. So we have a big issue, right? We have essentially, at least in Germany, essentially a no kids left behind policy. They will not let you fail. No matter what. It's like crazy, right? They will not let you fail. Under most circumstances, right? They will not try to make you fail. But there's a problem. You cannot drop this no kid left behind policy, because that's even more damaging. So we have like so we just picked like one thing that's less damaging, but it's more damaging for the future because they don't get the proper help they need, and it just makes it worse and worse and worse. At the same time, we cannot let them fail classes because that'll socially isolate them from their current peers, which is more damaging than the other. And we have not worked on the proper solution how to fix that. Horrible. In addition to that, right, specifically in Europe, we have a lot of immigrant students. We don't know what to do with those. Those poor fuckers are dropped into the same classes as the regular students. They cannot benefit from that because they need specific needs attended to them because they cannot understand what's even going on, because obviously the lessons are in German. They don't understand German, so they're essentially cooked, right? They're just sitting there not knowing what to do. At the same time, you need to focus on those students, and you cannot take care of the students that can actively participate in lessons. What do we do with those? Oh yeah, nothing. This obviously very much affects Gen Alpha as well, because a lot of millennial and Gen Z parents also who came here also do not know German. They will speak their own language at home. That's another problem. We have a problem here. that nobody likes to address is that we don't know how to handle our immigrant students, because for one, we don't get the resources, we don't have the teachers, and everything's just gonna get worse and worse.
Comparisons, while ignoring the most obvious reality: more students were entering the system and taking those same tests. When the data was actually broken down across all categories, the nation's education system was improving. Yet the report's hyperbolic language, a rising tide of mediocrity, and the claim that mediocre education was equivalent to an act of war by a foreign power, dominated public discourse, drowning out the gains of the 1970s and justifying a shift towards standardization, testing, and measurable outcomes over actually teaching students how to learn, setting the foundation for the widespread crisis now defining Gen Alpha's education. As a result of the cookbook crisis narrative, influential figures began promoting and benefiting from a series of false solutions. Most notably, the system continued rapidly shifting away from phonics, where students learned to read by sounding out words, towards approaches like 3Qing, where students were encouraged to guess unfamiliar words based on sentence structure, surrounding context, or even pictures, rather than actually decoding them, allowing students to appear fluent while never developing the ability to break down and understand the words on the page. Lucy Calkins became one of the most influential figures behind popularizing this movement, and despite reading scores drastically declining throughout the 1990s, her curriculum still reached roughly 16% of all K-2 teachers nationally, and even after the 2000 National Reading Panel strongly endorsed systematic phonics, these approaches remained in place, as Calkins continued promoting cueing strategies long after they were shown to be harmful to beginning and struggling readers, contributing to a widespread literacy crisis, most clearly seen in Gen Alpha. At the same time, policies like No Child Left Behind
There we have it. The US has it as well, but we have it in Europe too. Here's also a issue, right? This like guessing the meaning by context. The problem is, right, that we get that taught as well, right? We get that taught here in English classes as well. I mean, like, not just like as a student, but like as a future teacher, you are taught that students are supposed to do this, right? Which is like, okay, fine. But the problem is that if you overuse that, they're gonna, if you write the picture, right, they're not gonna always have a picture there. They're not always gonna have a picture there. And that's the problem. Isn't that nice? They should know their language as well, obviously. Now that shouldn't be the priority, obviously, but the language they need every day is. The problem is that the language that they need every day would be German. But nobody's helping them to learn German because they don't have specific classes to learn German. I think that before you can be thrown into your own school, right? Into like a regular normal class, you should understand the language. That is the problem. Because you're gonna drag everyone that does down with you. Now, that isn't the problem of the fault of the student. That is the fault of the system. Sometimes it's the fault of the parents, because a lot of parents just refuse to speak German with their kids. Of course. And a lot of parents also refuse to learn German. A lot of parents refuse to learn German. I mean, we have like these parent-teacher conferences, right? You get the idea. Like the normal, right? I think most schools have them. We have a majority of parents need their children to come to those parent-teacher conferences because the parent does not know the language. Not even in a broken, like they don't know, they can't speak the language. So the child has to translate all, like everything. Even though they've been there since the kiddo was in like kindergarten or born here, they don't know the language. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how you manage to live in a society, but you don't know the language. I don't know how you do that, and you manage to. Manage to get by, but like I don't know how. That's what I hate about America. We don't respect learning languages enough. Besides Spanish. So here you obviously learn English, right? As well, right? As like a secondary, and French. Though I'm gonna be honest, they should swap that for Spanish, in my opinion, because Nobody actually uses that here, right? Nobody uses that. Nobody needs French here. As harsh as it sounds, as harsh as it sounds, nobody needs that here. Like most of the people that learn Spanish, French, right? They learn it for 5 years, and then after like they graduate, give them 3 more years, and they don't know anything about it because like French is a dick language as far as I've heard. Spanish is easier because it's more closely tied to, from the sound, right? It's more closely tied to German and English, which is very interesting. French depends. Sometimes, sometimes not. But that's all of the language we learn. If you study history, depending on what you study, you may need to require, and you may need it might be a requirement to learn Latin. Yes, you heard that right. To learn a dead language. Cool.
To reshape the incentives within the classroom. Rather than improving how students were taught, the system began tying school funding and performance directly to standardized test results, forcing teachers and administrators to prioritize whatever could be measured. Over time, this narrowed the curriculum, incentivized teaching to the test, and pulled attention away from foundational skills like decoding, comprehension, and long-term development. But more importantly, it changed how schools responded to failure. Because performance was measured through aggregate test scores, schools were often punished for low proficiency rates across entire student populations, creating a system where struggling students became a liability to overall performance. Retaining students meant those same low scores would be counted again the following year, while also increasing long-term dropout risk. So instead of holding students back and addressing foundational gaps, many schools began pushing them.
I mean, with more and more, particularly male students dropping out of school, this is only going to be worse. With more and more male students no longer going to college or university, that's only getting worse. Hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Well, yeah, Spanish is so much easier and useful than French. It is more useful because, like, where's French spoken? France, obviously, and then maybe 2 or 3 other places. When, like, Spanish is, like, everywhere. It is everywhere. Where I learned 4 fucking languages in school. I just remember 2. It isn't really useful. It isn't really useful unless they genuinely want to remember it. It's also like, here's a hot take that people will not like, but it's a hot take. If you don't like learning languages, you will never be proficient in it. You can see, for languages, it actually works. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And that's the same with languages. You will have students that no matter how much you try them to teach them, for example, English, they will never be able, if they are not interested, if they don't want to, they will never be able to actually speak that language. As sad as it sounds. As a second language, of course. As like a first language, of course. But like as a second language, yeah.
Forward, relying on somewhere programs, test-focused interventions, or simply reclassifying performance to protect overall metrics, leading to decades of compounded decay, where Gen Alpha is no longer progressing through a system built around learning, but instead moving through one that increasingly resembles a glorified daycare. As these policies took hold, both A Nation at Risk and No Child Left Behind effectively shifted the burden of failure onto teachers, allowing the system to treat them as replaceable cogs rather than skilled professionals. So while Gen Alpha is in desperate need of educational support, teachers now face a pay penalty approaching 27%, earning significantly less than similarly educated professionals, while real wages have actually declined over the past decade, despite record levels of overall educational spending, forcing over 70% of teachers to hold a second job.
But it is an adult daycare. It's nothing but in a lot of cases, it is nothing but an adult daycare. Listen. School is essentially just a place where you put your children because you have to work. If I could homeschool my child in the future, I would. But that's gonna be likely impossible. But like, if I could, I would. Because it is just It is just daycare. It's a glorified daycare. It's just a place you put your child because you have to go to work. And that's all there is to it. Bro, if the whole thing is graded, yeah, obviously it'd be more of a chore. You don't have a choice but to mug it up. Yeah, but you never get the results you actually need. That's why I'm like, you don't. I think it's bad to force a student to learn a third language. That is what I believe. It is. You can probably force through a second language, but I don't think that you can force through a third language. How would I know? I essentially forgot all I did in Spanish. Most people that had French know nothing in French anymore. Everyone that had Spanish knows nothing anymore.
With 31% working in roles like Uber or retail just to make ends meet, and with most of them working those jobs throughout the school year while managing classrooms of 23 to 26 students, 77% report their job as frequently stressful, and 52% say they would not advise a young person starting out today to become a teacher. A truly horrific sign for the nation's future. To see what this actually looks like inside Gen Alpha's education, I spoke with an elementary school interventionist with over 20 years of experience in the education system who explained the extra burden that teachers are now facing.
The social and emotional is heavier now than it's ever been because structures and supports at home are not as strong as what they've been in the past. And then there's always the time requirement. You know, you're always expected to do something and have it all planned out. But there's so many meetings that must take place. There's no planning time. And so then there's that time burden that shifts to outside of.
Well, of course. Like, listen, you need the time, but you don't have it. So you need to prepare, obviously, outside of your work time, right? Makes sense, right? It's logical, right? Makes sense. In addition to that, right, which is, by the way, not paid, which is horrendous. I think that should be paid. However, there's also additional issue. If you need a second job, you have even less time to plan out those lessons, meaning that you will perform mediocre lessons. It also gets more interesting if you consider the fact that, see, what we need to do is, first of all, to get more teachers, de-bloat the studying part, de-bloat it. There's stuff in my seminars. There's stuff in my lectures. There's stuff in my lessons. There's stuff in education as a studying thing that has no place there. It has no place there. Replace the stuff that is unnecessary with stuff that's actually right now useless. Nowhere has anything brought up the use of the internet. None of the literature that I've read has anything to do with the use of the internet. Nothing. Dude, we live in a time where, like, every information you need is immediately available at all times due to the internet. Why don't we more implement that? Why do we teach students over and over about really, really old history that they technically do not need? And I mean, more so, we don't talk about specific things enough, right? We don't talk about current events more often. I don't want to hear, at least in my country, 4 times about World War II. One time where you start a little bit, right? You go over just the basics, right? What happened, right? Right? The things. Okay. A second time, you go a bit more deeper. Okay. A third time where you just vomit out what you learned the first and the second time. Not useful. And the fourth time as well. I had World War II 4 times. I could have done something else in that time. 4 times. Crazy, I know. It gets even more interesting, right? Math becomes useless after 10th grade here. I'm going to say it the way it is. You will remember none of the stuff you learned in 11th, 12th, and 13th grade. I'm going to say it the way it is. I know nothing. I don't remember anything. I don't need anything of that I learned. I think you should be able to remove subjects in high school that you are absolutely convinced you do not need. I know that is a hot take, but it becomes really useless. There is ways to debloat the system. You don't want to do that though. And I have a theory why. I forced myself to forget most of the Spanish I know because of what happened to me when I was 17. Yeah, you told that, yeah. But like, there is ways to get rid of that, right? I don't see why, for example, right? You can't get rid of chemistry in high school here. But you can get rid of math. Which is like, why would you need that? Right, why would you need the rest in math? Unless it's like tied to something else, you wouldn't need that. Right, if you go into like a technical school, right? Like electricity, whatever, right? I can see why you couldn't remove math. But in a regular high school, you should be able to just vote that off, kick it out. Same with like physics, because that can be removed. Chemistry, that can be removed. Biology, that can be removed. Of course, you need to meet a certain standard, right? Like, you can't just remove everything. But like certain subjects that aren't that important, goodbye.
Work, and how do you make that happen? Especially if you're a person that's working a second job, especially if you're a person that's running after kids. Like, where do you find those spaces? I think those things are really hard on teachers. You know, just trying to keep up.
Now, you may be wondering, if this lack of respect for the nation's teachers and educational decay has been building for decades, why are we only just now seeing it show up with Gen Alpha? It's not like millions of American adults can't read. According to the Barbara Bush Foundation for Family Literacy, 54% of American adults...
Now that's diabolical. Now that is diabolical. 54%. Okay, 50% of U.S. adults read below the 6th grade level. Today, more than half of American adults lack the literacy skills that many take for granted. Reading below the equivalent of a sixth grade level. Nearly 60 million Americans, 28% of adults aged 16 to 65, read below a 3rd grade level. Finding it difficult or impossible to fill out a job application, read a medical label, understand a news article, or read a book with their children. Young readers are struggling as well. 69% of our nation's 4th graders read below grade level. Diabolical, bro. These fuckers can't read.
Read below a 6th grade level, while nearly half cannot read a book written at an 8th grade level. In math, 34% of US adults scored at the lowest levels of numeracy, meaning they can barely do simple addition and subtraction of whole numbers, placing the United States near the bottom among developed countries. So when you combine a system that has been failing generation after generation, an environment where teachers are increasingly overworked and undervalued, and a generation that is the first in human history to have never known a world without smartphones, tablets, high-speed internet.
What if I tell you that the reason this is also is because the system is old as shit? Bro, this thing was made when factories were a thing, right? When you needed factory workers. That's why we are, like, put into neat lines, one after another. Raise your hand if you want to say something. It's exactly that. For example, our education system has not been changed since the Weimar Republic. Fun, isn't it? Old as shit.
Streaming services, and social media, what reason would Gen Alpha have to not be facing this crisis? Unlike previous generations who grew up watching their parents read the newspaper, visited libraries, or simply read a book because it was one of their only forms of entertainment, Gen Alpha is growing up in a fundamentally different world. By the age of 2, nearly 40% already have their own tablet, and by the time they reach elementary school, 46% already have their own smartphone. Among children between 8 and 10, 65% are spending at least 4 hours a day on social media, often interacting with adult content by the time they turn 11.
Diabolical. Bye-bye, dinner time. Take care, stomachs. Enjoy your food. Nom nom. Yeah, it is rather interesting. Adult content by 11. What does adult content mean? I'm assuming I know what it means, right? I first had that when I was like 16. It was an accident. I avoided it.
And while it's easy to point fingers at the greedy corporations, the failing education system, or simply label this just another lazy generation, the reality is that 2-year-olds are being handed tablets. And when 69% of parents say they are addicted to their phones, spending as much time scrolling as they do interacting with their own children, it becomes very difficult for a generation raised in that environment to develop the ability to focus or even self-regulate inside the classroom, especially when they lose access to their device.
In a school setting, it's not uncommon to have classrooms that have a really hot child, and that on a regular basis.
I'm gonna say it. Putting your child in front, putting a 2-year-old in front of a tablet is child abuse. I'm gonna say it the way that is child abuse. That is 100% and absolutely guaranteed child abuse. If you have also the time for your child, because you have to work all the time, you force your child into school, that is child abuse. Under my rule, a lot of things would be considered child abuse. I can tell you that much. Anyways, I saw a video of a young girl who got into college while being illiterate. They don't care for actual education. They care about keeping a large number of students to keep funding. Well, no child left behind for adult students. Hi Nimbus, by the way. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Funnily enough, where I am, if you fuck up 3 times in the course, it's over. Right? You'll get kicked out. Right? And you cannot study that same course at that college or university again. You can, however, do it somewhere else if you want to, but you can't do it on that one again. Very interesting.
That room is having to be cleared so that that child can figure out how to regain their self-control. And so then teachers now having to remove, just say they're below 4th grade, they're now having to remove 21 of their children. 1 to 3 adults are needing to step up to help regulate a child. And so you start looking at the time demands and the lack of learning that's now happening with the other 21 children. I mean, it's not even funny because it happens every day. Some of them are related to children being asked just to work because they have so little attention that being asked to work is such a cognitive load.
And when you have a generation already entering school with weaker foundational skills and shorter attention spans, the sudden shift to remote learning during the pandemic resulted in the largest learning loss in modern history, skipping over some of the most critical years for developing reading, focus, and basic comprehension. And because the system continued pushing students forward, despite lacking those foundational skills, it also widened the gap between the students whose parents were more present during those years or had the resources to supplement their education and those who did not. Of the 40% of students who do not meet basic reading requirements, roughly 65 to 70% come from low income.
The idea that you can, by the way, the idea that you can get every student on an equal level is already, that is delusion. That is delusion. Right? That is just straight up delusion. If you cover the Muujin stuff. Yes, I have. We watched the video. All I can say is Muujin Boo from Cockball Z. That is it's just hilarious. Regardless, it's delusion, right? You're never gonna get every student to do well. Reason being, even something as small as lack of sleep can cook a student. Even as something as small as no warm meals can impact a student's performance. A student's what a student eats can inflict their performance, right? The diet. You are never getting them on the same level ever at all. I see like a lot of teachers and the system itself being like, oh yeah, all students are the same, all students are equal. What happens if you as a doctor feed every patient the same medicine regardless of their issues? You're gonna have a problem, and that's the same here. You cannot feed every student the same material and think that they're gonna perform the same, but that's what we're doing. And that's how we ended up here.
Households, with those students being 3 times more likely to be chronically absent from school. And as this gap continues to widen, collapsing academic performance may be the most commonly discussed metric, but this is also leading to serious forms of cognitive decline, increased dependence on digital devices, and even a resurgence in child labor.
Oh, it shows up everywhere. I mean, they're sometimes stealing because they don't have food at home. And, you know, I guess there was a part of me that used to think, oh my gosh, why is he stealing? But then when you start thinking, oh my gosh, he doesn't have food, he's stealing food because he's hungry. Lack of focus, concentration.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. But I'll be back. I need to repair a truck issue. Take care, Diagonal. Good luck. Yeah. It's like, also like, see, when a student is aggressive and abusive, there's a good chance that the student is not to blame. It's of course not an excuse, but there's a good chance the student is not to blame. Because we had a student who regularly had violent outbreaks. But that was only because his mother was beating him. With the belt, by the way. But how do you help such a student? You can't. Because you would need him to get away from his mother, but that isn't happening.
When you start talking about just the amount of vocabulary they have in place. I mean, I said it earlier that a child that comes from poverty enters the school system a million words behind a middle-class child.
And while each of these structural issues on their own is already creating severe consequences, the nation is now blindly subjecting an already fragile generation to the first large-scale test of how AI will reshape learning. To effectively highlight how concerned we should all be in this pursuit, here is a clip of Linda McMahon, the Secretary of Education and co-founder of the WWE, explaining the importance of integrating AI into schools.
How on... Huh? The American dream, huh? Everything's possible. How do you go from WWE to how do I say this? How do you get from WWE to being a politician in like education? How does that work? The fuck?
Schools.
I think it was a letter or a report that I heard this morning. I wish I could remember the source, but that there is a school system that's going to start making sure that first graders or even pre-Ks have A1 teaching, every year starting, that far down in the grades. And that's a wonderful thing. Kids are sponges. They just absorb everything. And so it wasn't all that long ago that we're going to have internet in our schools. Woo! Now, okay, let's see A1 and how can that be helpful?
So regardless of whether our students are being taught by the most technologically advanced tool in the
So a lot of schools here still don't have properly well-functioning internet. I love living in a first world country with third world internet. I love it.
The history of mankind, or a bottle of steak sauce, what is clear is that we have very little concern over what will actually happen to Gen Alpha in the process. In a recent Pew Research survey of over 1,400 teenagers, many of whom fall into older Gen Alpha, 44% said that they already use AI for at least some of their schoolwork.
Oh, I do it as well. And the teachers don't even notice if you do it the right way, because they don't give a shit. Regardless, anyways, here's an interesting thing. Well, technically, we don't need to educate them, because there's already no jobs. I mean, most of those students, when they're done, right, when they graduate, right into the unemployment line, right into there. Immediately. Even here, immediately, right into the unemployment line.
10% said that they rely on it for most or all of it. Nearly half reported using AI for research, More than 40% use it to solve math problems, and over a third use it to edit their own writing. And while the survey didn't directly ask whether students were using AI to generate full assignments, nearly 60% of students said it has already been used to cheat either somewhat often or very often in their schools. And just like the 3 queuing approach, which has been clearly linked to the nation's literacy crisis, AI is now showing similar patterns in how it impacts cognitive ability. A recent study from MIT found that when participants used AI tools like ChatGPT to complete writing tasks, their brain showed significantly lower levels of engagement compared to those who worked through the material on their own. Participants relying on AI not only demonstrated weaker neural connectivity, but also showed lower memory retention, struggled to recall what they had just written, and reported less ownership over their work. Across multiple analyses, AI-assisted work became more uniform, less original, and far more dependent on pre-generated phrasing, reinforcing a system where a rush to completion replaces the desire for understanding. And even when participants stopped using AI, those who had relied on it continued to show weaker recall and reduced cognitive engagement, compared to those who had developed the material themselves. The study ultimately shows that while these tools may offer immediate productivity gains, their widespread use in educational tasks is directly tied to reduced critical thinking, weaker knowledge formation, and diminished independent problem solving.
What did you expect was going to happen when the goal is just to get to the next good grade? What did you expect? What did you expect was going to happen?
Ability. Essentially, AI becomes a technologically advanced magnifying glass for all of the problems the education system already presents. And while AI could undoubtedly be a powerful tool for students when presented with the right guardrails, as with everything we've discussed, there are fundamentally no signs that those guardrails are even a priority. So when we consider that Gen Alpha will be entering the job market within the next few years, this rapid pursuit of AI has the potential to
What job market? What job market?
fundamentally reduce human cognitive agency, critical thinking, and independent problem solving over time. And so what I hope that we're beginning to recognize is that fundamentally, this is an unbelievably complex issue. There is not one thing that we can point to and say, this is the issue. And it's not only that this has just happened recently, this is decades of decay. Yes, it's easy to say, wow, 40% of fourth graders can't read, and judge them, when half of American adults can't read below or can't read above a 6th grade reading level. We're talking about serious issues. And as the K-shaped economy only gets worse, because it's going to, there is no incentive for it not to. We're talking about a serious education crisis. Like, this is a serious issue. It might be convenient, it might be funny to just kind of blame the iPad kids or joke about them and judge and all of these things. This is going to impact your future. The thing that we have to take away from this, when we look at the fact that teachers are now making less than they were a decade ago when adjusted for inflation, and all of the extra responsibilities and just challenges that they're having to face, the fact that there are hundreds of thousands, millions of 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th graders out there that are having to steal from their school, that are having to steal food from their school because they're hungry, that childhood poverty is increasing. It's increasing rapidly, and that there is a dramatic resurgence in child labor. The United States does not have a money issue, it has a values issue. We do not care about our future. That has been blatant. We have been so busy trying to figure out how to make this country great again. That was Ronald Reagan's campaign. It's been happening since the 1980s. We forgot to figure out where is it that we're going. And so with this, we don't cherish the individuals that are instilling the—
Yeah, that is very true. It's like not really different here, right? Again, a large part of our GDP does not go into education. It goes into banal, weird missions to, for example, for some odd reason, create bicycle ways in Peru, or shove money where it just doesn't belong, build things that we don't need. Project that we have a underground tunnel project, right? That's been working on for decades. This country build airports that will never be used. It is crazy. That took millions upon millions to make. We have literally an airport that will never be used, standing around forever. And that doesn't include, right? This, to be fair, my country's problem are a little different. We have a lot of bureaucracy, so everything you want to do just has to be like on legal papers, triple, double, like quadruple checked to make sure it's actually within the law. Is wonderful. It took ages, by the way, to get tablets into schools. It took ages to get internet access in schools. I experienced school with a large portion with no internet at all. It's very fun. It's very, very fun.
The values into our youth. They're replaceable cogs in the machine, and that's horrible. It is a tragedy. And it's very obvious that we don't care about our emerging generations. Look at what millennials had to go through. Look at what Gen Z is currently going through. I'll even say Gen X. It continues to happen. I'll even go as far, and I've said it many times, the youngest baby boomers entered a horrible job market. It continuously happens, and nothing is being done to stop it from happening. The unfortunate issue is that...
And so will the alpha kids. Oh, is this connected to Psycho? No. We have reacted to that already. It's just on the thumbnail because that was my personal highlight for the day. I've already watched that. But hi. How you doing? You'll be doing well. Huh? Yeah. And alpha kids will also enter a horrible... job market. So they're not gonna escape either. I'm not gonna lie, this kind of high school drama is always present in VTubers. Yeah, of course, it always is. It always is. It is always, right? It's VTubing. Come on. We had plenty of fun drama. Let's not forget the fact that we had people dropping docs on each other for using just like words, not even actually doing something.
We at least had the ability to not have the technological advancement compound as much as it is now. By the time Gen Alpha is my age at 26, the world will be unrecognizable. We're doing nothing to guide them. It is just such a tragedy. I'm not married, I don't have kids, and I don't have any biological little kids in my life, but I do spend a lot of time around family, friends, and I get to, I'm privileged to do some babysitting with some people, some little kids that I absolutely love. And I look at them, and they are what instills hope in me the most. You know, the work that I do and how much time I spend on this, and many of you know.
Same. I can still get to babysit occasionally my neighbors' kiddos, right? I do get something for it, so that's really nice. Food or even money. Obviously, I'm a voluntary social year where I hung around a lot of kids. I literally led a class for like half a year, right? I took care of like third graders for like half a year because the teacher was sick and they didn't have a replacement. So I was essentially just teaching them in almost all subjects. That was really fun, right? It is very interesting, right? I'm starting to be a teacher, and like people say like the world is horrible and they don't want to have children. And I'm of the belief is the world will get even more horrible if you don't have children. Right? Because old minds will not solve the problems of tomorrow. It will be new minds. It will be fresh, new people with new views and new ways to solve problems. Climate change will not be fixed by the Zoomers or Alpha Kids. It will be fixed by multiple generations in the future, but you need to have let these generations exist in the first place. It's crazy. Inventions are not made by old fucks in their 50s. It's gonna be made by new startups, by young people. That's why not having children is actually really bad.
That have been a part of the channel for a long time. The reason that I do this is because I care about our country, and I care about you, and I care about the people of our country. but I really want to have kids. And so I want to do the best that I can to be a good father. And when I look at these little kids, they're 4 and 3 years old, it just fills me with so much joy because I see the future and I see the ability to be able to instill in them good values. But unfortunately, I also see the fact that they had a tablet when they were 2 years old. And that, I'm not.
Which they shouldn't have because it's interesting. They shouldn't have that. So in my mind I don't want children because I think the world is too cruel for them, I should still make them to make the world less cruel. It's F up. Counter question: when was it a good time to have children? See, the people that say they want children because the world is cruel, especially now, you are dumb. Was it a good time to have children after World War One? Was it a good time to have children after World War Two? Was it a good time to have children during or after the Black Plague? Was it a good time to have children during the financial in multiple financial crises? Was it a good time 2,000 years ago where half the time your child would just end up being dead? Fun fact, there is no good time to have children. Which is why I don't like the argument of like, oh, the world is so cruel, I don't want to have children. The world has always been cruel. Wow, surprise, I know. Compared to now. You know that up to the 1800s, half the time your child would just fucking die. You know that, right? Up until the 1800s, even further, child mortality was huge. You had child labor. Kids don't have to go to labor. Yeah, you may barely scrape by at some point with food, but you don't have to, as a child, you most of the time don't have to work because child labor is illegal. So I disagree with that. We still live in one of the most prosperous times in human history. It's just the illusion. It's just the feeling that everything has gotten worse. But overall mortality has also gone down. Murder has gone down, technically. Less people die overall already. It's just illusion. Because of media and internet and bad news all the time. You're just absorbing all the shit that the media nukes at you. Not gonna lie, yes, kind of tatted in the healthy relationship between adults and minors. If I heard someone is babysitting their neighbor, the first thing I think is breads. That's crazy work. We have more children's rights nowadays compared to previous centuries. No, it's not just the feeling. Oh, it is definitely just the feeling. 100% absolutely guaranteed. Absolutely guaranteed. 100%. Up until very recent, it was literally coin flip if a child was going to die. That is no longer the case. Your child does not have to pull 12-hour shifts in some factory. Nope, absolutely not.
Around enough, again, I'm not biologically related, but I have heard that they are already at 4 and 3 years old telling the responsible adults to F off. So the oldest boy says that, and then the little girl.
And then everyone says it. Yeah, they, so, you know what's crazy? I've heard, 10 graders, 10-year-olds, right? Literally talking about stabbing each other. And calling each other dogs, and how they fucked the other one's mom, and I'm like, yeah, I'm putting my headphones back in, thank you. Like, we are cooked. Don't get me wrong, we are cooked, but we're not as cooked as we initially were. But if this continues, we are going back to just being as cooked. Not on a, how children are living, but, like, societally.
Copies him. And, there's been times where I went to go pick him up. The little girl is scrolling on TikTok at 3 years old. And so there's degrees of challenges to this, because we could say, why are the parents doing this? You could say, well, they're having to work.
Here's the thing, though, and I think we're not talking about that enough. Yeah, the education system is fucked. But get who's also fucked? The parents. The parents are also fucked. How in your right mind, if you are a mother or a father, you put your child at 2 or 3 years in front of a screen? You have to be out of your mind. Because I can guarantee you, that is not how you were raised. Why are you raising your child like that? I think this comes due to parents being a lot less strict than they now were. I'd probably be a decently strict parent. Now, I don't know if I'll ever be. Probably not, because it's impossible now, but, like, I would be a decently strict parent, I imagine. Like, that loving strictness. I don't know. We'll never get to do that experiment, because I wait until marriage, and the women don't like that. Sag.
Having to do all of these other things. You know, I don't know if that's my part to be judging. Do I think that parents need to do more? I think always. And I think that that's always happened. Do I think that our education system needs to do more? Absolutely. I don't know why phones were allowed in the school. But I also understand some of the nuances behind all of these things. Again, what this requires is complex conversations. One of the things that I always do in my videos is that I call for community. I say that these issues are so big that one person is not going to be able to take down social media. It just won't happen. And in many ways, I actually think that that's good, because it shows that what we have to have is collaboration and community.
What this takes is years and years, maybe decades of work to undo the damage. It will take decades. That is the problem, but nobody wants to pull up with decades of work. Nobody wants to put up with decades of work.
But every time I mention that as the solution, all I get in the comment sections are, okay, but what's the actual solution? And so we are lying to ourselves if we think that there is a bigger solution than community. And what is happening with Gen Alpha and the education system is the perfect representation of that. It is going to take a village to be able to recoup and overcome the losses that we have right now. When I was born, my grandparents told my parents that they didn't want to be involved because they already raised kids. So I was raised without biological grandparents, predominantly. So what it took was a friend of my parents to become my grandpa, and his son to become my, you could say uncle, or I kind of think of him more of like an older brother. And that's really the family I have. My uncle stepped in and he has provided me with a tremendous amount of wisdom. My mom would work, she would drop me off at school, she would work all day, and then she would come.
I had the lucky thing that my mom was a housewife, right? I came home after school, dinner was ready, I could eat, right? My mom was a housewife. So my dad was working, right? And my mom was at home. So that was my luxury, right? Others don't, like, most kids don't have that luxury anymore, where parent is present, right? That's not really the case anymore. Are kids still using paper in school? Yeah, kids are still using paper in school, right? Especially like 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade. They're still using paper. A lot of others still as well, but for others, there's still a lot more. There's now a lot more like usage of like the internet, tablets, and stuff. Sweden, they're removing them again, right? I still use paper in college, right? Most of the stuff I write on paper, so that's fun.
She would pick me up, and we would clean the school to be able to help make ends meet. And I watched the parents judge my mom for doing that. But that was a sacrifice she did for us. When my stepdad came into the picture, him and my mom didn't run off. My mom was cooking dinner and he was sitting at the table with Spider-Man flashcards, helping me learn multiplications. I'll never forget, 6 times 8 is 48. That is what he reminded me of. And I can even remember the Spider-Man on the flashcards because we honed in on it so much. He cared about my future. I am a direct byproduct of the adults in my life. I didn't just willy-nilly come to this point. Yes, it took responsibility on my part and sacrifice and discipline and all of these things, but in many ways that was instilled in me by these adults. And so what I'm saying is, if you're an older individual, don't be the grandparent that says, I've already done my job. Like, how could you think that way? And if you're a parent and you're doing your best, you're doing your best. But if you do think, man, maybe I'm leaving a little bit on the table, or maybe I am scrolling too much, or maybe I'm missing out on something, give a little bit more. There's always a little bit more that we can do. These kids deserve it. I just think it is just so sad to see this. It's mind-boggling. It truly is. I don't know. I don't think I have much more else to say. I think it just makes me really sad. If this has provided value to you, I would really appreciate it if you subscribe if you haven't already done so and like the video. I'm trying to do the best that I can. I really am trying to target the issues that I think that are impacting us. I want us to go in a forward direction. It feels like it's getting harder to do that, but I'm doing the best that I can. And I know that you guys are as well. I mean, we have a great community. We're often collaborating.
That's pretty much the end of the video. Well, he got a little more emotional towards the end. So, I think things that we can genuinely target everywhere is debloat the way into the profession of being a teacher. Debloat it. More modern material, more modern literature. Debloat it. Remove everything that is not needed, that's not needed to teach any student. Debloat the education system as well. Remove which is not needed. Prepare them actually prepare them for the jobs of tomorrow, not whatever we're doing now, and like everything that is old has to be covered, but students don't know what to do with their future because, well, nobody taught them. Those would be a start. Those would be a start, but it is really difficult because it will take decades to fix. And like I said, nobody wants to put up with it. Parents don't want to put up with it. Teachers can't put up with it because they're already overworked. The government doesn't want to put up with it. Anybody else doesn't want to put up with it. It's gonna take decades to fix this, and I don't think we'll actually do it. I don't think we'll actually fix it. That's all I gotta say. That's all I have to say. We got a great community, Discord bros, for real, for real, for real. Anyways, next. All right, so let's look at this. Look at something fun. Let's look at this. I want to watch this, but I didn't get to it yet. And before Sonics complains that I watch videos without her, let's actually look at this because it's crazy.
The urinalists?
Wait, the urinalists? Yes. For once again, we have Wokemon back at it again. I need water. Wokemon, chat. We've got it. We've got it here. Okay, you grew in the age with phone and messages and all. You knew before it. If kids wanted to gather around. Well, did I grow up age with phone and messages? Kinda not. I got a phone, a proper phone, really, really late. And I mean really late. I was a late teenager when I got my first phone, and I was 16. I was a late teenager. I mean, like a proper phone that I actually used to text somebody. I got like decently late access to YouTube at like 14. I wouldn't actually say that. They just kind of walk to each other's house, knock the door, or throw a little stone at the window to check if they're home. We did that, yeah. I remember still that we did that. So what we did was, right, You would just walk to like to their place, right? You just walk to their place. We just ring the doorbell, ask if they're home and they want to do something, and if they not, well, we cool, moving on. It was just like a surprise random attack. That was the thing. Or you would just like straight up, right? Yeah, like your home telephone, right? You would just like type in the number and then awkwardly call if they want to do something, right? That was the thing I still had. But then again, I didn't have any friends as a child, right? I just had my girlfriend at 11, my ex-girlfriend, and that was it. I really had that many friends as a kiddo. So I wouldn't know, right? People today with SMS and internet message can't understand. I still used regular SMS. And my dad was like, don't use it too much. You don't have too many for free. And I'm like, okay. Horrible. Just like calling. We're going to their home without telling them before. What if they're busy, if they're not home? Yeah. That we did that though. We did that though. It didn't matter. Didn't matter at all. It didn't matter. Okay, I was nostalgic. Let's watch the next thingy. Yeah, and the old man looking back at the past. Anyways, gay activists call Pokemon trans icon gets destroyed for insane identity politics pushing. Yes, so also please consider like subscribing. I appreciate it. This is by Vara Dark. Also go to subscribe to her. So here is the thing. You see Gallade? Gallade is always male. Always. There is no female Gallade. There has never been a female Gallade. There will never be a female Gallade. However, Pokemon Champions released, and they made a few mistakes, a few bugs, including a female Gallade. And of course, weird ideologues said, you know what? This is now a trans icon. Which is interesting because Pokemon don't have a gender identity. Anyways, we'll go in. It is very interesting. I wonder what insane schizo what insane schizo shit we're gonna see now. Because they're always schizophrenic when it comes about this. It comes to this, right? They will use, right? So JJK introduced a Otokonoko, is that how you say it? Again, I forget it all the time, right? Which is basically a male character that appears more feminine. Label that as trans. JJK creator comes out and says, that's a man. Weird people on the internet, you're transphobic to the creator. Yay.
The journalists that still have jobs in the video game space are so desperate for clicks that they will pump out the worst articles I have ever seen in my entire life. And just a few days ago, we were talking about how Kotaku was pushing adult themes onto the Super Mario Galaxy movie. They were talking about how they know Bowser's bisexual, and they're...
Huh? What? Okay. What is it with these weirdos inserting sexualities and everything's about sex into children's movies? I have a question. Okay, I'm gonna say this. How is Kotaku even still around? How do they survive? How do they make money? Who pay? I mean, we know who pays them, probably, but like, how are you still around? That's the question I'm having. I mean, Polygon is dead, but how are you still around?
not a furry, but when they see Fox McCloud, they get it. And now they are saying that Pokemon Champions has an unexpected trans icon, and of course, they are being wrecked and ratioed over this. I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into the topic, if you enjoy the content I create, check out the links in the description, join the community in my live streams, and consider supporting through Patreon or YouTube memberships. So, about a month ago, we saw this exact same journalist post an article about how they leave Leon Kennedy on low health so they can listen to his moans and groans. And they were fantasizing about this character, which, listen, it's perfectly fine if you think a character is attractive, even if you're gay as hell. You're allowed to, but also the fact that you are so desperate for attention that you are posting that on social media, you are writing articles about that, and you are getting paid for posting.
So you are telling me, okay, I'm getting a little closer to the mic. You are telling me that I can make money writing slop articles of how I keep Leon Kennedy on low health so I can goon to him and I can post that on the internet and make money, get paid for it. Gentlemen, I may not have a brain, but I have an idea. I'm gonna start writing slop articles how I want to be stuck in character ABC's between character ABC's boobs and get paid for it. I will make pokillions with this.
This opinion is absolutely fucking weird, in my opinion. I think that, again, it's fine if you like a certain character, but time.
I also have to say this. And I have to say this. When has it become normal to be a proud corn addict out in the open? Just like out in the open. Just like no one's stopping you. Out straight up in the open. What are we doing? Of Cartoon Network style? No. OF Cartoon Network style. I don't know about that one. It's crazy. I wanna get paid for that.
In time and time again, this one journo, Kenneth Shepard, who didn't exist in this space until he was hired at Kotaku, has been pushing this agenda now for weeks, and really we're going on to months now. He is desperate for attention, desperate for his articles to make a few bucks, and so part of this is just interaction baiting and trying to rage bait, getting people to click on this article when they see a headline and they're really mad at it. And another part of it, I think, is just like a humiliation fetish. It's very weird. But a few days ago, Kotaku had pushed the adult themes out of the Super Mario Galaxy movie, saying, I'm not a furry, but when I see Fox McCloud, I get it. And Bowser, I know you're bisexual. And now they're talking about Pokemon, saying Pokemon
Bowser. Bisexual. Yet his entire character revolves around kidnapping one woman. Bowser's never kidnapped a man. Bowser has always kidnapped a woman. Peach, to be exact. This doesn't even make sense. Bro always wants Peach. Bro wanted to marry Peach in Odyssey. Bro kidnapped Peach so she could be a mother to Bowser Jr. Shut the fuck up, tourist. We do not want you here.
Champions has an unexpected trans icon. So it says Pokemon has a lot of weird gender stuff in its game design, both for things like
not really. Weird stuff. Weird stuff? That doesn't make even sense. What do you mean weird stuff? Male, female, no gender because object. Or legendary or mythical, and that depends. Some Pokemon don't even fall into that category, and if do fall into that category and still have genders. Also, isn't it technically funny how they use gender even though Pokemon only has sexes technically? But then, like, huh? Because, right, gender and sex are not the same, but suddenly they are. Anyways. But yeah, it's not like, and like heavily gendered, yes, they have like dimorphism, right? Like Charizard. Does Charizard have smaller horns? I forgot. But Venusaur has a different, the flower size is different, right? Or like the flower looks different on its back.
Reading Pokemon, and in the sense of that it blatantly leans into some pretty heavily gendered character design for some of its monsters. Tinkaton is pink and has pigtails, so it's obviously a girl, right? Sometimes this plays into some gender dysmorphism, and some certain species have different traits depending on if they're male or female. In other cases, it can affect their evolutionary line, and that's what happens with Gallade, a Pokemon introduced back in Diamond and Pearl. Now, yes, there are some Pokemon that clearly have a look to them that you would assume is male or you would assume is female, but they exist in both genders. Or maybe, yeah, you have a Pokemon that's pink and it's primarily male and the female versions are much more rare. But that's just to, I would say, surprise people, and not because they were trying to push a certain narrative with these creatures. And that's really where Kenneth Shepard is going with this argument, is that, oh my god, they're doing it because they actually want to have people see these characters and these creatures in a different light so we can be a more accepting society and blah 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 blah. It really just boils down to,
which is hilarious considering that, right, we have more feminine Pokemon that can end up being male or female, right? Like Gardevoir. Gothitelle. What else do we have? Wait. Blossom. Or the entire Chikorita line. They know that, right? As well as we have very cool looking Pokemon, very masculine looking Pokemon that can be also female. Like the entire the Litten line. Decidueye. What else do we have? Right, Rhyperior. Right? This has nothing to do with it. Because, spoiler alert, cool Pokemon can be female. Shocking, I know.
Them seeing what they want to see and taking a handful of examples and then pushing a narrative with it, saying, oh, this had an
Wait a minute. To get Gallade, you have to have a male Kirlia and use a Dawnstone to make it evolve. Yes. Female Kirlias are only able to evolve into Gardevoir, the very feminine version of that final. So they're doing this, by the way, on false information. So, Gardevoir can be male or female. You can level up a male Kirlia regularly, and it will still turn into a Gardevoir. Unless you use the Dawnstone. You can only not use the Dawnstone on a female Kirlia. But a male Kirlia will still evolve into a male Gardevoir. So the guy that wrote this article is a tourist and retarded.
Underlying reason for its existence. Oh, the developers must support me and my delusions, which isn't the case. So they say Gardevoir was originally the only final form the monster had when it debuted in Ruby and Sapphire, which means that even male versions would evolve into the more feminine Pokemon. As such, Gallade feels like it was added to make a more masculine version of the evolutionary line. That's obviously a loaded sentiment that we could unpack another day, but whether it was an oversight that will get patched out or a new development in the Gallade lore, the pronouns for trainer Cordy's Gallade and champions are she, her, which means that fans are calling her a trans icon who must have transitioned at some point after evolving into the third form. Good for her. And they screenshot and share and link a handful of delusional people's responses saying, oh my gosh, female Gallade confirmed real. Wait, this is a huge thing to casually throw in champions. Pokemon officially has 4 transgender characters. Oh my gosh, congrats on her trans.
By the way, that with Meryl is not trans. It's a coding issue. It's a coding issue that was later on fixed, by the way. That doesn't work anymore. Oh, wow, trans. Oh, yeah, fixed, by the way. There's no trans. Untrans the Meryl.
Position, you guys sound absolutely insane. You sound as crazy as the people who are freaking out right now because in the Galaxy movie, Peach and Rosalina aren't actually lesbians, but they are sisters, and you guys just wanted them to play into your character shipping. It's just very weird to me. But of course, Kotaku and all of these individuals are getting roasted and ratioed right now. We get it. This Fox, you really want to F animals. Anyway, thanks for continuing to be the insufferable lot that you are. Without you acting like you do, more people would be nice and placating to you type. Now,
Nice. Madam Savvy, as usual. Very based. Very nice, very based. I also like to take some Pokemon Legends ZA and the way Kalos was treated in that game. I really like that.
everyone's just given up. Anyway, no Pokemon is trans. No Ditto isn't gender fluid. No Sylveon wasn't made with you dumbasses in mind. Just stop. This is why I'll continue to put all my money into building geeksandgamers.com. Kotaku Dark Mode, everything I like is actually trans because I want it to be. Yeah, and I say this all the time. If you are looking for something, you are going to find it. If you are looking for racism, you'll see it. If you're looking for sexism, you'll see it. If you're looking for something specific, you will create links that are not actually there. Go out of business already, Jesus. Kenneth Shepard once again outdoes himself as the biggest retard in gaming journalism. Kotaku, and it's just you cringing. Could you not make everything about yourself for 5 minutes? And yeah, these people are desperate for validation. They are desperate for attention, and they are desperate for a few clicks. And this is why nobody respects these journalists anymore, why nobody takes them seriously, and why so many of them are losing their jobs and going out of business. They will sit here and cry that, oh my gosh, I was targeted because of my gender and this and that. No, you lost your job because you suck at your job. And if you don't know how to do your job properly, you're not going to be able to keep it. Maybe if you didn't constantly talk about your sexuality and your politics and all of these different things, you would be doing a little bit better. And you're just making it easy to reject your slop. And cultural Marxists are getting BTFO'd.
And we get to farm them for the stupidity that they spread. Right? At the end of the day, you have to look at it like this. You can farm them. And that's all these people technically deserve. They deserve to be farmed for content, and that's it.
And they hate to see this happening. These people never really cared about the video game industry anyway. They just couldn't make it at mainstream political sites like MSNBC's, and they couldn't make it at the CNNs. And so they had to find another industry. And well, they thought the video game space was going to be easy for them to infiltrate, and it definitely hasn't been. I talked about the Gachiakuta situation in a video, I believe 2 weeks ago. I can link it down below, but the mangaka had rejected claims that one of their characters was LGBTQ, and then the people that were angry went online and started spreading rumors about her sexuality and her identity, and started saying that, oh my god, this mangaka is non-binary. And she was like, yeah, that's news to me. That's definitely not the case. So these people hate when their delusions are rejected, as we've seen multiple times. And of course, Kotaku knows how to grind people's gears, and so they're putting up articles like this. I personally use archives when I
mean, the Gotcha Kuta thing is generally very interesting because it essentially, the community very much resembles the early days and early stage of what happened to My Hero Academia, which is eventually the entire community only care about one thing, and that's the character's sexuality and who they could ship with each other, right? That's how we got the abomination that is Baku Deku, because yes, of course, the guy that tells you to take a swan dive of the next highest building is very clearly in love with you. Mm-hmm.
Reference these types of articles. All you have to do is
And the other women crying about the fact that Ochaku and Deku are a thing. Yay.
copy the link from Twitter. You don't even have to open it. Go to archive.today, and then you can go to existing articles archived. And if it's not there, you can archive it, and it actually doesn't give them a click. So you can read it without actually having to give them the money that they are so desperate for. So that's what I personally do. And I recommend other people do too if you are not in support of these, but you do still want to see how insane these people are. But yeah, now Kotaku is claiming that there's a trans icon in Pokemon Champions and they're getting destroyed for it.
Which here's the fun thing, right? So, the same people that made Champions, by the way, were the same people that made Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl the worst Pokemon games ever created known to man, right? Riddled with bugs, full of bugs. In fact, Champions has the same bugs, in fact, that BDSP has. In other words, your trans icon is a bug. And a failure, an issue, a programming failure. Isn't that funny? I wonder what they mean by this. Anyways, horrible. Now something more interesting. Let's look at Japanese harvest festivals. Some history. Why not doing some history? Isn't that fun? We're gonna look at some history. We'll be looking at history now. Government want me to tell you that when you cry, tears. Also, is that a peanut? That's a peanut. Anyways, that is a peanut. That looks like a peanut. Is it a peanut? I do not know if it is a peanut. That looks like a peanut. Lin Fami is the name. Interesting. Anyways, Japanese harvest festivals were wild by Lin Fami. Is that how you say it? I hope it is. Also, please consider subscribing. I appreciate it. Yeah, let's see how wild they truly are. What are we gonna see here? The thumbnail. Look crazy. Anyways, let's look at what is going on here. What did they do at harvest festivals? I know that the Japanese like to explore. How do I know? I've seen a dating profile where a Japanese woman wanted to have mixed Japanese white babies, and she liked to experiment, and she wanted to do a specific position, or like the specific position. Anyways, moving on.
When you think of
harvesting
crops, you probably picture people carrying bundles of rice, or people cutting wheat, or badass farm machines, but that's not what I picture. I picture lots and lots of consenting adults.
What the fuck? Sex.
Historically, harvest and planting festivals have been events where people tended to get a bit freaky. There must be.
That's crazy. See, look. Technically, harvest festivals can also be about fertility, right? They can also be about fertility. So here's the idea, okay? Here's the idea. Okay, we got this. Here's the idea. Technically, you are, as a man, planting a seed inside a woman, and you get to harvest it 9 months later. That's why it's a harvesting festival. Or harvest festival. Get it? Get it?
Be something about planting on fertile fields that made people go, you know.
You are technically also planting a seed on fertile fields. Bye-bye, kawaii. Hello, exploring.
You know what else we could cultivate? Or maybe whenever a bunch of people get together, they just can't help but boink each other. Whatever the reason, it happened a lot among commoners for most of Japanese history. It was called utagaki, or kagai, and it probably started in ancient times in the Kofun period. The word utagaki could have come from uta o kakeru, which means song gathering. They were usually events held in spring to pray for a good planting season, or in the fall to give gratitude for a good harvest, a fun Thanksgiving with extra stuffing. These celebrations...
What is that, bro? That's diabolical. A fun Thanksgiving with extra stuffing. That's diabolical. Honda the Explorer. That's crazy. Well, extra stuffing. That is very true.
Were very religious and were held at sacred and mysterious places, like at shrines, on mountaintops, and in the forest, but also at beaches, riverbanks, and crossroads. Why these places? Because
so smashing at the shrine, mountaintops, odd place, but okay. I guess you like the view, whatever. Forest, like the animals they are. Beaches, which is very interesting. At this point, you're just an exhibitionist. Riverbanks, okay. And crossroads is also a little crazy. Crossroads is a little crazy also. That's very much out in the open. The shrine is also very out in the open.
they're border zones, places at the border between two things. A beach is between land and sea, a crossroad lies between one destination and another. In between places were always seen as magical spots. They were places where two worlds touched, and where spirits liked to.
This entire video is a sexual innuendo.
Hang out. They were neither here nor there, locations where the usual rules didn't apply, places perfect for superstitions and rituals. Another popular utagaki location was the marketplace. Yeah, I know, it's weird to think of markets as sacred and extraordinary places, but they were. Just go to an Asian supermarket and look at the prices and tell me you ain't standing on sacred grounds. In ancient times, villages didn't have enough people to keep a town hall from turning into a family meeting, let alone keep a market open every day. There just weren't enough people buying and selling, so markets only popped up once in a while. Depending on where you lived, the nearest market could have been far away and only opened once or twice a year. Going to the market wasn't a routine thing, it was a big event that you prepared for and looked forward to. Is the shovel going to be at the market this year? Oh boy! Markets also had sacred meaning. First,
oh boy. What the fuck? I don't care! We're harvesting babies with this one!
Many markets started out near shrines, because as people gathered for religious festivals, stalls popped up to sell them things. Second, a market was a border place where strangers from different villages met. It was a place for hoes and hoes. Over time, as
A place for hoes and hoes. That is wonderful. This is a great video. Fucking gooning. We aren't gooning.
the population grew and markets were able to open more often, they became like Disneyland, because after going back a couple of times, the magic fizzled out. They became too ordinary, and the festival crowd packed up their incense and wooden ritual toys to go find more interesting places. Okay, so what exactly went down at an Utagaki event? Well, since it was so widespread, practices varied a lot, but it usually
something was definitely spreading.
Started out with a big party. There was much food and much more drink. Some places had a whole parade before the feast. People faced off in song battles or poetry battles to determine who they would sleep with at the end of the night. There were two main types of contests. One was between a man and a woman, another between two men competing for a woman. Supposedly, the lady could refuse if she wished. It wasn't just for fun, although it was pretty fun. The whole ritual was based on the belief that words had supernatural powers. Now, if you think the idea of words having power is pretty silly, go ahead.
So they were just like wife maxing there, or hoe maxing? Anyways.
And post a video of yourself repeating the N-word over and over again, and you'll find that you will magically conjure up a lucrative GoFundMe.
Woman charged with misdemeanors of the yelling racial slurs. However, yeah, Shiloh Hendricks should have not said the slur. At the same time, I have to say, the people saying that they will kill her were much worse. So I guess it checks out. Also, why was the kid stealing anyways? Regardless, the situation isn't as black and blue as black and white as it is supposed to be. Very interesting though.
Unless you're black, then you'd conjure up a musical career. As people paired off to sing back and forth against each other, one person's word strength would conquer the other. The one with the sharper tongue got to use it on the loser. These songs were usually packed with adult themes and innuendos. There was one thing they sang a lot about.
Well, that explains the innuendos in the video.
Learning your partner's name. This was another superstitious thing. Names were sacred. Remember, words had power. People kept their names hidden from strangers. If a couple wanted to marry, the man first told her his name, then the woman would reveal her own. Introducing yourself was basically consenting to a relationship. They said if a man knew...
Yo, I have a mission. Anyways, I'm going to Japan. In 500 AD. Anyways, moving on. That's hilarious though. Oh, my name is John. I'm Samantha. Well, we gotta marry now and fuck and have children. Here we go.
A woman's name, he'd gained the right to be her husband. So a woman really had to keep her name secret. Usually, it was known only to her parents, or maybe even only to her mother. Not sure what her father would call her in that case, though. Now, I just need one last thing to enroll your daughter in our school hut, sir. What is her name? I'm not really... Sorry, my wife usually handles these things. You don't know your daughter's name? What? No, she's my daughter, you disgusting sicko! Sex was sacred. The sex during Utagaki was an offering to the local gods. Since it was condoned by the gods, it allowed people to do things they didn't normally do. After the singing and dancing and determining whose song overpowered who, people paired off and either found a private spot in the woods to give those freaky-ass gods an exciting show, or they stayed at the party and engaged in an interesting practice anthropologists call an orgy. Couples could pass their partners around like trading cards and have multiple partners. It all seemed quite free. The ritual was supposed to increase the fertility of women and fully charge men's seed. The gods would bless the village with a fertile harvest. If you can use the adjective...
Sounds more like the husband is supposed to take care of a child that's not his. Ah yes, the old age practice of paternity fraud.
Fertile to describe it, it probably got better. Even outside of Utagaki rituals, people associated sex with life-giving powers. It was rumored that some silk farmers liked to get frisky next to their silkworms. Some claimed that couples had vigorous bedroom collaboration during planting season. Now, Utagaki wasn't just for pervs seeking a good time, it also served an important purpose: marriage. Living in the countryside, you really wanted to get married at these events. In ancient times, most people lived in tiny hamlets and villages where their romantic opportunities were often limited to Kenzo down the street who bathed once a month, or Uncle Babu in the next room. A typical rural family tree was more like a trunk. Utagaki festivals allowed you to meet people outside your small community. There was probably pressure to get married at these events. People commonly said if a girl did not receive a gift of love at an Utagaki, she was no longer marriageable. The gift of love was likely some marriage token, we're not sure.
Use a hoe. We're not gonna marry you anymore. Get out of here, filth. Now that's very interesting, Poke. Sounds like kind of your place. I want to get married, but no woman wants to marry me. Guess I have to go. And I don't have a time machine, so this is gonna be rather annoying.
Evidence that couples made marriage vows during Utagaki. If a woman got pregnant from the nightly festivities, the man was expected to care for her and the child. A man couldn't just leave a sacred child conceived in the...
But, how does he know it's his? How does he know it's his?
presence of the gods. You could look at these events as sacred marriage rituals. One poem tells of a guy utterly crushed that he agreed to meet his girlfriend at the Utagaki, but she didn't show up. His grief is our luck, though, because it tells us that couples who had already decided to marry used the festival as the place to get married and have your marriage blessed by the gods. Group weddings were common. These events were mostly for young, single folks, but one poem implies that even married people could get in on them. A traveling nobleman stumbled upon an utagaki festival and left us a cute little poem. Gathered our maidens and young men to trade songs at the kagai. That's another word for utagaki, remember? With another man's wife I lay, and my own wife other men courted. This
Ugh. Cuckold. Anyways. Okay. Croc.
mountain, since the time of the god Uchiwake, has never forbidden such acts. So just for today, do not glare with angry eyes, do not speak words of blame. If married people were allowed, then it might have been a pass for married people to have fun for a night. It was a sacred ritual, so the normal rules didn't apply. If a married woman came away pregnant, the child was blessed by the gods, ritually legitimate, and, most importantly, the responsibility of her and her family, most likely. Mount Tsukuba in Ibaraki Prefecture was a popular festival spot, basically the promised land of Utagaki, drawing fun-loving people from all over eastern Japan, and people actually used the way it looked to justify it. The mountain has two peaks. The taller, steeper one was supposed to be a male god, the smaller one was a female god. Every spring and autumn, people gathered there for what might have been a ritual marriage between two gods, and it blessed the marriages or sexual activity of the festival goers. Utagaki's songs could be really sweet. In this one, the man sings, "Like the waters which cascade and never cease to fall from the rocks of Mount Tsukuba, never will I think that our love is coming to an end." The woman responds, "Though my mother guards me like the mountain guards who watch over Mount Tsukuba, our two souls have found each other." It was said that the more powerful your songs were, the stronger your relationship became. Now, it was mostly a commoner tradition, but sometimes nobles participated too. If sex was involved, Heian nobles were not far behind. A few Utagaki festivals with more than 200 nobles have been recorded, taking place in the imperial palace or before the emperor himself. Once the emperor gave gifts to the partygoers. Another time, two noblemen battled lyrically for the privilege of marrying a woman. You know, things must have gotten wild at these celebrations because in 798, Emperor Kanmu banned night festivals, saying, "During Shinto festivals held at night, men and women become inebriated and commit licentious acts harmful to public morals."
Bro was like, yeah, we good, no more hoeing around these waters. My boss is very lucky I know how to work on power steering and brakes on a truck. Well, yeah, then he is a lucky man. Very lucky. Interesting. Why the mountain a female? Because it's shorter. Is that a sexist or dwarfist? Well, would it be sexist or ableist, right? I think for essentially deformity is it should be ableist, but I'm unsure. Yeah. Well, is it really? Because like men are most of the time taller than women. Anyways.
Henceforth, Shinto festivals shall be performed during the daytime and not at night. The ban worked about as well as telling people to quit watching porn. Sex is a powerful force and nothing can stop it, except social anxiety. People just found a clever way around the ban. They only
Or you wait until marriage, which is the most powerful force a woman has or a man has ever met. The immovable object. Indestructible. Holeless. It creates a man or a woman holeless. Most of it creates a man holeless.
They did the festival during the day, no licentious acts, everything G-rated, and ended the party right before sunset. But then they held a non-festival after party where all the freaky stuff happened. Over time, the religious and spiritual side of these celebrations became less important, and people mostly came to find a husband or wife, or they mostly just came. Utagaki jamborees survived for a long time. Some of them ended only recently. If you've learned one thing from these celebrations, it's that people will find any opportunity to sleep with each other. As late as the 1920s in the Izu Islands during the Obon festival, men and women banged each other in public, like on the beach, on the street corner, outside people's front doors. If you're near a flat surface, prepare to get nervous. There was the Yami Matsuri in Fuchu, where people paraded a phallic shrine around town, cut the electricity.
Oh yeah, so here, guys, for you holeless boys out there, bitchless, right? These festivals still exist. You can go there. You can go there, guys. You can go there. You can go there, but you're not taller, but you have a big heart, I think. My heart's very big and very fragile. Anyways, you can go there. There it is. They still exist.
To the city and enjoyed themselves at a local shrine until dawn. This festival was only banned in 1953. Even now, there are plenty of festivals around Japan with song and dance battles. The tradition lives on, minus the sex. Countryside practices can be pretty wild. There was even a popular custom where women left their doors open at night so that random young men could
Ayo, what the fuck?
creep into their futons. Click here to see how that worked and why people thought it was awesome. We have some new members on Patreon and YouTube.
Anyways, that's the end of the video. That is insane. So, to summarize the whole thing, harvest festivals were used to truly plant seeds inside women and then harvest it 9 months later. That's all there is to it. They were made to smash. By the way, I hope you skipped the shoe video about Iran. I did not! I watched it, and I reacted to it. I did not. Okay, send the video. Alright, but first, I need to take a quick break. I will be right back. But no, I did not skip it. I did watch it and react to it. So yeah, I'll be right back. Well, hello there. I am back, and we shall continue with Instagram fails. Well, we didn't have those in a while, so let's do some Instagram fails. Let me click on something so it just pops up. The Instagramiest fails. We love Instagram fails, don't we? It was bad. Now you'll have to watch. Now I'll have to watch your reaction. Maybe I'm saying things you don't like either. He only made one part of this. That's why. Help. That's why there's no interesting. That's why there's no heart on it. Interesting. Anyways, here we go. Instagram fails by Fresh Prince. Yeah, we're gonna. So these are again either very great or very horrible. Let's hope that no incest is involved, right? Because that one was horrible the last time. We'll go in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Are all nerds as good as you?
Yes.
Now, would you look at this girl? She done put the add a booty filter to her photo. It's like.
Huh? Huh? Wait. This looks like she just drew it on. This looks like she just drew it on, though. This literally looks like she just drew it. She just drew on with red color a butt. More butt. I can tell it's there. What was Photoshop 11 years ago? What the fuck?
She didn't even try. It looked like she took a page out of Clifford the Big Red Dog and put it on her picture. Ass over there looking like the Kool-Aid Man. Girl, if you don't get your Microsoft Paint booty out of here.
Officially an Amex card owner. Yay for good credit.
Now you would think an American Express owner would have the common sense not to post their credit card. She over there screaming at yay for good credit, but that shit about to be lower than her.
Wait. Why does it look like... Okay, what's the problem? Why is it so see-through? This can't be a real one. Because why is it see-through? It can't be a real one, right? It's see-through. Why would it be see-through?
Her IQ score.
Put a condom in your ear and fuck what you heard about me. Hashtag condom, hashtag Trojan.
Put it. What? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by... What do you... Oh, God. These are already not great. Wow. Okay, well, nice.
Hashtag fuck what you heard. I don't give a fuck.
Has anyone ever said anything so dumb to you that you look at him like... That's how this fool looked. Dude looked like he took this picture in the middle of a sneeze. He thought he was cool as hell with a Magnum and a Happy Feet case. Over there looking like a blind mole rat. Eyes shut so hard, he didn't even know he was taking the picture. He was just guessing. Why this dude look like a douchebag Macklemore? If you don't get your old stiff neck, oh, I just came back from the thrift shop looking ass. Dude look like a...
Yeah, also the ear... Are these even earrings? They're called different, right? They're not earrings, because, like... you know, they're like these, like, huge tunnels. They're like these fucking tunnels in the ear. I don't know what he's trying to do here. I don't know what his goal is.
Bad cosplay of Android 16.
Fucking killers on speed dial.
These fools don't listen to Chief Keef one time. He said...
So, that one guy, also another word for see-through, poke is transparent. Obviously, transparent is another one. I'm not stupid. Like, see-through. Also, yeah, none of them. Especially not, the pork, the pork leg in the corner. Though at least he has a gun, so he might actually be dangerous enough, who knows.
He got his killers on speed dial. Dude in the corner not even holding the gun. It's just stuck between his shoulder and neck like... He know damn well he got Pizza Hut on speed dial. This is the type of dude that will put swag down as a skill on his resume. Dude was...
What is this hipster shit? What is that? So, like, he's wearing a skirt? Okay, right? Something like that? And below that, some weird, like, pants? I guess? But I think the worst thing about this, okay? The worst thing that immediately, like, right? It could work, right? This luck could work, but the worst thing I can see immediately that's pissing me off is those black and yellow shoes. This bright yellow doesn't go at all with the clothing, right? All colors are not super bright, right? But then these bright yellow shoes are pissing me the fuck off. I can tell you have problems because your shoes are yellow.
Like, fuck it, I'm gonna join every game. It looked like he woke up and got dressed with the lights off.
Breastfeeding and spray tans do not mix.
Huh? What? Would you... No way, this can't be real. This can't be real. No, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. So you were you spray tan, right, on yourself. And then you were breastfeeding your child. Okay? And now the tan is on the child in the face from your
This baby about to whoop your ass when they grow up. You over here feeding your baby titty milk and spray tan. How?
Not only that, this picture is on the internet. This boy, I think it's a boy. It looks like a boy. Because of clothing style. I'm going for boy because of clothing style, okay? And because he's already balding. This little guy will be forever bullied as the titty tan boy.
Orange were you trying to get? It looked like you smack cammed your baby with a Cheeto bag. Look at the baby's face. The baby over there looking like, this bitch don't put me up for adoption. We gonna have problems.
Oh my god, I love your eyebrows. They're perfect.
Why does she have musical notes as eyebrow? Rock Lee, is that you? What is that, Rock Lee? That's crazy. My balls, I didn't see you as ignorant. I'm just trying to help with the words because I know translation can be weird sometimes. You don't need to apologize. It ain't that serious.
What the fuck type of eyebrows are those? And her friend had the nerve to comment on and say they were perfect. Your eyebrows look like sideways commas. Eyebrows look like damn sperm cells. It looked like you went to Jurassic Park, stole raptor's claws, and traced them on your face. These be the same girls that be put in their profile makeup artists. Talking about, oh my god, my eyebrows are on a flick.
Listen, okay? Listen. I know a girl. There's women out there, okay? I don't know how they got to this conclusion. I don't know what's wrong with them. That will shave off their eyebrows and draw them on again. Not kidding. They will shave off their eyebrows and draw them on again. I've seen this before. This girl looked like she escaped straight out of Naruto. Like, Might Guy C just came to life and ended up here. Bushy brow sensei to the max.
Girl, your eyebrows are on flunk.
My baby got me the Concords. I love you.
You might love him, but that dude don't love you. That's not even the Jumpman symbol. The symbol's not even jumping. He over there jogging. Your boyfriend got you them Air Leisurely Stroll 11s. Payless don't even sell these whack ass shoes. He looked like the yellow crosswalk dude's brother. Now this took a while to notice, but homegirl photo.
What the fuck? That's why I don't give Pocahontas the fucking editing software. What the? She edited away her whole belly. Like gone. God, there's nothing. The arm looks also really weird. It's like huge, that forearm. It's ginormous. The shadow isn't reflecting reality. She is bending the room to her will.
Photoshopped her stomach, but forgot to Photoshop her shadow stomach. Now, unless you friends with Shikamaru, that don't make no sense.
Just grateful for my new car.
Girl done took a Volkswagen.
No way these are real. There's no way these are real. She's sitting on a photoshopped car. While the car is driving, by the way, she sits on a new car.
Wagon ad and placed her ass on it. She tried to make it look like she got a new whip, but didn't even try to proportion herself to match the car. How you sitting on the hood of the car still 20 feet tall? And if you look closely, you can see the motion blur in the background. So she really not even sitting on the car. Her ass is getting run over.
Finna cook fettuccine, chicken, corn, and lit cake on the side. What up? Who's helping? Food finna be on fleek.
How you gonna make food and can't even spell what you eating? Talking about food finna be on fleek. The food finna be wrong if you can't read the ingredients.
Talk about a rough Monday. LOL. Hashtag.
That is bait. That's gotta be ketchup. That's gotta be ketchup. That is ketchup. That is 100% ketchup. Or some other kind of juice or whatever. But ketchup wouldn't be this red. Whatever this is, I don't believe it.
Stabbed. Hashtag I can't feel my leg. Hashtag worst luck ever.
She got stabbed and took pictures of herself. If I get stabbed, I'm trying to call 911. What gets me is that she said hashtag can't feel her legs, but she had enough time to put a collage together. You need to hashtag take your ass to urgent care.
National Boyfriend Day. Yes, this did happen.
Why? Well, so look at this, okay? Look at this, okay? Let's dissect this. First of all, her background does not align with the background here. This arm is darker than this arm. Like her arm is way darker. He puts his arm around, but this arm is much lighter than this dude, right? Because this dude is tanned. There's multiple hands. This is a hand, this is a hand, this is a hand, this is a hand, and this is a hand. So there's 5 hands on the screen right now. Well, one is not on the screen, but like off screen. But you get the idea. Yeah. Whatever. Desperation levels 100. She got stabbed, but posting it online is more important. You need the clout, you need the clicks, the views.
Be jealous.
Well, now that we all know that you're single, girl, ain't nobody jealous of you. Your boyfriend over there standing next to the water, but you got Sky on the floor next to you. Seems legit.
I know this is kind of late, but you were one of my favorite actors. Hashtag still in shock. Hashtag RIP. Hashtag Paul Walker.
You are...
Bitch, that ain't Paul Walker. That's not Paul Walker. That is... That is... Isn't that the guy from How I Met Your Mother? Or am I being... I think it is. That's crazy. I hate this wound shit because I was hit by a car and I literally wasn't allowed to work a month and it drove me absolutely nuts. Nuts. Anyways. Yeah, sucks. But at least you got not really a nice trade-off. Nah, there's nothing positive.
Sadly mistaken, because that's Doogie Howser. Neil Patrick Harris is alive and well, but we can't say rest in peace to your brain cells.
Armani posted a picture saying, Idris Elba posing in a gorgeous Giorgio Armani dress.
Isn't Idris Elba a dude? Or is this another? Something's off.
At the 5th Annual Governor's Awards.
Idris Elba? Idris Elba. Armani gonna call Alfred Woodard Idris Elba.
Bruh. Drums, please!
Before we get...
That was horrible. Okay, these were good. These were good. These were good. Now I'm disappointed that there's not more of this. Okay, that was fun though. That was fun. That was a fun one. Especially the shadow one and the first one, the bigger red booty cheeks that aren't there. But this one was fun. This one was good. This one was good. This one was fun. That one was nice. All right. Alrighty. Next, what do I have? Let's look at this. What do I still have that I want to get through? Let's have a look-see at something. See, this title is so insane. I want to watch it. This title is so insane. I want to watch it. Because of how insane the title is. That is interesting. Yeah, maybe actually... Nah, we're good. No child stuff, I think. We're good. Actually... Hold of that minute, is your brother in chat? No. Why would he be in chat? Am I confused? I think actually we're not gonna touch that. Actually, I think we're good. I think we're not gonna do that. Cause that's not fun. We're not gonna touch that. I think we're good. I've learned my lesson. I think I've learned my lesson. I think I've learned my lesson. What else do I still have left? We're gonna watch this one instead. Because, like, I don't want to be delivered divine punishment. I think I'm good for now. I think I'm good for now. I think I'm good for now. We're gonna watch this one. I saw children and I was out immediately, bro. Before I get falsely flagged again. Damn, I feel dumb. I didn't even realize that was diagonal. Oh, bro. That is crazy. That is... Wonderful. Wonderful. Cool, Krokorok. Amazing. 10 out of 10. Anyways. When did hitting your partner become a trend? By Janie Danielle. So, well, it is a trend, and it's mostly though for women against men. That's the trend. For example, what I've seen recently was pouring boiling hot water on my boyfriend prank. Anybody remember that? Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Yeah, here we go. Let's see. The following clips are shown for analysis and are not meant to promote violence. Exactly. They're for documentation purpose. Right, YouTube? Right. Just saying.
Beating on men, putting your hands on men. Y'all really...
I beat on men. Life short, beat that man. I do hit men, so please stay away from me. See, I'm gonna say this, because I have a lot of women. I have a decent amount of women watching these, right? Especially these reactions. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna be nice, and I'm gonna say this. If you beat a man, you will get beaten back. And you are not strong enough to do this. I'm gonna tell you that right now. If you're a woman, you are not strong enough to do this. And if you do, don't be surprised if you face the full consequences. Don't be surprised if you feel the full consequences. Because times have changed. And men are no longer taking abuse either. So just saying. Don't do this. Don't hurt a man. You will regret it. Simply because a man's physically more capable than you are. I beg it. Don't hit anybody unprompted, by the way. Don't hit anybody in general, right? Because, like, if you punch somebody first, you will be the one responsible. Just saying it. Regardless, whether man or woman, don't punch anybody. At least not first.
think that that's funny. A lot of y'all ain't been beat back.
Beats boys. Huh? Beats, that's boy.
I'm not the friend that you call when your man is acting up, because I'm going to tell you to put your hands on him.
Just saw a girl hit her boyfriend. It's hard watching others live your dream.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but sometimes a man does need to be beat. 2026, men, we get beat.
The way a lot of y'all is normalizing domestic violence is really scary to me.
One of the worst things that can happen in a relationship is surprise being repackaged and resurfacing on the internet as something, I kid you not, hashtag relatable, hashtag funny, and hashtag trendy.
Bro, me slapping my girlfriend because she acts like she don't know being friendly make think you're going. Okay. You shouldn't hit men. One's gonna hit you back one day. Sorry, I'm only into good boys that take it like a man. Yeah, but then you have to... See, the problem is that if you punch like a man, you will get beaten like a man. Do you understand this? And I'm gonna tell you this the way it is. If you truly do beat men, one day you will die. Do you understand this? I think, of course, these are just, right? These are all joke posts, right? None of these people are beating anybody, right? It's just rage bait, right? It's just for attention. But you will die as a woman. You will die. Do you understand this? Some friendly Japanese ex-Muslim asks me any advice how to save my country. Any advice? Shinzo Abe, marry and reproduce. Otherwise, you're not saving your country.
Yes, domestic violence is trending on social media, and I wish I could say it was because we fast forwarded to October and it was Domestic Violence Awareness Month, but no, we are currently in the time where people are loudly and proudly coming online and taking a stand for it.
Men, a lot of men are very audacious because they don't get beaten enough.
Now, before we get into this video, I do want to give a quick viewer advisory. I will be blurring all physical acts of violence to make this video easier to sit through, but we will be talking about DV, and if that's triggering for you, please click off this video. I try to make my platform a cozy corner, but not all important conversations can be cozy. So I understand if this video is not your cup of tea, and I will see you in the next one. But if you are staying, welcome to the Girl Talk you didn't know you needed. Now, I'm not saying you have to subscribe. You're classy. I know you don't just give those away for free, but hopefully at the end of this video, we become bestie enough for you to take that next step. That being said, to understand how we got to the lowest point of society, we have to go back to a time when this wasn't a trend, okay? It was a secret.
I wouldn't let anybody know. In fact, when it all did come out, everybody was very surprised because when I had the black and blues and that, I didn't go out. I didn't go any place.
But he would have such control not to hit me in the face, so that way no one would know. It was a big secret, and he could keep it that way.
I tried to cover up for years. I tried to cover up for having to go in with the black eye and make an excuse that it was the footballer, it was walking into the door.
Yeah, domestic violence is, dare I say, almost rampant overall. And it's not just like men beating women, it's women beating men, it's men and women beating on each other. We can literally look at statistics, right? And the more we look at them, the more we realize is that it's not like that it's... Men do it more, but we're really damn close to it being about 50-50. There's a lot of like things that people don't know are actually pretty close to each other. For example, people don't know, right? People say like, oh, there's men grape their wives in marriage, right? Here's a little fun fact. It's about the same, where men and women force each other into unwanted intimacy in marriage or relationships. It's like 2.7 or 2.8% for men, and it's like 3% for women. People don't know that because they don't look at it. But it's very interesting, right? And domestic violence is pretty close to each other. We're practically about the same. See, the reason why we see it worse for women is because we see it more. For men, we don't see it as much. But it does happen. See you tomorrow. I got to catch my Irani stream. Take care, Cricket. Bye-bye. But it is very close. People actually don't know that because people don't get to see the male side either, right? Right? This is overall about DV, and obviously, right? It doesn't get as much cover for men as it does for women, which it should be about the same, but it isn't. But it's pretty darn close. People don't know that, how close it actually is.
No, the covering up is the worst, I feel.
Domestic violence was something that dangerously thrived because of silence, and it was everywhere, happening to men and women all around the world, but it lived behind closed doors in neighborhoods.
Yeah, now it's open, out in the open, and encouraged. Cricket, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Where everyone minded their business because legally it was allowed.
If you go back to, say, the 1960s, what you would find is that intervention by police officers in cases involving intimate partner violence was pretty rare. That oftentimes the men, and at that time we were only talking about men as perpetrators of violence, were told to take a walk around the block. But the police training manuals of the time actually said, don't intervene, these are domestic cases.
Back in the early 1900s, the law and law enforcement, they didn't see domestic violence as abuse. It was a private marital matter, which meant whatever happened between you and your spouse and in your household was not their crime to care about, especially if they didn't see it happen for themselves.
Open up, it's the police.
Or when it's a man, right? Because like as a man, it didn't count at all. I remember that up until, like 2016. I could be wrong. There was technically no rape in marriage. As far as I'm aware. I could, however, be wrong, at least here. I don't know how it looks like. I don't know how it looks like in I don't know how it looks like in the US, right? But here that was until 2016, I think that was not the case. I could be wrong.
Now you're gonna pay. Thank God, get him out of here. Calm down. Take it easy. All right, get him out of here. Fresh here. Take it easy. He's crazy. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Right, he seems to be all right. Do you want us to take him down to emergency?
Oh, I just want him locked up.
Well, ma'am, now I can't do that.
What?
Unless the crime is committed in our presence.
Do you mean you can't arrest a man when he's beating up a woman?
Not unless we see him do it.
This position of power the husband had was because he was the head of the household, and back in that era, being the head of the house, making all the money, and basically owning all legal rights to your wife, because let's not forget, women weren't considered independent individuals until the 1970s. That means while the police enforce no laws, the aggressor could enforce anything on their family.
The husband is kind of king of the household. He is the person with legal rights. And then societal attitudes and also often police procedures that turned a blind eye towards domestic violence. Many people would say, well, you need to stay with your husband. Well, what are you doing to provoke this? Ministers might have this attitude, neighbors. Domestic abuse, it's a family matter.
So what did a lot of women do? Well, a lot of them tried to leave, of course, but with no support from the system and nowhere else to run. And then on top of that, they probably had babies and children. That factor was held over their heads at any mention of walking out that door.
You don't want me to go to school, do you?
I want you to stay at home where you belong.
I don't have to take this. I'll leave you first.
Wait just a minute. You calm down. You're not in any position to make any impulsive decisions.
Oh, no. I'm taking Stevie and I'm leaving.
No way. A boy Stevie's age needs his father. Ask any judge. I know. I'm a lawyer, remember? You are my wife. Stevie is my son. And nothing you can say or do will change that. If you ever...
The acting is 10 out of 10, by the way. Would recommend. Jeez.
Leave me again, I'll use every law in the books to make sure you never see Stevie again. You understand?
Fast forward to the 1970s, women were getting a bit more legal rights. They were told to fight back against male control, and that sparked a fire in them. But without a place to run...
Look at that. Can you see? Do you see this? Look at that. feminists fighting against corn and the removal of corn in its entirety, and now they're glazing it, calling it a form of freedom. It's kind of, honestly, that reminds me how sad it really is. That's kind of sad. That jumps out at me, that's sad.
Without their own money, the only thing women could retaliate with was death.
My dad was really punching her that night, really her up bad that night. And my mom decided she'd had enough. She put us in the car, went back in the house, came back out in a rush, crying. All his kids are screaming. And I remember looking back, just like this, and seeing flames through the trees.
Francine Hughes burst into the guardhouse at the sheriff's office shouting, "I did it, I did it." What she'd done was her husband.
She poured gasoline under his bed and lit it.
She was driven to her husband by constant beatings during the 13 years they lived together.
No other trial that originated in the state of Michigan has received such widespread national attention as the Francine Hughes murder trial.
The burning bed case was one of the first DV cases that drew massive media attention to expose the legal system failures and shine light on the reality of it all.
Well, at that point, jail is probably better than constantly living in fear and the fear about your children at this point, right? I think that's just, I don't condone it, but I understand.
Police were called all the time. And unless they saw Mickey actually striking Francine, which was highly unlikely, they would leave. And that happened many, many, many times.
When I say women were fighting back, y'all, they were fighting back. Prisons around that time were full of women who were really just serving life for taking their abusers. With all of this happening, the police officers and courts, they heard this retaliation by death loud and clear. A much needed cultural shift was happening. Women were being justified. Yes, in many of these cases, they had to take a life to get theirs back, but in the end, these women weren't being punished anymore for being punished.
These women are in prison because of the process, not because of their cases, not because of the facts of their cases.
So I just wrote a simple letter asking the governor, we've been in prison for multiple years, we're abused women, we've suffered, we are offenders, but we're victims, and everybody signed it. And before I knew it, there was this big, wow.
We need all our sisters home. Our families are missing their mothers, their daughters.
So back then, women weren't violent because they wanted power. They had no protection and their fight was about survival. But over time, that started to shift. And the tone around aggression became a bit casual. Around the early 2000s, a lot of kids were basically taught that one playground rule that I feel like messed a lot of people up in the heads. You know the phrase, if they hit you, it means they like you.
Do you know why that little boy did those things and said those things? It's because he likes you.
Whoever conjured up the lie to tell little girls, oh, when he hits you, he likes you, why were you setting women up for failure? Huh?
I don't know if it was because from decades of...
I'm a simple proponent. If somebody hits you, the only thing that realistically saves you, right? The only thing that literally you can do is knock that bitch back. Because that's the only... Teachers are not going to help you. Your parents really can't do anything. Modern problems require modern solutions. Beat that shit. It's that simple. Duck, hello. Samex, hello. Welcome back. How was dinner? And whatever else you did.
Treating violence as private or expected, that opened the door for later generations to grow up, confusing the message around love and conflict. I don't know. But teaching a child that aggressive behavior means someone loves you, that's never going to end well. And as the world got a bit more modern, it started to prove that.
If your boyfriend hits you or beats you up,
stay with him. He loves you because he's risking for you to press charges on him, calling the police. A guy that's willing to do that for a girl, it's amazing.
Do you really believe that, or are you just goofing on everybody?
I really do believe that. Like, I get a lot of messages on my social media asking me for advice, and a lot of girls are like, I look up to you, and I feel like I'm an inspiration to them. They feel the same way.
We went from many women enduring violence, fighting against that violence, just to teach kids that violence means love.
I don't like him.
What did he do?
He was doing all the things. He was chasing, he was following me, chasing me, trying to pretend he was by me, and he yelled at my face, he yelled at my ears, and he bring my body parts, he yelled at my face, and he spit on my face.
You know, a lot of the times when boys do that and they act like that, it's because they like you.
And I truly...
Oh, very, very... Oh, God. Retardation is crazy work. Walking, a lot of walking. Ah, interesting. Trying to get fit for someone.
I feel like that message right there put it in the heads of many people that putting your hands on your partner wasn't shameful anymore. It was just a part of the relationship.
This is my brother. No, they not. Cause I'm not. What are you talking about?
It's not about you.
It is cause you my fuck you talking about.
It's not about you.
So watch your mouth.
If we want to be honest, the way these couples just...
It is very interesting, because if these maybe interesting, very interesting. See. Here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. Here's the thing. If men were doing this, they'd be cancelled up and down, left and right, diagonally on TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, everywhere. If men did this, they'd be gone. And I'm also gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. Why is this a lot of black couples? I haven't seen a lot of white. I've seen some white couples here, right? And I haven't seen a lot of black. I've seen a lot of black couples. Is this more normalized? I know that I have a few black ladies and black gentlemen watching me. You're not many, but you're there. Elaborate. How common is this? How common is this in your communities?
Just casually discuss this may make a lot of you say, hey, it's just a joke. But where did we...
And I think ladies from the Balkans do this as well. So, like, tell me.
Get to this point in a relationship where this is a joke.
Y'all talk so much shit. And now I understand why men used to come home and beat their wives. I understand now. I'm starting to understand that. I really am.
Now we saw a white girl. Finally. So I cannot be called racist. Anyways, yeah. Terrible. The first guy also terrible. That's also terrible.
I had to mute the song for copyright reasons, but she's just slapping him to the beat of the song, you know, casual jokes and casual comments like he's right where he wants to be and petition for us to start beating our boyfriends more.
Huh?
Modern media has reframed assault into something playful and toxic, which we all know a lot of people love. You'll see casual acts of unprovoked violence.
We chasing that.
Oh,
No.
Get out.
If he slapped her with the I'm gonna say this. If he slapped her with the same force, she'd be crying. With the white girl earlier, if he slapped her with the same equivalent force, she would have been laying on the floor. Can I just say that? She would have been sitting on the floor. If he slapped her right here, right now, She'd be looking like a car hitting on brakes.
Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out.
And that alone has made a lot of people desensitized to it. And obviously so, because there's even a trend for the perpetrators to just come online and proudly admit to something they should not take pride in.
What do the women that beat men look like? I hear so much about them, but what do they look like so I know how to avoid?
They look like normal women. They look like normal women. They look like the cutesy girl, right, serving you at McDonald's, right? They look like the cute cashier. They can look like normal Rick, it can be the cutest woman on the world, yet she might be an abuser. They don't need to look special, right? They don't have to. It doesn't even need to leave bruises, right? It doesn't even need to leave bruises. That's the thing. It's still abuse. But then it's not equivalent force if one takes significant more damage than the other. Yeah, but you forget that women's bones are... Women are more sensitive. Women's bones are, for example, break easier than men's bones because they're less dense. That's why. For example, this. If you punch me in the face, at worst with full force, right? Worst case, maybe my nose is broken. Maybe a little nosebleed. If I punch you with an equivalent amount of force into your face, there's more than just your nose broken. There's more damage than just your nose. That's the thing. For example, if somebody with no beard gets punched into his shin, chances are his jaw is broken. Somebody with a long beard, chances are his jaw is not broken. You get the idea.
You feel what I'm saying? What do the women that beat men look like?
Hey, how you doing? My name is Brittany Monique. I ain't confessing this but you know what's going on.
I'm gonna say something that you're probably gonna have to wrap your head around, and you may not agree and you may not like the sound of it, but just hear me out. Y'all remember earlier when we talked about that much needed cultural shift, when women had no other option but to fight back and the justice system finally started listening? Well, once that shift made fighting back more justified, over time, the look of fighting back started...
Overcorrected. We call this overcorrection. You do... Obviously, I'd not do it, silly. That was just an example. I'm not gonna ruin your pretty little face. Can't do that. Not the Äpfelchen. Anyways, listen. This is overcorrection, right? This is overcorrection. And right now, men are not being taken serious for this, right? We have, not too long ago, watched a video on this, right? Right now, men are not doing the same thing. But if this continues, and men are not recognized in court as victims of DV, you're gonna see dead female abusers a lot more often. Just saying that. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Because eventually, they're also not gonna take it anymore, and they're gonna fight back.
Looking different, especially online. It seemed like some people started branding hitting men as empowerment. Almost like, yes, take the power back, but go ahead and knock that man out in the process.
So I've recently started a business where I beat men. So you are in a violent relationship. This boyfriend is trying to scam you. You're confused about him. He's cheating on you. He's beating you up. Wake me up at midnight to beat a man. Please, give me that opportunity. So I have a goal. In all this, I have a goal. I want to be able to beat at least 1,000 men by 2027. Do you understand? I'm literally going to punish men for sure.
And it's such a controversial but also touchy topic because I would never intervene with a victim standing up to their abuser or someone stepping in to help a victim. Not to mention, sometimes God uses other people to make examples out of the wicked. But what we're seeing online, that's not justice.
That's not justice. It's just beating innocent dudes. And let's look at this. Most of the clips that have been shown, I know she covers women a lot, so obviously we get to see women a lot here, right? Makes sense. But there have been some men been in there. But most of these that I'm seeing right now, doesn't have to be the case, but most of what I'm seeing right now is women doing it. Which is a problem. So, these are women beating on men. Now, whether these men are not innocent or not, I do not know. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. Who knows? But the fact that they do beat of them leads me to believe that they're more innocent, because if the men were the abusers, you would certainly not beat the shit out of him live on camera. That's not gonna happen. Again, overcorrection.
I don't understand how that's justice. This push to fight back is sending the wrong message to people who were never in danger to begin with. And all of a sudden, we're supposed to beat men just because they disrespected us.
Beat him. Put your hands on him. I'm not the friend that you call when your man is acting up, because I'm going to tell you to put your hands on him.
I feel like for any relationship to work, the man has to be scared of the woman just a little bit. It ain't even got to get domestic. But
if your partner needs to be scared, right? If your partner has to be scared of you, something went wrong. I can tell you, something went wrong.
sometimes you gotta slap the shit out of her. Sometimes you gotta do that.
You sit up and act like you're an advocate for DV and how you're so against men putting their hands on women, and then you'll turn around and fix your mouth to joke and brag about the fact that you are hitting men unprovoked.
What should have just been self-defense is now basically abuse and just putting your hands on someone in the name of empowerment. And this also opened the door for men to be more comfortable in their wrongdoings too. If a man hits a woman, it's just toxic love. He's just putting his girl in place and being masculine.
What's something toxic that you like?
Being a little abusive. When he get real jealous, when he see me talking to another.
These people are retarded. And I can say this right there. I'm not my father. If you beat me, pack it up. That's all I'm gonna say. Pack it up.
Other boy, he take it out on me, so.
Hey, what's something toxic that you like?
When my man choked me out when we arguing.
But since when did abusive behaviors equal masculinity? If he's aggressive and violent, that's just him being manly. But truth be told, it's actually him just being a threat.
Yeah, I see why back in the day, used to come home and beat the their wife, bruh. And like, baby, these bills stressing me out. They keep piling up. I don't make enough. The job stress me out itself. You stress me out. Taxes eating up my check.
And y'all don't understand how heartbreaking it is to see all these videos I'm showing have hundreds and thousands of likes and comments. And even as
I'm once again gonna say something that women don't like. But you guys have agency. You can't just leave and say no. I'm also going to say something that you may not like already. As well. A lot of these signs are showing early. If he's abusive in the relationship, he's likely outside of it too. In some way, shape, or form. If he's a bully, that is a clear sign. Right? You can get information on the guy before you date him by talking to like parents and shit. Right? And like friends and like other people that know about him, but like, come on, dude, we get it. Come on, we get it. Listen, women have agency. That's what you fought for. Use that goddamn agency. I beg of you.
I was writing this script for my video, I was thinking about putting like a nuanced line about how a lot of people find this funny and oh, you know, like people can see this as a joke, but then I was just like, screw that. Like, Why should I have to justify this just because some people see it as a playful joke? None of this is funny. I can't help but feel this pit in the bottom of my stomach because I'm thinking about the people that have actually been in a violent relationship. I'm thinking about the victims that really aren't heard when
So we're back to when I wasn't safe at my own home. My ex-girlfriend used to slap me unprovoked and hit me. My journey from being an abusive man to a violence prevention advocate. Huh. Interesting.
they speak out. For example, let's say men who go through this.
Society has got a long way to go, and I think that there are probably a lot of men out there who are suffering in silence and are too ashamed.
I was almost 6 foot tall. My wife was 5'4", and if I went and told anybody that my wife was assaulting me, they wouldn't believe me.
I'm thinking about the huge amount of men online who joke about this, further adding on to the stigma being that men can't actually be physically harmed by women, and men love being with feisty girls that can beat the hell out of them.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but sometimes a man does need to be beat. Sometimes a man needs to fear his woman.
Is that a nose ring? Nose ring detected, opinion rejected.
Scared at the fact that when he gets home, he's getting a frying pan stuffed up his ass.
You're a little
I'm sorry.
Hey,
That's a little how do you call this? That's a little excessive. That's a little violent. Damn.
stop, that's not okay.
I'm sorry, did I ask you to help me?
No, but I saw you were in harm, so I thought I would help you.
You thought nothing. Look down at my pants. Does it look like I don't want this?
All I'm saying is, it just further adds to the narrative that men are supposed to enjoy this. So whenever they do come forward with serious accusations, it'll be the same old, same old.
What do the women?
So. Right, let's go back again.
Whenever they do come forward with serious accusations,
I can tell you right now that this statistic is incorrect. I can tell you right now that this statistic is incorrect. Not on the woman part. 1 in 2 women might be accurate, honestly. Might be. Who knows? Might actually not be accurate. Who knows? Depends on what you define it as, right? The men one is definitely wrong. I can guarantee you that the men one is wrong. I can absolutely guarantee you that that one's incorrect. How do I know it's incorrect? Because men significantly more underreport than women. You don't see it. It doesn't leave any scars. It doesn't leave bruises. It doesn't leave it really realistically. It most of the time also relieves just psychological scars that you cannot see. Because a woman doesn't have the first. I mean, women can, right? But like most of the time, there is not the, how do I say it? You won't see that. You won't see bruises as much, right? Because women are obviously physically less capable, obviously, right? Sexual dimorphism and such. But I can tell you, this number's incorrect. I'm saying as it is, it's about the same. It's about the same.
it'll be the same old, same old.
What do the women that beat men look like?
She was just beating my ass like 10 minutes ago.
What do the women that beat men look like?
That's Jaya. Hi, baby, I love you.
Oh.
Like that.
This discourse on social media has caused a lot of back and forth, and
Yeah, that was not a joking one. the phase, that was not a joking one. That is not a joking one. Nope.
think pieces. One that we've all heard before is that women can put their hands on men, but men can't put their hands on women.
So someone come and slap you right now, what would you do?
I'm going to fight.
A girl right now, one of the girls right now slapped you, what would
I'm
you do?
going to uppercut her.
You're gonna fight a woman?
If she hits me, yes. If you can hit a man, you can get hit like a man. I'm sorry.
Which, in my opinion, just leads people to take abuse less seriously.
Fair. Fair.
Depending on who it happens to and just overall.
If you hit a man, like you full on as hard as you can, do you think that he should be allowed to hit you back?
I think that men should not hit women. Yeah, even if a girl hits you as hard as they can.
What about, is it wrong for the girl?
No, I don't think so.
So overall, abuse is abuse, no matter whose hands it's in. And the fact that it's been normalized and turned into a quirky trend is very telling.
The way a lot of y'all is normalizing domestic violence is really
I wonder what she would say. Well, the lady making this video, right? I wonder what she would say when she finds out that in the majority of countries, a man cannot get raped by a woman. Because the way it is by law described and defined does not fit that of which is done. I can't say, you know how men and women do it, obviously, but that doesn't count as rape. Something needs to go into you for it to be considered that. The more you know.
scary to me. The amount of women and men who are justifying domestic violence is weird. Ain't no relationship perfect. I am a firm believer in it. But it shouldn't be physical.
So if you're in a violent situation that you feel like you can't get out of, please know that you are not alone. You do not have to go through that, and you should not let somebody feel like you deserve to go through that, because you do.
But where do you, like, I'm obviously can only talk from a man's perspective. Where do you go as a man? Where do you go? You're not being taken serious. Where do you go? There's no men's house. We have like women's houses, right? Where like a woman that is experiencing abuse can just go to and just be there instead of at home, right? We don't have that for men. But I'm unsure if one even exists around here. Where can you go to when you need help? We have like locations where you can go to when you were raped, right? You can't go there as a man. Right? I've told you the story of like when it happened, right? To someone as a little boy, right? And they went into such a help center, right? And the women were just looking at the boy in disgust. Is interesting. Nothing much, honestly. The usual. Okay, that's usual. Had exams while ago. Those were surprisingly great. I manipulate my teacher according to Duck, and that's about it. Well, yeah. You did a little bit. It was a little bit of emotional manipulation, you know, dropping the tears in front of him using your female privilege. Don't deny it. Don't deny it. You did. You did. That's just a reality, whether you like it or not, kiddo.
Not. I'm going to leave a very important phone number on the screen, and if you ever need to reach out, don't hesitate. This video was definitely a heavy one. I know, crazy way to end the month, but y'all, what's going on over on TikTok, it was just too insane not to bring over to YouTube, so I'm sorry. I know some of y'all treat me like a news station, and this was a piece of news. I had to let y'all know. But if you made it this far, thank you for tuning into the Girl Talk You Didn't.
That's the end of the video. Yeah, I mean, everything has been said. This is weird. This should stop. But considering how rampant misandry is on TikTok, it's much more rampant than misogyny, right? There's some misogyny on TikTok, obviously, but it's like a lot more rampant. Like misandry is a lot more rampant on this platform, right? It's literally dominated by that. But yeah, it's really sad, and I hope that, But we won't get the 6th, let's be honest. It just gets worse. Involuntary tears, by the way. Still tears. Honestly, it would have worked. I can't even lie. It would have worked on me too, right? It would have worked on me as well. Right? It would have worked on me as well. So I can't even, right? I can't even complain. It would have worked on me too. Especially if it came from an apple. Definitely. Most certainly. Absolutely. Anyways. Alright. Next video. Let's see what we still have. Those were not happy tears. Those were tears. Though he did say he would have done it either way. Aw, such a nice guy. Such a pookie. That's a pookie. A real pookie. Alright, so what video am I going into? We're gonna grab this one. Because it's interesting. I am very interested. A little bit of horror towards the end. Something horrifying. Yay. No, they were really fucking sad tears. I got my happy ending. Hopefully not in a massage. Anyways. Here we go. Whatever freaky stuff Samex is recommending me. Here we go. They ate their children inside the oldest cave in Europe by buried earth. Maybe this information should have stayed buried, but we'll go in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Here we obviously go. So let's hear it.
This is a child's face, around 10 years old, long intersecting.
Yeah, sorry, big guy. I could no longer tell anymore. That there's not much face left here. They ain't much face left here. Not that I'm aware, at least. There's not much face going on here. What face are we talking about?
Cuts carved across the cheeks, slicing through the muscles that control the lips and nose. Precise sawing marks around the eye sockets and along the jawline. Then the skull was cracked open. The brain was removed.
Extract the brain for yummy. Oh wait, why is this? Let me guess. This is in Germany. Let me guess. This is in Germany, right? This is in Germany. Definitely, most certainly, it is. You know, Samex has been going through a lot recently. The girlie has been going through sickness and studying a lot. Big naps. I've obviously been her emotional support.
This happened 850,000 years ago in a cave in northern Spain, and this child wasn't the only one.
Spain! It's not Germany! It's Spain! The Spanish ancestors!
The Sierra de Atapuerca is a limestone ridge in northern Spain. In the early 1900s, workers cut a trench through the hillside for a mine railway, roughly 500 meters long. That trench sliced clean through a series of ancient caves, exposing layer after layer of sediment packed with bones and stone tools. A geological archive that had been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, cracked open by accident. One of those caves is called Grandolina, and roughly 18 meters down through its deposit sits a...
Wait, haven't we talked about this before? In one of the cavemen videos that we watched? I'm pretty sure that we have. Shut up. Never. Never, you little tsundere. Tsundere. You never. That's not happening.
Level known as TD6. In 1994, a team led by archaeologists opened a small test pit in TD6, just 7 square meters. They were surveying, checking whether the level was worth a proper excavation. And what they pulled out of that tiny patch of ground became the oldest evidence of cannibalism ever found in Europe. But the bones didn't just show that it happened. they showed who it happened to, and that's where this story gets much darker. 92 bone fragments from at least 6 individuals, cranial pieces, ribs, vertebrae, hand bones, foot bones. Every category of butchery you can identify on ancient bone was present. Cut marks from stone.
So we have at least 6 kiddos being munched on. Switch if you'd like, it's just a bit more detail. Hey, I like more details. Give me some human munching. Nom 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 nom. I will munch on you. I understand, I almost got arrested last Sunday giving a kid a hug, by the way. The kid... The hug? Ah, you mean the kid that went for the hug? Happens.
Tools where flesh had been sliced away. Percussion impacts where bones were smashed open for marrow. Conchoidal fractures from deliberate breakage while the bone was still fresh. The team compared the human bones to the animal bones from the same layer. Deer, horses, bison, rhinoceros.
Damn, they got deer. Fucking rhinoceros. Bro, they ate rhinoceros? That's crazy, bro. But then again, they also hunted on woolly mammoths, so not surprised.
The processing was identical. Same tools, same technique, same discard pattern. Human remains mixed in with animal remains on what appeared to be a living floor. This is over 800,000 years old, the oldest confirmed cannibalism in Europe. But here's what stopped the researchers. When they built a profile of who the victims were, a pattern emerged that nobody expected. 75% of them were children and adolescents.
75% of the children were pre-adolescent children. Interesting. Well, why kiddos specifically? Why kids specifically? I'm curious. Well, they're never gonna find out, I'm assuming, but like, why kids specifically? They felt like the youth would carry over or something?
Not the old, not the sick, no adults who could fight back. Children specifically. Let's go back to that child's face. Specimen ATD6-69. Around 10 to 11 years old based on dental development. The partial face and upper jaw were recovered with some of the densest cut marks in the entire assemblage. This isn't random damage. Taphonomist Yolanda Fernandez-Halvo mapped every mark. Somebody was methodically removing the soft tissue from this child's face, skinning it. Then they fractured the skull and accessed the brain. And the tools they used to do this? Mode 1. Core and flake. The most basic stone technology in the human record. Simple flakes chipped off a rock. But the processing sequence, the order of cuts, the targeting of specific muscle attachments, the knowledge of where to strike for marrow, that was anything but simple. The species responsible for this has a name. Homo antecessor, Latin for pioneer or early settler, named in 1997, 3 years after the first bones came out of TD6. And
Interesting. So these targeted kids. Now, were these from the same species? Or not? That is the question. Were these from the same species or not? Because that makes it more interesting. The father called the person who also walks my dog and while I work my long work days. Ah, okay, interesting.
Here's where it gets strange. That same child, a TD6-69, whose face was carved apart. The bone structure underneath showed something that stunned the team. A completely modern mid-face. The angle of the cheekbones, the shape around the nose, the structure of the eye sockets. It looked like us. Like a modern human face. 850,000 years before modern humans existed. At the time, the researchers proposed Homo antecessor might be the last common ancestor of both Neanderthals and our own species, the face that connected everything in human evolution, and someone sliced it off a 10-year-old and ate what was underneath. But I need to be honest with you, this is the detail from this whole story I can't get past. We're not talking about some desperate act of starvation. The precision tells you this wasn't panicked. It was practiced, like they'd done it before. and the evidence says they had plenty of other options.
I still believe that the feeling of the uncanny valley, right? Like something looks human, but you get the feeling it's not, right? I still believe that that's a leftover of old times where we had multiple human species around at the same time, and just to differentiate if that's from the same species or not, especially probably because of such instances where if life was really fucky wucky, you would just end up getting munched on. That is at least what I believe. That's why the uncanny valley exists. Still does exist. It's because this fucker looks human. This fucker looks like me, but he is not me. He's not like me.
Options. The aurora stratum, the layer where the human bones were found, is packed with a rich and diverse faunal assemblage. Rhinoceros, bison, horses, giant deer. This wasn't some frozen wasteland where people were starving. The Atapuerca Valley was teeming with large game. The animal bones in the same deposit prove these people were hunting successfully. So if they had good food, big animals, reliable hunting, why eat children? In 2012, researchers published an analysis comparing the Grandolina victim profile to known patterns of cannibalism across species, and their conclusion was striking. The age discrimination, dominated by the young and defenseless, doesn't match most documented human cannibalism cases. It matches chimpanzee intergroup aggression. Chimpanzee groups raid neighboring territories. They target infants and juveniles specifically. They kill them. Sometimes they eat them. It's not about hunger. It's about eliminating future competition from a rival group. The researchers argued that's exactly what happened at TD6. A group used this cave periodically. When they encountered members of a rival group, probably while ranging through overlapping territory, they killed the most vulnerable and brought the bodies back, not as a ritual, not as a last resort.
Well, yeah, if the future is gone, the group just dies out, right? It makes sense, right? They had war strategies already back then. They literally was like, you know what? Also peen. They were like, you know what? Time to remove those kiddos so we can don't need to worry about those anymore.
As strategy, and it probably wasn't a one-time event. The aurora stratum, originally described as a single layer, turned out to be a compressed package of at least 6 distinct sublayers, each one thin, some less than 10 centimeters, each containing stone tools and bone. The cave shows evidence of cannibalism span across multiple levels. This cave didn't see one afternoon of victims. It saw repeated visits, different victims, but the same behavior happening again and again over what could be decades or longer. The floor of Grandolina absorbed this pattern like a record nobody was meant to read. In 2025, excavators at Grandolina pulled something new out of the aurora stratum, a cervical vertebra from a young child. The neck bone had precise cut marks that researchers interpreted as deliberate decapitation. Co-director Palmyra Saladier described it as particularly striking. The child had been processed, in her words, like any other prey. That word, prey, not victim, not casualty.
Well, obviously prey, right? See, you can only be a victim if there's actually law and crime, but at this point, right, you are food, essentially. And so you are prey. Obviously, you pointed out, Degen. I'm gonna get the spanking wood ready.
Prey, because that's what every bone in this assemblage shows. The same cuts on a child's neck that you'd find on a deer. The same
on a neck. The same way on a deer. Interesting. Yeah, they really just said, you know what? This is actually food. And food is there to be consumed. So that is what they will be doing, basically, right? They treated them as food. And probably they went for the brain anyways, because like, right, nutritious. Probably very nutritious. I haven't tried it yet. I never will, but like probably very nutritious.
Hammer strikes on a child's skull that you'd use to crack a horse femur. Even their teeth showed impact damage at the junction between root and crown. The kind that comes from someone smashing through jaw and bone to get at everything inside. And then, in 2020, a team used something called enamel proteomics, extracting ancient proteins from tooth enamel, which survives hundreds of thousands of years longer than DNA, to finally place Homo antecessor on the evolutionary tree. The result was unexpected. They're not our direct ancestor, they're a close sister lineage, a branch that split off near the point where Neanderthals, Denisovans, and modern humans all diverged from each other. Remember that child's face from the beginning, a TD6-69, the most modern-looking face in the entire fossil record at that time, more like us than anything else alive 850,000 years ago, belonged to a species that was systematically butchered and eaten by...
Damn. Tasty. Probably. Maybe. Of course the boobs are censored. So, you know what's funny? You know what's funny? The peens have not been censored, but the booba have been censored. Okay, that's a 90-year-old you're speaking to, no spanking materials. This is Germany. This is a legal adult. And even adults need correction at time. Therefore, I will be getting the wood.
By its own kind. The face that looked most like ours was carved off a child with a stone flake. But here's what gets me about this story. I've covered a lot of dark history on this channel over...
Like, imagine, you're just a little guy, right? Minding your business, right? Or a little gal minding your business. And then just some unga-bunga motherfucker kidnaps you, bonks you on the head, tears you apart, and you know what you end up as? Bone tools. That wouldn't be fun. Or like it's like someone's toothpick. Wonderful.
The last few videos, we've talked about the Homo naledi carrying their dead into impossible cave systems. We've talked about the Pit of Bones, where 29 people were thrown down a 13-meter shaft 430,000 years ago. But this story sits differently. A fun fact about all of this is that our Pit of Bones video is in the same mountain, the same ridge of limestone in northern Spain as the Grandalina. One cave holds the oldest cannibalism in Europe, the other holds what might be the earliest funeral behaviour ever recorded. But...
So... well, I'm boned. Horrible joke. So. Listen. So they grabbed their dead and like dead ones and just like threw them down some cave. And that's what we call a funeral behavior. I guess it is, right? They put them all in the same place. It's a mass grave, technically. Also, Salmax is a masochist and she likes it. Don't ask me how I know this.
When you zoom out of all of this, cannibalism happened so many times in history. Homo antecessor was doing this 850,000 years ago. We have proof that the Neanderthals were doing it 45,000 years ago. And Homo sapiens, which...
See, Neanderthals didn't even die out. They were out-sexed. They literally, so, as far as I'm aware, for Neanderthals, right? They basically kidnapped the modern human as we know it, right? The Homo sapiens, right? Mostly the females, right? They abducted them. They smashed with them. And that's where we get Europeans in a way, right? Because we still have Neanderthal DNA. We still have Unga Bunga DNA, right? So that's how it happened. That's how it happened. All there's to it. It's about projection. Maybe maybe not. Who knows? Maybe we're both maybe we're both masochists. But then,
which is us, were doing it at Guff's Cave in England as recent as 15,000 years ago. We found skull cups, a proof of defleshing and marrow extraction. 3 different species, all spanning over hundreds of thousands of years apart.
Yeah, I'd be terrified if I saw this in the middle of the night. Just like 3 Unga Bunga dudes just looking at me. Yeah, we good.
The same behaviour, eating their own species. That's not a coincidence. That's something embedded so deep in human lineage that it survived every evolutionary split, every ice age, every
Isn't it? I don't know. Isn't it still common? For example, don't the Sentinelese, the people of Sentinel Island, whatever you want to call them, right? Don't they eat humans as well? If I'm not wrong. Perfect. Perfect. This is fantastic, and we both know.
extinction. Whatever this is, it didn't start at Grandolina, and it didn't end there either. Grandolina is still being excavated. That original test pit was 7 square meters. The full TD6 exposure covers over...
I mean, humans, there's still instances of cannibalism even in modern humans, so like, this is nothing special, right? It has survived until this day.
80. Since 1994, the fragment count has grown from 92 to over 170. The minimum number of individuals keeps climbing. Every summer, up to 300 researchers descend on Atapuerca, and every season the aurora stratum gives up more. Here's what stays with me. 850,000 years ago, no language that we'd recognize, no art, no burial traditions. Stone tools so basic, they're classified as the simplest technology in the human record. And yet the butchery on those children is as precise and efficient as anything we see at sites hundreds of thousands of years later. Whatever this behavior was, it was already ancient when the first Neanderthal was born. By the way guys, my name's Joe, this is Buried Earth. I really hope you enjoyed this video. If you enjoyed it, hit the like.
What is this? Why are all of this man's videos about eating? What is this? What is this? Why are all this? Why are all these videos about eating? Huh? Somebody has an interest in humans eating each other. Hey, you watch your fucking language. Obvious sarcasm implied. Ass, tits, retard. I'm running out of words. Like, look at this. Okay, look at this. They found him eating the dead inside America's deadliest camp. He ate them. The hobbit humans that terrified villages at night. They ate us, question mark. What is this man doing? What is he cooking? Like, what the fuck? Everything's about eating humans. Anyways, that is interesting. In other words, they were detailed about knowing how to eat other humans. Nom nom nom. Wow, all of these about munching. Wow, all of these about eating others. Interesting. There's still something, right? Because Croc usually likes to deliver something towards the end. I guess not. In this case, let me see. We still have one more. Let's do this one. That's like the last one of the day. We're doing this one. We'll do another horror-related one. The lost recipe. The lost recipes. Human ragu. Human borscht. Whatever we have here. We're gonna look at this still, because somebody apparently likes this. Somebody wants a bump, I've heard. Anyways, we're gonna look at this one. It's gonna be interesting. Think Croc ate something. Interesting. Was it human? Anyways. When Horror Uses Childbirth by Mike Casey Valentine. We're gonna look at this. I have no idea what awaits me here. The only thing, like, I remember that creeped me out always was from Alien 4, the human xenomorph. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. We'll go in. That's the one.
Embryonic and fetal.
That's the one that usually creeped me out, as far as it goes to childbirth, but not really.
Stages of development, a baby can look quite strange. Looking at its large head and tiny limbs, being rattled up is probably the most natural reaction you could have. Nonetheless, that little creature was all of us at some point. It's when you separate the baby from its mother's body, that things take a disturbing turn. You begin to ask questions like, what the hell am I looking at? Are they able to survive? And how is the mother doing? But certain
No. Good or horrible, depends. Croc. What is it?
pieces of media twist things even more, either by making that baby fall victim to a cruel fate, or be the bringer of one. Children play a huge role when they're presented in horror media. They can be victims to prove that evil has no bounds, and that anyone can be subjected to the horrors. Either they won't get to experience
I mean, that's a usual thing, right? Children are usually portrayed as like innocent and like, you know, it's usually portrayed as like something to protect, right? Which is why you can use it so well. That's most of the reason why that is even happening. That's why children are usually put in like, right? The Thing is a good example, right? Of like children always being like in danger and stuff. It makes sense.
adulthood, or trauma follows them everywhere, but children can also take the other side. Whether they're possessed, mutated, just psychotic, or not even human at all, kids being the culprits twist our reality.
Exactly! Kids can also be evil. I remember I watched a movie, right? Why is the Metro 2 Tour's Bach music being used for this video? I have a good question. I do not know. So, right, I remember a movie where a kid was essentially the devil. Little bro even had horns, right? And he basically ate human meat. They kept it in the fridge, right? And like the babysitter. And as far as I understood, they always used the babysitter to nourish the child. But it was supposed to be the devil. And that child was evil.
The illusion of children being innocent gets completely shattered. It makes whoever's tormented vulnerable because who's going to hurt a child, and is it really the child's fault? Whichever of these roles is being portrayed, a reaction is elicited from the audience. As writer Cesar A. Cruz puts it, art should comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable. By putting a child who's not even born or stillborn in either role, the resulting feelings are enhanced even more.
What am I looking at? That's a good question. What am I looking at? Hold up. What the fuck is that? What the shit is this? What am I looking at? What is this? Why is his head so weird? Why does he look like a rubber chicken? Like the ones you get for dogs as like toys? Does he squeak as well?
Child who's not even born or stillborn in either role, the resulting feelings are enhanced even more. What kickstarted the whole idea behind this video would be the creepypasta flash game, Covetous. I brought it up in my video about flash games that scared me as a kid because Covetous did just that.
I wouldn't know. I've never played flash games when I was a kid. No access to internet. Saved me probably a lot of trauma. Also, ice cream helps a lot with pain in jaw. Yeah, I can imagine, because of the cooling. Never go above 3 painkillers a day. I can imagine. But how are you doing so far, aside from, like, almost getting offed by a disabled kid?
You watch it if you grew up with flash games. Anyways, the game's premise revolves around you playing as an absorbed twin, trying to break out of their brother's body. They start as a small
Did I? Hold up.
The game's premise revolves around you playing as an absorbed twin, trying to break out of their brother's body.
Who made that freaky flash game? The fuck you mean break out of your brother's body? And you being an embryo. What on earth is that? Where are you even supposed to come out? Of his ass? What the fuck is this?
Start as a small embryo, but as it starts taking in more of the brother's nutrients, the twin grows until it becomes an adult. Once they are an adult, they break out of their brother's body, while the brother cracks open like an egg. I know there's an alternate ending, but let's ignore it for now. As I mentioned in the video, the game...
What the fuck is those freaky game? Regardless, okay? Regardless. Okay. Isn't Gygas from Earthbound also a fetus? Anyways, stop adding disabled people. People think I got beaten up by a disabled kid. Joe was beaten up by a disabled kid. It used the power of being dumb and ran into him, and then my man just fell down some stairs. Almost died. But did you know that squeak toys, when you dog chews them, give them a primitive reminder of them killing their prey? So, in other words, if a dog bites you, don't scream. Got it.
Doesn't really scare me as it's just really simple pixel art. I'm all for leaving things to the viewer's imagination, but how am I supposed to be scared by Atari ET? Also, the dialogue is just really cringy, although you have to admit, the concept itself is terrifying. Even though something like this could never happen in real life, twins being absorbed is a common occurrence. Just imagine, your punishment for something that's not even your fault is to be slowly eaten alive. I should mention that there is a remake of the game, and its horror is a lot more effective. In this version, it's zoomed in, meaning we get a better look at the twin in the brother's body. The twin is just gross to look at, and at the same time, seeing the brother's organs makes you feel the same pain he's feeling. After I finished writing the coveted section of the Flash Games video, I began thinking about other pieces of media that involve imagery of unborn children. The moment I counted more than 3, that's when I began to realize it's much more prominent than I thought. Now I can't go on about fetus imagery without mentioning David Lynch's Eraserhead, right? This is a movie about a man named Henry Spencer who has to take care of a gross-looking
What the fuck is that? What is that? It looks like the grandma from SpongeBob. You know, like the one who's like in the chocolate episode of the wheelchair? What the fuck is that? Anyways, Poke, you know what else I did? My ADHD got the good, you mean the better? The good of me. That's E.T. That's not E.T. It looks like the grandma from SpongeBob. Wait, that's Eraserhead? That's the movie you watched? You freaks. I blame Krog. You freaks. That's what you watched? What is that? What are you freaks watching?
baby you didn't plan to have. Man, I'm going to say those 3 words a lot, aren't I? The baby isn't just horrifying in appearance, but its horrors also lie in the fact that it needs to be taken care of constantly, and is always making that god-awful squeal. It is when the movie reaches its ending that things get even weirder. Henry cuts open the baby's bandages and, oh, the bandages were actually holding up the baby's organs. Great, now Henry's stabbing—
What the fuck were you watching? What is wrong with you people? What the oh god.
the baby's organs and causing this unknown liquid to come out. Funnily enough, David Lynch is super secretive about what the baby really is. Is it a puppet, or is it an actual animal fetus? It's something fans have speculated for years. And I mean, why wouldn't they? Just look at the damn thing. When it comes to other media with a gross looking baby, I wouldn't be surprised if Eraserhead was the main inspiration. Resident Evil 8 or Village, for the most part, is an RE title I don't consider to be as scary as some of the others, only beating out the action titles. However, RE8 still houses one of the scariest moments in the history of the series. Our main character, Ethan Winters, is on a quest to save his daughter, in which he has to explore through the various areas to collect her separated body parts.
It's just this pee in the glass anyways. It's art, he said. Art? You freaks!
One of these areas is House Benevento. When Ethan gets farther into the basement, which is already eerie enough with all the darkness and mannequins, you start to hear some crying. After some exploration and a few hallucinations, you encounter the giant—
Oh yeah, the worm thing.
monstrosity that's doing all the crying. I'm telling you, when I got to this part of the game, I closed off and didn't play until the next day. Nothing in any horror game has made me do that before. The baby has this revolting fleshy appearance, and not to mention, it's massive. Literally, one of the animations for when you get caught by this thing has Ethan being swallowed whole from its gaping mouth. Keep in mind, you don't have access to your weapons at this point. All you can really do is run and hide from this monstrosity. I'm not going to lie, the actual chase sequence isn't all that difficult as everything's scripted. But holy, reaching the elevator back while the baby's blocked by the door is such a relieving experience. A little before this whole baby sequence,
that ain't the baby, bro. That's not a baby. That's not a baby. That ain't the baby. Shoot it in its face. That's not a baby.
plans caused Ethan to hallucinate, so throughout this part of the game, Ethan's worst fears start to manifest, and that includes the baby. Like, just imagine being Ethan. You're already on a search to find your kidnapped baby that got separated into parts, and you're afraid of what she'll turn into, and then this appears to take those emotions and fuck with you even more. If I'm going to talk about one first-person horror game, might as well talk about the first-person horror game. Pretty much, a lot of the game involves the player going through this dark photorealistic house. Seems creepy enough, right? Well, guess what? Crying sink fetus. It has no facial features except for a mouth.
Crying sink fetus is crazy work.
which it uses to either
That
wail
is
or talk.
insanity.
That's right, this thing can talk.
That is
Let's take
crazy.
a look at the main antagonist, Lisa. She has some blood in her stomach area. The demo also has us hear some radio broadcasts detailing incidents of husbands killing their wives, one with a gun to the stomach, and another through stabbing. And oh, holy shit. A fetus plays a decent role in Silent Hill 3, which sounds about right considering the whole game is about the main character, Heather, fighting the fact that she's forced to give birth to God. In fact, God is the fetus I'm about to talk about. After this climactic scene where Heather just writhes in pain as she's about to give birth to God, she then takes a capsule from her pendant, which causes her to throw up. Once
What the fuck? What do you mean? Stop! Do not give birth to God!
again, we have another disgusting looking baby, but the way I feel about it isn't the same as how I felt about the previous ones. Sure, it looks abhorrent, but it's not really freaking me out. The thing that's been the root of both Silent Hills 1 and 3, the thing that Colt has been chasing, the thing that caused Heather all this turmoil, is just a feeble little creature. There's a level of irony to it, and that's only supported by the fact that Heather tries to kill it before she's stopped by the main antagonist, Claudia Wolf. I want to talk about this scene even more. Even after the pain it caused her, Heather, being a sassy 17-year-old, has her first instinct to say a one-liner and stomp on the thing. I don't know, it's just really funny to
Looks like God didn't make it. Like stomp.
me. What's not funny is when Claudia, who's so devoted to her faith, decides to swallow the fetus so that she can birth God herself. But hey, at least it leads to the boss fight and the end of the game. So Noroi the Curse is one of those horror movies that you watch at 2 AM just by yourself. The best synopsis I could give is that this is a found footage film set in Japan that involves a journalist realizing that a bunch of investigations lead to a sealed demon named Kagutaba. Before I watched this movie during lockdown, I expected it to be jam-packed with jump scares, but nope. Everything is just pure dread. That couldn't be any less true for this particular scene. So after a really unsettling ritual, a character accompanying Kobayashi
That's an interesting way that woman, isn't she the one that says, what can you do? Kill my child. I have the tool to make more. I mean, kinda.
named Hori spawns another character named Kana. Kana was a psychic who was not only central to one of the previous investigations, but was also linked to the demon. Keep in mind, Kana is dead. Kobayashi and Hori run after her. They search the woods, coming across an ancient shrine all surrounded by dead dogs and pigeons. Kobayashi decides to change his camera to night mode, which leads to this big reveal. Oh, that's Kana alright, and she's covered in fetuses. There's so much whiplash.
What the fuck? Where did all those babies come from? Who made all those things?
Flash in the scene, as it followed an already uneasy buildup. Actually, these fetuses were mentioned earlier in the film. We know that from a previous investigation, a bunch of fetuses were not only aborted, but also eaten to fulfill a ritual. To add on to that,
Brother, good God. Which was it? Assassin's Creed. I think it was Assassin's Creed 2. That is not fun.
in Kana's investigation, there were mentions of worms. Earthbound is a game that follows a group of kids going through silly shenanigans.
Yes, finally, Earthbound mentioned. I mentioned it at the beginning. Yeah, apparently Gygas is a he looks like a fetus, and we are boarding the boy.
And fighting all kinds of goofy enemies. Guess who the main villain is? A cosmic being who's the embodiment of evil. If you saw his battle screen as a kid, you might have ended up traumatized. But take a closer look. Don't the many Gygases resemble a fetus? Well, that's what many people have thought, leading to this huge theory that Gygas is actually an allusion to abortion, or that killing him is actually aborting a giant baby. The second one isn't true because we saw him in Mother 1. His design has been pointed out to be a distorted version of his original design. Plus, it's been confirmed in an interview with the director, Shigesato Atoi, that Gygas' design in the game is based on a traumatic experience where he saw a graphic scene in a movie. So all in all, it's more likely that the whole baby pattern was a coincidence. But I think the fetus imagery, whether intentional or not, helps with the whole theme of loss of innocence and being an entity that's hard to grasp. Even if that cosmic entity final boss isn't based on a fetus, this other cosmic entity final boss for sure is. The Nihilanth from Half-Life resembles a
Nihilanth from Half-Life. Yeah, he kind of looks like a fetus. He kind of looks like a baby. A weird, misshapen baby who got a little more arms clipped on his back and ran away from the Covenant.
fetus, but there are some glaring differences. He's not just based on any fetus, he's based on Gabe Newell's son, Gray. In an interview with
Yeah, I consider that an insult. I consider that an insult. Ah, yes, this boss in my game, it looks like you. Oh yeah, that I take that in. Honestly, I kind of see it. I kind of see it. Bro, that's diabolical. Bro, I'd never forgive my dad for this one.
News Network, he pointed out that at the time of his birth, having a child was the scariest thing to everyone. Similarly to the fetuses I talked about for Silent Hill 3 and Earthbound, there's this cruel sense of irony that the weakest stage of any organism is in the place of the most powerful being out there. In the sense of the Nihilanth, he's a creature with abilities like reality warping and mind control. He's essentially the boss of the society of Zen aliens you fight throughout the game. The Vortigons in Half-Life 2 thank Gordon for killing them, as the Nihilanth was what enslaved them. I think his overall design really strengthened how intimidating he is. Even with his fetal appearance, he still has that scalp open up and that third arm. He's in this weird line between looking human and not looking human, so there's a lot of uncanniness and fear in the familiar with that. That, added with his size and abilities, makes him really hard to comprehend. It's interesting how Half-Life reused the idea of a feeble creature in a powerful position with the advisors in Half-Life 2, which resemble maggots. Bloodborne takes everything we talked about in this video and kicks it up a notch. This game is filled to the brim with all kinds of imagery for babies. The red jelly is so obviously a fetus. When you
Ugh, that's horrible.
defeat the most annoying boss in the game, you see a woman with blood on her stomach while hearing crying. To fight the true final boss, you have to eat 3 umbilical cords. One of those you get by killing a mother and her deformed.
Wait, you just literally murk a mom and it's her deformed child?
Slug baby. Before you kill the two, the mother has some dialogue about how disgusted she is with the thing. More of those slug babies can be seen in other areas of the game. The easiest boss in the game slightly resembles a fetus. The hardest boss in the game is a newborn that uses his placenta as a weapon. All these baby depictions disturb you in different ways, and are a huge part of Bloodborne's mix of Lovecraftian and Gothic horror. The Lovecraft part comes in with the body horror and their connection to the higher beings that make us feel like ants in comparison to them. As for the Gothic horror, the babies here represent an even bigger picture. They show how women are treated in this society, and how children can either be seen as achievements or as a source of agony. If I were to go into more detail on this, it would take way too much time, so allow me to redirect you to these 2 video essays that explore.
Well, yeah, I think I've watched at least one of these. Anyways, so people want this game to be remade. Well, it is a great, fantastic game, but wasn't the Demon Souls remake absolute as?
The themes of femininity in Bloodborne. When Part 3 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure or Stardust Crusaders was released, we got introduced to stands. These stands, supported by the manga's Monster of the Week storytelling, paved the way for all kinds of abilities to be shown off. In the latter half of Stardust Crusaders, one of these stands we see is Set, wielded by its user Alessi. Set is a shadow with the ability to reverse people's ages. The character Polnareff was hit by the stand and reverted to a more toddler state, but he wasn't even the biggest victim. That title belongs to the woman who Polnareff befriended and was cared for by. When child Polnareff is met with Alessi again, he sees the woman's clothes on the floor. Wouldn't you know it, that woman has turned into a fetus. Polnareff.
Holy fuck, bro! Ain't no way. That's freaky. What the heck? Abracadabra. Fetus. Whatever.
Reacts in shock, while Alessi just taunts him. This then leads to one of the most stressful moments ever, because there are 2 ways the woman could die. Either Alessi puts his hands on her himself, or she just dies a slow and painful death. The only way they could save the girl is to beat Alessi, but it's not like Polnareff can do much either, because he's not only a lot weaker, but none of the other Crusaders are there. Well, until Jotaro shows up and saves the day with his anime protagonist shtick. I'm going to do a bullet round and mention other instances of fetus.
That's still crazy though. Bro really pulled up and said skedaddle skedoodle. Your child is now a fetus. Your woman is now a fetus. That's crazy.
Is being portrayed in media. The reason I'm going to be brief with these is because they're worth mentioning. I just don't have a lot to say. To start us off, there's the demonic offspring of Guts and Casca that became deformed due to the actions Griffith did to Casca. Dot Flow is a fan game of the indie classic Yume Nikki that revolves around childbirth, and fetuses are very prominent. 2 different Doom mods, named Doom Fetito and Root Pain, both involve a giant fetus boss. While the former exists as a protest, and the latter exists for shock value, they both serve as an allusion to abortion. The babies I talked about today exist to not only disturb the audience, but to also bring out the artists' and writers' intentions even more. We've seen these horrific looking babies embody the struggle of parenting.
Not that thing again. Horrible. Absolutely grotesque.
Forced childbirth, and even the guilt of losing a child. We saw fetuses exist as reminders for horrific crimes committed or as brutal punishments. Hell, we've even seen fetuses in the form of cosmic entities to break our perception of reality. Seeing this type of baby imagery was something that always intrigued me, so I hope you guys enjoyed today's video. Feel free to like, comment down any thoughts, and subscribe if you want to see more videos like this. Also check out my other channel, just titled Casey Valentine, if you want to see some videos that are personal to me. Take care of yourselves, and of course, as usual, please have yourselves a damn good one.
Anyways, that's the end of the video. So what did we learn? People love to use fetuses as a way to explore horror. That's all we need. Who gave this video? You know who it was. You know damn well who it was. Anyways, very interesting. I did not expect that. It was actually really interesting. I did not need to know the Eraserhead thing though. That was a bit freaky. But yeah, very fun. Very fun. Great. Awesome. Guys, kiddos, I have reached my time. I've reached the 6 hours, which means I will be ending here. So I can annoy some people, some very friendly but interesting people. Anyways, I'll be ending here. Have a good day or night. Yeah, exactly. We know it was. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, Ripoke. Bye-bye, guys. Take care. Your time has come. Somebody's gonna come. Yeah. I'll take care, guys. Bye-bye. And don't Gunnar Gump unless I get to watch.